Chapter 1. The Arrival of Deadpool. New York. On the rooftop adjacent to the Walter Building, a figure clad in attire reminiscent of a ninja was shaking his head while swinging his legs. Dressed in a striking red and black superhero costume, with two katana swords crossed on his back and handguns strapped to his thighs, there was no mistaking if this was indeed Deadpool. However, this version of Deadpool was no ordinary one. He hailed from the world of Wolverine, having undergone experiments that rendered him unique. Indeed, this was the Deadpool whose mouth had been sealed shut. Yo-ho. It seems Deadpool has stumbled upon an intriguing locale. Mischievous superheroes. Let me teach you how to be true heroes, he exclaimed, pulling out a cartoonish watch to check the time. There's still plenty of time. Let's go do something fun. Yo-ho. With a vigorous push from his legs, Deadpool spread his arms wide and leapt off the rooftop, vanishing in a flash just as he was about to hit the ground. Onlookers gazed curiously at the spot where Deadpool had disappeared. They had certainly heard an odd noise, yet saw nothing. In theory, the Deadpool from X-Men Origins, Wolverine should not be able to traverse into other worlds, but this was a different Deadpool, no longer the puppet he once was. In 2022, a typical college junior named by you met an untimely end, only to find his soul fused with that of Deadpool on the operating table, creating a singular entity. Upon awakening, Stryker sought to control Deadpool to eliminate Wolverine. However, such manipulation proved futile. The fusion of Yes and Wade's souls granted them certain advantages, awakening telekinetic abilities and enhancing a range of mutant powers, allowing them to easily break free from Stryker's grasp. Having endured horrific scientific experiments, the original Deadpool had descended into madness, but with Yes' soul integrated, his mind regained some semblance of normalcy. The body was no longer merely Yes or Wade's, it was a new persona born from their merged souls, akin to the fusion techniques in Dragon Ball, possessing the memories of both. Once fully aware of his circumstances, the first order of business was to eliminate Stryker and the researchers. Despite having volunteered as Weapon X due to his cancer, he had not anticipated the suffering that would ensue. After exacting revenge, Deadpool found himself in a brief state of confusion before deciding to embrace a new way of life. You and Wade were now relics of the past from henceforth. He would simply be known as Deadpool, a name that exuded coolness. With his mouth unsealed and his beloved katana in hand, Deadpool prepared to pay a visit to an old acquaintance, with the intent to deliver a sound thrashing as well. How dare they sever Deadpool's head in the film? Upon utilizing telepathy to reach his destination, he discovered someone lurking at the entrance, and to his astonishment, the figure appeared strikingly familiar. If he wasn't mistaken, it was none other than the Deadpool from Deadpool 2, whose purpose for crossing over was none other than to eliminate himself. Could he possibly tolerate such a fate? He swiftly picked up a brick from the side, teleported behind him, and delivered a heavy blow, rendering him unconscious before carrying him. Wade intended to deal with this individual first before confronting his old friend. Due to the nature of Wolverine's abilities, this fellow regained consciousness remarkably quickly, just as Deadpool was in the process of removing his own attire. In that moment, while the victim, Deadpool, feared for his modesty, the assailant, also Deadpool, donned the victim's entire ensemble, which included both a cartoon watch and a time-traveling device. Though his modesty was preserved, the victim couldn't shake a sense of slight disappointment. The two then engaged in a lengthy exchange before Deadpool decided to release Wade and prepare to confront Wolverine. During this time, new developments arose. Deadpool suddenly received a surge of novel information within his mind and immediately set about experimenting. He casually opened a door in a restroom, only to discover it led to alternate realms. This revelation halted any further contemplation of reprimanding Wolverine. Amidst Wade's bizarre cries, the two journeyed together into other worlds. After traversing multiple dimensions, Deadpool returned the time device to another version of himself and then made a hasty escape, lest he succumb to being transformed into a foolish version of himself. Spending around 10 days in each world to familiarize himself with the circumstances and seek out intriguing novelties, Deadpool eventually arrived at his current location. The realm of the boys, a rather fascinating universe. Indeed. Greetings. My superhero name is Deadpool, and I aspire to join Vought International as an exemplary superhero. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Chapter 2. Faux Fans. At Vought International, in the office of the Vice President, Madeline was engrossed in viewing Deadpool's application video. Ashley, immediately investigate where this individual has emerged from now. At once, Madeline was electrified. The sudden appearance of Deadpool had left her profoundly impressed. He possessed laser eyes akin to those of Homelander, and their power appeared formidable. Given Deadpool's effortless ability to pierce through several layers of steel, his laser vision likely rivaled that of Homelander. Additionally, Deadpool exhibited flight capabilities and demonstrated an exquisite mastery of swordsmanship. In the video, he showcased his prowess by deflecting bullets with dual swords, while several assault rifles floated nearby, firing at him. With a whirlwind of skill, Deadpool's katana blocked every bullet with flawless precision. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Upon receiving the order, Ashley promptly prepared to execute her task. Wait, just as Ashley reached the door, Madeline called her back. One more thing. Use the number provided in the video to inform him that he is welcome to come to the company. Understood. After Ashley departed, Madeline sank into deep contemplation in her chair. The compatriots have long exhibited an air of arrogance, yet no hero of comparable caliber has emerged to challenge them, resulting in an inflated sense of self-importance, as they perceive themselves to be deities among mortals. Madeline, lacking any means to suppress him, can only resort to nurturing him with maternal affection. Yet this is ultimately a fleeting solution. Each time she engages in dialogue with the compatriot, her heart is gripped by trepidation, fearful that he might suddenly unleash his fury upon her. She is merely an ordinary individual, her very life resting at the whim of the compatriot, especially given that she does not possess the audacity of C.O. Edgar. However, the arrival of Deadpool has sparked new possibilities in her mind. If Deadpool proves sufficiently formidable, perhaps he could be leveraged to confront the compatriot. On the rooftop adjacent to the water tower, Deadpool, having just acquired a new phone, hears the familiar tune of Hallua ringing. Hello, you must be from Water Company. How about extending an invitation to the superhero Deadpool? Oh ho, that would undoubtedly be your wisest decision. Deadpool graciously accepts your invitation, provided you refrain from coveting his posterior. I shall acquiesce to all your requests. Mr. Deadpool, you are absolutely right. Water Company formally invites you. When shall you grace us with your presence? I knew it. Am currently in the vicinity of Water Company and shall arrive shortly. You ought to send a supermodel whose name begins with E to greet me at the entrance. Remember, it must be an E. Be swift. Click. Upon finishing his demand, Deadpool abruptly hangs up, fully aware that such requests are typically met with refusal. Naturally, he disconnects the call immediately to preclude any opportunity for them to decline. Ashley's words are left unfinished as the call is severed, leaving her staring at her phone screen, utterly frustrated. How could she possibly find a supermodel whose name begins with E on such short notice? Is he looking down on her for being merely an A? Time is of the essence, and with Deadpool claiming he will soon arrive at the entrance, Ashley cannot afford to seek out a model. Annika, continue the investigation. I have other matters to attend to. Currently stationed in the Information Department of Water, Ashley hastily conveys her instructions to her subordinate before rushing off to welcome Deadpool. At the entrance of Water Company, Deadpool is gleefully envisioning just how spectacular a supermodel with an E could be. Numerous passers-by gaze at him in astonishment, pondering which superhero he might be. The entrance of Water Company has become a veritable tourist attraction, with many hoping to encounter their idols, seeking autographs and photographs, some even daring to dream of sharing a bed with their heroes. This moment, a man, brimming with excitement, approaches Deadpool for a photo op despite not knowing Deadpool's name. He reasons that it matters little should Deadpool rise to fame one day. Possessing an autograph and a photograph would be quite the treasure. Hey, superhero, I'm your fan. May I take a picture with you? Of course, if you could sign something as well. That would be splendid. Within the confines of his mask, Deadpool was lost in a fanciful daydream involving a model representing the letter E when suddenly he heard a sound and absent-mindedly nodded along with a hearty ha-ha. Noticing Deadpool's acknowledgement, a man immediately positioned himself beside the antihero and snapped 2 photographs with a resounding click. Could you please sign for me as well? He requested eagerly. The man retrieved a pen from his pocket and handed it to Deadpool, subsequently tugging at his clothing in an attempt to have Deadpool autograph it. This is fantastic. I am your biggest fan. Still in a daze, Deadpool prepared to sign the man's item, but upon hearing his words, he finally regained his senses and sensed something amiss. Wait a minute, Deadpool recalled. You're a fake fan. I haven't even debuted, yet what are you a fan of? Are you trying to play games with me? Shouting for Wang Junkai at a Yang Chinchi concert? Yelling for Lu Dehua at Yang Kun's concert? Scram. Go find somewhere cooler to hang out. Deadpool exclaimed, tossing the pen back at him and firmly grasping the man's shoulders to turn him around. Quickly depart. You, false fan, be wary of Deadpool's impending wrath. Although the faux fan did not comprehend Deadpool's words, He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and was utterly taken aback by the revelation that Deadpool had yet to make. His debut, he awkwardly hurried away. Move faster. Run. The more he thought about it, the angrier Deadpool became. He did not wish to lay eyes on the fake fan for even a moment longer and promptly turned his back. Wait a moment, considering his demeanor. If I were to issue him a death warrant, wouldn't that only serve to benefit him? Would he relish the experience before meeting his end? Chapter 3. I will only mention 3 points. Do you have an E? Are you a model? Upon encountering his greeter, Deadpool realized the stark contrast between this reality and his earlier fantasies. 2. It was unattainable. Ha ha ha. Though Deadpool was masked, Ashley could sense the scorn radiating from beneath the facade. After an awkward laugh, Ashley, feeling somewhat at a loss, replied, Mr. Deadpool, my name is Ashley Barrett. I am from the Public Relations Department, not a model. I will be responsible for all matters concerning you in the realm of public relations moving forward. Despite feeling belittled, Ashley recognized the importance of cultivating a good rapport with Deadpool, as they would be interacting frequently. Moreover, his videos indicated that he was a formidable presence, far removed from the clownish persona of Deep Sea. Very well, while you may not be a beautiful model, I shall forgive you for your shortcomings, considering your future service to me. Let us proceed. Deadpool casually draped an arm around Ashley's shoulder as they strolled into the water company, adding, so what do you think? Isn't Deadpool quite amiable and approachable? Thus, for such an agreeable superhero, you surely must assist me in locating a model representing the letter E. Perhaps my expectations for E are a bit lofty, and D may suffice as well. What do you think? Help me. Is there anyone who can exchange jobs with me? Faced with Deadpool's incessant chatter, Ashley felt utterly overwhelmed. While a bit of conversation could be tolerated, the incessant jabs at her vulnerabilities were unbearable. Must we really dwell on the matter of the alphabet? How am I, a woman languishing at the bottom of the alphabet, supposed to survive from the entrance to the security checkpoint, then to the elevator, and finally to the office of President Fu? Deadpool's incessant banter never ceased. In Madeleine's office, Ashley slumped onto the sofa, murmuring, I am finally nearing liberation. She felt utterly drained, relieved that they had arrived at their destination. The ensuing discussions would largely pertain to others. Ah, you must be the vice president, my dear, Deadpool exclaimed, embracing Madeleine with open arms. Truly, a person of your caliber, even amidst a whirlwind of responsibilities, managed to contact me within an hour of the video release. Your discernment is remarkable. Alas, it is my own fault. I am simply too dazzling. This wretched charm of mine. Your keen insight combined with my resplendent physique, Deadpool said, nearly pressing his face against Madeleine's in an exaggeratedly earnest manner. Trust me, we are a formidable duo. I shall be the mightiest hero, and you will ascend to the presidency. The term vice does not do you justice. We ought to discard it henceforth. Oh dear, not again. Can we not bypass these meaningless phases and grant me respite? As Madeleine had yet to provide Ashley with further instructions, Ashley could only sit on the sofa, her head cradled in her hands in anguish. Deadpool continued his tirade. Although Madeleine had mentally prepared herself after watching the video, she was still somewhat taken aback upon meeting him in person. I shall only address 3 points, and we shall converse until 3 in the morning. Noticing Deadpool's intent to elaborate on 3 points, Madeleine hastily interrupted him. Mr. Deadpool, quickly, let us sit and discuss our company's plans for your future development. With that, she swiftly took a seat beside Ashley. Deadpool leisurely settled into a chair across from them, crossing his legs and adopting a comfortable posture. He was well aware of their disdain for his rapid-fire speech, but he found amusement in their discomfort, which they were compelled to endure. I can't help but chuckle. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy when they can. Indeed, happiness often stems from the suffering of others. As one who has died twice, I shall embrace joy wholeheartedly. I shall be the sovereign of my own existence, pursuing my desires unabashedly. Furthermore, Madeleine is hardly a paragon of virtue. Regarding Deadpool's future, Madeleine had already conceived a plan. With the lamplighter announcing his retirement, a new audition for the Super 7 was underway. She intended to position Deadpool within this framework, planning to promote him to ensure his successful integration into the group. Upon joining the 7-member group, it is certain that the Homelander will find it intolerable to endure Deadpool's incessant banter. Should a confrontation arise between the two, and if Deadpool possesses the capability to stand against the Homelander, then he shall become my secret weapon, my ace in the hole. From the video evidence, it appears that Deadpool might indeed be capable of contending with the Homelander. However, I, Madeleine, harbor only a sliver of hope merely in experiment. If it fails, I bear no personal repercussions, though success would be most welcome. Madeline elaborated on an array of strategies to elevate Deadpool's fame. Quite commendable, Deadpool nodded in approval of her plans, preparing to articulate further thoughts. However, a habitual telekinetic scan caused his expression beneath the mask to morph into one of discomfort. Chapter 4. The Invisible Man, damn it. With an irate exclamation, Deadpool promptly turned to face the window. What's the matter? Madeline inquired, her perplexity evident. Ignoring her, Deadpool directed his ire towards the window, exclaiming, "You perverse fiend! How dare you aim your little brother at the back of Deadpool's head? Clearly, you have no fondness for your little brother," allowed Deadpool to grant you a most exhilarating experience. As Madeline and Ashley gazed on in bewilderment, Deadpool began to levitate, his eyes fixated on a specific spot where an invisible figure began to materialize. Upon catching sight of this figure, Madeline's understanding crystallized. "Damn it! What are you doing here, Invisible Man?" The Invisible Man, at a loss, stared at the hovering Deadpool, awkwardly swallowing hard. He was no longer in the mood to respond to Madeline's inquiry, and instinct told him he might be facing dire consequences. "How dare you play Invisible Man with me? Deadpool shall ensure you experience the utmost discomfort." As he spoke, a crimson light emanated from Deadpool's eyes, piercing through the mask and targeting the Invisible Man's most sensitive area. Zing! The laser struck true, hitting the Invisible Man's prized possession. Echoed thrice. "Have mercy, I beg you. I understand my mistake." Sensing the imminent threat of death, the Invisible Man hastily pleaded, shielding his vulnerable area with his hands. Though the Invisible Man was reputed to possess skin as tough as diamond, in that moment, his skin provided no solace. He felt it nearing its melting point. Once the epidermis melted away, the laser would obliterate his frail insides. The melting point of diamond ranges from 3550 to 4000 degrees Celsius, and the fact that Deadpool could melt his skin indicated the terrifying nature of this adversary. Pleading for mercy? Deadpool was unfazed by such trivialities. "How dare you engage an Invisible Man with me? I shall ensure that you face a life devoid of autonomy." Seeing that the Invisible Man still stood resolute, Deadpool escalated his assault, unleashing maximum power. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the Invisible Man was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering. Deadpool swiftly retracted his powers. Echoed twice as the gory spray splattered onto the two spectators, amplifying their screams. "Blast it! I thought you were tougher, but with just a bit of pressure, you vanished. I initially intended only to incapacitate you." Deadpool had anticipated merely incapacitating him, yet a slight increase in force rendered him entirely absent. He felt his control over his laser eyes was still insufficient, and he resolved to practice more diligently in the future. Meanwhile, several layers of walls away, a figure was lecherously using his X-ray vision to observe the vice president's office, witnessing the entire occurrence unfold. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his eyes fixated on Deadpool. He felt deceived. The higher-ups had assured him of his uniqueness, declaring him the strongest. Yet, what was this situation? What on earth was this ridiculous jester? He could sense that Deadpool's laser eyes might indeed surpass his own, that a fury unlike any he had ever experienced surged within him, an anger born from being manipulated and tricked. Everyone proclaimed themselves the strongest, and he believed himself to be invincible. He could perceive the fear in others' eyes when confronted with him, save for the insufferable President Edgar, whom he scarcely regarded as a threat. Perhaps Edgar possessed some skills, but he still considered himself omnipotent. Yet now, Deadpool had delivered a stinging blow to his ego. He pondered whether Deadpool possessed any other abilities. What if he had the means to kill him? As this thought crossed his mind, his anger dissipated, replaced by an unsettling fear. The fear of encountering someone capable of ending his life. All right. Calm down. Everyone stop shouting. Deadpool, irritated by the cacophony, dug into his ears. X2. The two glanced at Deadpool, drenched in blood, then at their own bloodied appearances. The volume escalated. Yet unfortunately, Deadpool lacked a remote control. Otherwise, he would have surely muted them. "Hey!" he bellowed, drawing closer to the two, finally interrupting their screams. "Listen, this damned fellow aimed his precious weapon at the back of my head naturally. I couldn't let that slide. I merely intended to sever his little brother, but who knew he'd be so fragile? This was all an accident, but since we find ourselves in this predicament, you two should handle the aftermath." Deadpool forcibly squeezed between them, wrapping an arm around each. "I think we can scrap your previous plan. Isn't he just a member of the Super 7? I can simply take his place." And isn't there someone who can shapeshift? We could have him morph into a press conference and announce his retirement. Duh-oh. And I believe you two ought to clean yourselves up. Chapter 5. Filming the promotional short The Deceased hold no value, and naturally, few would advocate for the transparency of the departed. After arranging a room for Deadpool to rest, Madeline ensured the office was tidied and instructed her team to gather all pertinent information on Deadpool by the following morning. With a heavy heart, she returned to her quarters. Despite her status as a formidable woman, the gruesome scene had weighed heavily upon her psyche. The next day, in the immaculate office of the vice president, Madeline's brow furrowed in contemplation. The information department of Walter Company was indeed more robust, yet not a trace of Deadpool's existence could be found. No record of such a person. The sole lead was a video from a camera positioned at the entrance of Walter Company, capturing the moment Deadpool leapt from the building. Logically, if one had traversed this world, there should be some record, even if their appearance was unknown. Sound and stature could provide comparisons. Yet, astonishingly, nothing was turning up. Madeline resolved to report to the president, as this anomaly could only suggest one explanation. It was highly probable that Deadpool had been raised within a laboratory, and perhaps the president possessed some insight. Edgar was already aware of the previous day's events, but had not rushed Madeline to report immediately. Instead, he permitted her a day of respite, expecting her to present her findings today. On the 82nd floor, in the president's office, Madeline elucidated the known details. Edgar's brow also knitted in concern. I understand. I will initiate an investigation into this matter. For now, ensure he joins the Super 7. Everything else remains unchanged. Upon receiving her orders, Madeline complied, though her reluctance to see Deadpool was palpable. The occurrences of yesterday had instilled in her a fear that eclipsed even her apprehensions regarding her own countrymen. Ashley, as a mere tool, had no grounds for complaint. Even though she had experienced a fear akin to Madeline's the previous day, time for rest was a luxury she could not afford. Knock, knock, knock. With trepidation, Ashley rapped on the door to Deadpool's quarters. Creak. Hey, Ashley, good morning. Deadpool greeted her, clad in a short shirt and shorts, with a hood obscuring his face, unwilling to reveal his visage. After all, his appearance was hardly more appealing than that of Deadpool 2. His eyes lacked eyelids and bags, his lips were non-existent, and his face bore numerous small indentations, complemented by a bald head. The self-healing factor could not entirely vanquish cancer, leaving behind these irreversible scars. Logically, lips should have been able to regenerate, for they had been manually altered by Stryker, yet inexplicably, after Deadpool had torn open his mouth, his lips had not reappeared. Mr. Deadpool, the company has made arrangements for you. Ashley entered the room and addressed him as he sipped his soda. Madeline has scheduled you to film a promotional short today, and tomorrow the company will hold a press conference to announce the retirement of the transparent man. With a prolonged belch, Deadpool teleported beside Ashley and, flamboyantly draping his arm over her shoulder, exclaimed, Wow, am I a star now that we're filming a promotional video? Will I get my own feature film afterward? Surely. They cast a bevy of beautiful actresses. How exhilarating that sounds. Ashley, still haunted by the terrifying events of the previous day, stiffly replied, Yes, that is correct. Becoming a superhero seemed utterly splendid. She imagined herself with a legion of fervent female fans. Yet, being exceedingly popular could pose its own troubles. Indeed, such was the plight of handsome men. Ha! After a moment of excitement, Deadpool patted Ashley's shoulder, dismissing yesterday's events as mere accidents. All I wanted was to sever his little buddy, who knew he was so fragile. However, Deadpool's words triggered a vivid recollection of the previous day's scene, causing Ashley's stomach to churn violently. Finally, after a brief struggle, she could no longer contain herself and retched. Good heavens, you actually vomited. What did you eat after returning home yesterday? The stench is unbearable. It seems something is missing from my bathroom. Wait, you didn't steal it, did you? Damn it. If you wanted it, you could have just asked. I would have given it to you. Why resort to theft for such things? At the Vought Company studio, a disheartened Ashley led Deadpool to film the short. The director attempted to explain the plot. Mr. Deadpool, the next part is simple, just as in the previous video. Wield your dual swords to deflect all the bullets, and then defeat the robbers. The narrative depicted robbers raiding a bank, with the valiant hero Deadpool rushing in to block all enemy fire and effortlessly dispatching the criminals. Understanding that expertise should be entrusted to professionals, Deadpool decided to heed the director's counsel and earnestly filmed the short. Chapter 5. Filming the promotional short The Deceased hold no value, and naturally, few would advocate for a transparent man. After arranging a resting room for Deadpool and cleaning the office, Madeline felt mentally exhausted as she retired for the night. Although she was a formidable woman, the The gruesome scenes had inflicted considerable psychological strain upon her. The following day, in the freshly tidied office of the vice president, Madeline furrowed her brows in concern. The information department at what company was formidable, yet despite their efforts, they uncovered no trace of Deadpool. No such person exists. The only lead was a video from a security camera at the company's entrance, capturing the moment Deadpool vanished after jumping from a height. Logically, if this individual had existed in the world, there should be some trace. Even if his appearance was unknown, sound and physique comparisons could suffice. Yet, now they were unable to locate a single match. Madeline resolved to report to the president. For there could be but one explanation for the situation at hand. Deadpool most likely grew up in a laboratory, and perhaps the president harbors some knowledge of the matter. Edgar was already aware of yesterday's events, yet he did not rush Madeline to report immediately. Instead, he allowed her a day of respite, instructing her to come in today. On the 82nd floor, in the president's office, Madeline elucidated the known circumstances. Edgar's brow furrowed deeply, and he stated, "I understand. I will initiate an investigation into this matter. For now, have him join the Super 7. All other affairs will proceed as usual." Upon receiving the directive, Madeline could only comply, despite her overwhelming reluctance to encounter Deadpool again. The events of yesterday had instilled a fear in her that surpassed even that of the Nationals. Ashley, as a mere tool, had no right to complain. Even though she had experienced the same terror as Madeline, she had no time to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Steeling herself, Ashley rapped on the door of Deadpool's quarters. Creak. "Hey, Ashley, good morning," Deadpool exclaimed as he swung open the door, clad in shorts and a mask. Reluctant to reveal his visage, as it was hardly more appealing than that of Deadpool 2. His eyes lacked eyelids and bags, his mouth was devoid of lips, and his face bore numerous small pits, topped with a bald head. The regenerative factor could not completely vanquish cancer, leaving behind these incurable remnants. Logically, lips should have been able to grow back, as they had been manually altered by the surgeon. Yet, inexplicably, after Deadpool had torn his mouth open, the lips had failed to regenerate. "Mr. Deadpool, the company has made arrangements for you." Ashley entered the room, addressing him as he sipped on his sugary beverage. "Madeline has requested that you film a promotional short today. A press conference will be held tomorrow, announcing the retirement of the transparent man." With a loud belch, Deadpool instantaneously teleported next to Ashley, throwing an arm around her shoulders in a flamboyant manner. "Wow, a promotional video? Does this mean I'm a star now? Will they eventually make a solo film for me? Will they cast a bevy of beautiful actresses? How thrilling." Ashley, still haunted by the previous day's events, stiffly replied, "Yes, that's correct." The notion of becoming a superhero was indeed exhilarating. She mused about the possibility of attracting a legion of fervent female fans. Being too popular can be a burden. Indeed, such are the woes of handsome men. He laughed heartily. However, after the excitement, Deadpool patted Ashley on the shoulder and remarked, "Yesterday was merely an accident. I only wanted to sever his little buddy. Who knew he would be so fragile?" At his words, Ashley was once again transported to the horrific scene of yesterday, and her stomach churned violently. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and retched. "Oh no, you actually threw up. What did you eat after you got home? The stench is unbearable. It appears that something is amiss in my restroom. Wait, could it be that you have pilfered it? Damn it, if you wanted it, you could have simply asked me. I would have gladly offered it to you. Why resort to thievery, even for such trivial items?" At the Vought Company studio, the troublesome Ashley has brought Deadpool along to film a short. The director attempts to explain the plot to Deadpool. "Mr. Deadpool, the next sequence is quite straightforward. Just as in the previous videos, wield your dual katanas to deflect all the bullets and then vanquish the robbers. The storyline involves robbers attempting to heist a bank, while the valiant hero, Deadpool, bursts into shield against all enemy fire, effortlessly defeating the assailants. Professional tasks ought to be entrusted to experts. So Deadpool resolves to heed the director's counsel and approaches the filming of the short with utmost seriousness. Chapter 6. There is no marvel here, director. I must candidly say, your filming is rather subpar. Upon completion, Deadpool eagerly reviews all the footage and, with foresight, instructs the actors to remain on set. With professional integrity questioned, the director retorts defiantly, inquiring whether Deadpool has any advice to offer, suggesting perhaps he desires his position. "I have no interest in your role. I am a superhero. How could I possibly consider a career change? As for the director, though your work is decent, it lacks originality, and the actors exhibit an amateurish demeanor, devoid of any true robber essence. We must reshoot. I shall provide direction to the actors. The introduction of the illustrious Deadpool cannot be so commonplace. All right, gentlemen. Observe closely. The robbers must portray it this way, Deadpool declares, brandishing a submachine gun as he strides to the center. Bang bang. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the heist. Men to the left, women to the right, hand over all valuables. Those without money, stand in the middle. Deadpool will generously treat you to some bullets. The gunfire erupts once more as the actors remain bewildered by the dialogue. Without hesitation, Deadpool fires into the wall behind the counter, declaring, listen, do not even think about calling the police. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you. The actor at the counter trembles in fear, having had no prior communication about this segment. Moreover, a critical issue arises. Deadpool is wielding a real firearm. To enhance authenticity, security was instructed to procure a genuine weapon. See, just like this, Deadpool states, handing the submachine gun to several of the robber actors. They receive the guns with trepidation, bewildered by the sudden transition from prop to real weaponry. After a brief discussion, Deadpool requests the most sophisticated camera available, one capable of slowing down footage by a staggering 100,000 times. The filming resumes, adhering to Deadpool's directives. As the hostages line up, Deadpool kicks the door open and strides in. Robbers, your doom is upon you. The superhero Deadpool has arrived. The advanced camera hovers, capturing every moment as the robbers curse and commence firing. With a flourish, Deadpool deftly wielded his twin swords, deflecting every bullet aimed at him. As per the agreed shooting time, a camera controlled by Deadpool floated into view, capturing the spectacle of his sword slicing through bullets. While it may have been a blatant imitation, there was no marvel here, and thus no one to claim copyright. In Bayou's memory, the first time he witnessed the scene of Deadpool slicing bullets, it wasn't overwhelmingly impressive, yet it undeniably captivated the audience. With a final successful strike, Deadpool cleaved the last bullet in half. In the astonished gaze of the robbers, he sheathed his blades and swiftly drew his gun, firing it with precision, sending the actors portraying the robbers tumbling to the ground. Emptying an entire magazine, he raised the two smoking pistols to his nostrils, inhaling the wafting smoke deeply. Admittedly, it was still an act of imitation, but in this realm, marvel was nowhere to be found. After some deft editing, the final product emerged as a visually stunning piece. Highly engaging, earning the director's reluctant admiration. What else could he do but concede? After all, the techniques employed were nothing short of superhuman. Once the final cut was confirmed, the video was uploaded directly to the Waters Company website, prominently displayed in a prime position. Meanwhile, the translucent man announced his retirement at a press conference, transforming into a transparent figure, simultaneously promoting his final film before stepping back. Truly, one must extract some profit before departing. The fascination with blades, and more blades persisted. The sudden retirement of the translucent man ignited a wave of excitement. Unlike the Lantern Man, whose retirement bore some forewarnings, the translucent man's exit was abrupt, leaving fans in despair. However, others discovered Deadpool's promotional video on the Waters Company website, learning of the swift emergence of a new superhero. Fans flocked to witness this phenomenon. I adore his sword. It must be incredibly expensive, effortlessly cleaving bullets in two. Does anyone know this new superhero? Why have we never seen him before? He just appeared out of nowhere. He is so cool. I love how he inhales the smoke. It's as if he is sharing his experience of consuming substances. Such comments flowed incessantly, and the video quickly amassed 10 million views. A short film shot in the morning, the translucent man retired by noon. The video went viral by afternoon, and by evening, the translucent man's popularity waned. Save for his dedicated fans, as curiosity shifted to the new superhero, Deadpool stood apart from others. The remaining members of the Super 7 had all established their superhero personas in other cities before joining, garnering considerable attention. Deadpool's sudden emergence piqued everyone's curiosity. Chapter 7. The perfect persona. Following the online buzz, it became common knowledge that Deadpool was the new member of the Super 7. The next day, a press conference was convened. The venue was teeming with people. Arriving in a luxurious car, Deadpool stepped out to the sound of cameras clicking incessantly. Navigating through the throng, he answered a barrage of questions, relishing the taste of celebrity, finally reaching the last leg of his journey. Listen, you must adhere strictly to the script provided. Refrain from any spontaneous remarks, and simply keep your mouth in check. I earnestly implore you. Just before taking the stage, Madeline felt compelled to caution Deadpool. Throughout their journey here, every jest uttered by him sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, they were merely light-hearted quips. Yet, as they approached the pivotal moment, her anxiety about potential mishaps intensified. Are you truly disinclined to hear my perspective regarding my character's portrayal? I have meticulously prepared and am utterly ready to shine. Every superhero possesses a distinct persona, and Deadpool felt an undeniable urge to craft a flawless identity for himself. He had toiled the previous night to establish this ideal persona, only to find himself barred from utilizing it now. No, absolutely not. Honestly, you may attempt it, but it cannot be done. You must adhere to the script. Any errant comments leading to a plummet in the company's stock could severely diminish the resources allocated to you in the future. From the events of yesterday, along with the interactions between Ashley and Deadpool, Madeline surmised that Deadpool was exceedingly eager to become a successful superhero, which she now intended to exploit. To be candid, she secretly hoped that Deadpool would provoke the wrath of Homelander, leading to a catastrophic showdown between the two reckless superhumans. Ideally resulting in their mutual destruction, this would alleviate her own fears considerably. In recent days, Homelander had inexplicably refrained from seeking her out for drinks or showing interest in Deadpool, instead focusing on his superheroic endeavors. This was undeniably peculiar. One by one, they appeared to be slipping from her grasp. Reluctantly, Deadpool acquiesced. After all, becoming a superhero was the aspiration of every incarnation of himself. The Avengers had rebuffed him, as had the X-Men. The path of heroism was fraught with obstacles for all versions of Deadpool. Deadpool too had previously been eager to assemble a team composed solely of Deadpools, perhaps with Wolverine or Spider-Man as the only exceptions. However, he dismissed the notion of such a ridiculous team, realizing that associating with that Deadpool would only lead to absurdity. He was genuinely sane, and the thought of being infected was alarming. The rejection of Deadpool by another Deadpool was indeed a poignant tale. Yet, he now had the opportunity to fulfill his aspirations, to become a superhero, potentially even star in a film, perhaps even orchestrate a Marvel production and forcibly integrate into the Avengers, especially since this realm lacked any Marvel presence. Upon seeing Deadpool agree, Madeline nodded and proceeded to the stage to warm up the audience. Today, no other members of the Super 7 were present to support Deadpool. Everyone was preoccupied. Madeline began presenting the accomplishments of the water company and ongoing projects. And after some light banter, she announced the arrival of today's star, the new member of the Super 7, Deadpool. Applause erupted. Brother, you must stick to the script. Otherwise, my fate is sealed. Ashley attempted one last effort to persuade Deadpool. Rest assured. The applause erupted, signaling that it was time for the protagonist to make an entrance, leaving no time for trivial banter with Ashley. Follow the script? Absolutely not. If I adhered to the script, what would become of the character I meticulously crafted for an entire night? Today, I must present this flawless persona, impervious to the onslaught of online vitriol. With thoughts of my impeccable character in mind, Deadpool quickened his pace towards the spotlight, striding confidently towards the podium amidst the cheers. Madeline brushed past him, exiting the stage and ceding the platform to Deadpool, all the while fervently hoping he would create a spectacle. When one finds themselves helpless in a situation, all that remains is to pray. Waving his hand to silence the applause, Deadpool grasped the microphone and declared, "Welcome, everyone, to my debut. I am the newest member of the Super 7, and my hero name is Deadpool." Madeline exhaled in relief. It seemed he was adhering to the script, and a simple introduction would soon conclude the affair. Unfortunately, events seldom unfold as one wishes. Deadpool, Ella carefree. An unexpected interruption occurred when a male audience member shouted his affections. "Chet, do not fall for me. I am a man you cannot have. Unless your little brother is larger than my entire being." "No, wait, that won't do either. You might stab me." Considering the potential for peril, Deadpool hastily altered his statement. A woman's affection is one thing, but for a man to proclaim his love after watching a video is rather distasteful. Gulp. The relief that Madeline and Ashley had just experienced was abruptly replaced by anxiety, as they quickly scanned the audience's reactions. An eerie silence enveloped the venue, until one individual broke into laughter, prompting a ripple of amusement throughout the crowd. Perhaps Deadpool's audacious candor and irreverent humor set him apart from the heroes they had encountered before, introducing a novel style that some found appealing. I believe it is imperative to share a few words regarding my background and character. The atmosphere settled once more. It was time to unveil the persona. This could be disastrous. Madeline desperately wished to intervene, yet feared inciting Deadpool's wrath. First and foremost, my biological sex is male, but I experience gender dysphoria and have always identified as female. Furthermore, I am a homosexual, which means I am attracted to women. At the same time, I am a fundamentalist, thus cannot undergo gender reassignment surgery, and I suffer from severe cross-dressing tendencies, preferring to wear male attire. Additionally, I am a staunch vegetarian. Yet I have a serious eating disorder that compels me to consume meat. I am an extreme animal rights activist, but I struggle with anorexia. As long as anyone around me, including myself, eats vegetarian, I cannot eat, so I must dine on meat daily alongside everyone else. Oh, and I also have issues with racial identity. I perceive myself as black, yet I suffer from severe albinism and liver dysfunction, resulting in less than ideal skin. I harbor tendencies towards self-harm. However, as a Protestant, I am bound by my beliefs to refrain from inflicting harm upon my own body, which has led to bouts of depression. Additionally, I grapple with autism, which manifests intermittently, often rendering me mute. Having completed my character exposition, Deadpool silently observed the audience's reaction. Why are you all gaping? I demand some response. Chapter 8. The Flawless Persona, a Disgrace. I find this fellow rather endearing. Is this what constitutes a perfect persona? I am at a loss as to how to approach him. Haha. This man is utterly amusing. I have never encountered such a superhero before, and I am quite fond of him. Is this truly a superhero? He is unmistakably a stand-up comedian. He ought to consider a career change. Deadpool furrowed his brow, clicking away on his computer as he perused the comments on his debut video from yesterday. The events of yesterday did not unfold as he had anticipated after his remarks. The audience erupted in laughter, perceiving his jest, with some even suggesting he should change careers. This is intolerable. After dedicating an entire evening to crafting my persona, it has been reduced to mere comedy. Ashley, is my persona really that humorous? Deadpool turned to Ashley, who had come to summon him to the Super 7 welcome event. No, not at all. It is an impeccably constructed persona. Ashley attempted to respond with utmost seriousness. She and Madeline had initially been quite concerned, only to realize that their worries were unfounded. The audience had not taken it seriously, viewing it merely as a jest. And many even grew fond of Deadpool because of it. Upon reviewing the data this morning, it was evident that his popularity had surged. Perhaps it is due to the absence of such a comedic hero in the past. In any case, the outcome appears favorable, allowing me to continue in this role. Yet, why is the corner of your mouth turned down? Do you fancy yourself a certain Miss Dawn? Deadpool took this matter quite earnestly. He had not anticipated it devolving into a farce. Indeed, striving to be the perfect superhero is no simple task. Ashley stiffly turned around, stifling a laugh, and said, "We should leave. The Super 7 are already awaiting your arrival, and tardiness is ill-advised." With that, she strode toward the door, her breathing increasingly labored. Hey, are you stifling a laugh? Don't think that just because I can't see you, I can't hear you. I can feel it. Stand still. Feeling insulted, Deadpool hurried after her. In the Super 7 conference room, the other 5 members had been present for some time, and Deadpool was late. With a resounding thud, 2 massive doors swung open, revealing Homelander standing behind his chair, gazing out the window, while the other 4 occupied their respective seats. There was an empty spot beside Homelander and one next to the train, previously occupied by the Invisible Man and the Lantern. Wow, everyone is here so early. Deadpool mused as he sauntered in. Deadpool, welcome. However, I hope you won't be late next time, Homelander greeted with a smile as he turned around. Please, have a seat. He then sat down himself. After scanning the room, Deadpool made a beeline for the seat beside Homelander. The locomotive, Black, Queen Maeve, and Deep Sea, with the exception of Black, gazed curiously at Deadpool. Apart from the patriotic individual in Black, none were privy to how Deadpool had made his entrance. Nor did they comprehend why the Invisible Man had abruptly announced his retirement. After casting a fleeting glance at Queen Maeve, Deadpool diverted his attention, beginning to rummage through his belongings. It must be noted that this production lacked any exceptionally attractive women, rendering it rather unremarkable. Well, now that everyone has been introduced to the newcomer, let us engage in conversation. Clatter. Deadpool crossed his legs atop the table and produced a comic book, engrossing himself in its pages, effectively interrupting the patriotic individual's speech. The expressions of the locomotive, Queen Maeve, and Deep Sea transformed into sheer terror, especially Deep Sea, who, seated beside Deadpool, shifted his chair closer to Black. The trio was taken aback, uncertain of Deadpool's intentions. Is living not sufficient? Why provoke the patriotic individual? Could it be that life has not treated him well? The patriotic individual, his expression stiff, directed a glance at Deadpool, though the comic obscured Deadpool's face. Observing that the patriotic figure seemed on the verge of erupting, Deep Sea hastily inched closer to Black, their chairs nearly merging. Oblivious to the tension, Deadpool continued to flip through the comic, muttering about crows flying planes, tornadoes demolishing parking lots, and cracking walnuts. What ridiculous names for moves. Hey, patriotic individual, take a look at this, Deadpool exclaimed, presenting the comic. Tornadoes demolishing parking lots. Does that seem plausible to you? A tornado that can only destroy a parking lot. The patriotic individual's countenance turned a shade of crimson, as if blood could flow from his face. Yet, Deadpool remained blissfully unaware, persistently offering the comic, urging him to take it. Does he seek to eliminate him? Is now the time? Am I capable of defeating him? The patriotic individual had gleaned some information from Madeline and harbored grave suspicions that Deadpool was a creation of Edgar, for he could perceive Deadpool's face, which unmistakably bore the marks of a laboratory experiment. Competing against someone with superior abilities like Cyclops, who possessed the capacity to slice bullets and display superhuman reflexes, along with instantaneous teleportation, seemed daunting. Cyclops had faltered, and in terms of speed, he likely could not match Deadpool, who undoubtedly possessed reflexes quick enough to evade. Indeed, as suspected, Deadpool's reflexes were extraordinarily rapid. His mutation had awakened superhuman reflexes, which explained his inclusion in the strike team and his ability to slice bullets before undergoing experimentation. Furthermore, Deadpool had undergone a profound transformation, integrating various mutant genes, and with the fusion of souls, his capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Even if Deadpool could not overpower the patriotic individual, the latter would find it equally challenging to eliminate Deadpool. Their confrontation would likely result in a stalemate. After a brief moment of rigidity, the patriotic individual ultimately accepted the comic book, believing the time was not yet ripe. He needed to ascertain the full extent of Deadpool's strength. I thought you were tougher, but with just a little more force, you would be no more. These are the words spoken by Deadpool when he eliminated the Invisible Man, a statement that encapsulates the most profound fears of the nation. In terms of physical resilience, he undoubtedly possesses a far superior defense compared to the Invisible Man, yet he remains uncertain whether that day truly reflected Deadpool's fullest potential. The Patriot took the comic book and, with a sardonic smile, suggested to Deadpool that perhaps they should convene a meeting regarding the naming of techniques, recommending he consult Ashley. Oh, is that so? Deadpool mused, rolling down his sleeves and glancing at his cartoonish watch to check the time. I think I need to take my medication, otherwise, when my insanity flares, I might just obliterate this city with a nuclear bomb. As you can see, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my nerves seem rather unhinged at the moment. Chapter 9. The Clandestine Azu. Something feels amiss. The Patriot has not acted against me. The meeting has adjourned. And Deadpool's fingers drummed against the table as he reflected on the events that transpired. Provocation, threats, ridicule. He had employed all three tactics. Yet the Patriot did not rise like a gorilla to confront him. I am neither a pervert nor a masochist. I merely wished to test whether I could take down this underpowered version of Superman. From a visual standpoint, the battle between the Patriot and Superman seemed to suggest a singular outcome. The odds were likely a precarious 3-7. Superman exerting 3 parts of his strength while the Patriot faced demise 7 times over. Azu awakened. Outside, it's either Jackie Chan or Clark. With a chuckle, Deadpool couldn't help but let out a snort reminiscent of a pig. He recalled a memory of a picture he'd seen before. Divided into 2 layers, the upper half depicted Superman single-handedly taking on the Justice League, while the lower half showed Azu pinned to the ground by 3 individuals. The upper half represented Azu's fantasies, while the lower half illustrated his harsh reality. The sight of Azu's suffering brought a smile to Deadpool's face. Indeed, happiness often finds its roots in the miseries of others. After a bout of whimsical thoughts, Deadpool remained perplexed as to why Azu had refrained from lashing out. He resolved to investigate what Azu was up to that evening. The familiar tune of the Calabash Brothers echoed as Deadpool answered the phone. Ashley's voice rang out. Deadpool, you have your debut mission today. You must execute justice. Wow. Ashley, I adore your phrasing. Executing justice. Indeed, Deadpool is the embodiment of righteousness. By daylight, Deadpool had boldly executed an act of justice, all captured on camera. A simple kidnapping case, with the resources of what corporation at his disposal. It was straightforward. Eliminate the abductors. Now, as darkness enveloped the sky, Deadpool planned to tail Azu, curious about the peculiar shift in his demeanor. After inquiring with Ashley, he learned that the Patriot had no pressing engagements today, merely stepping out briefly to film a movie before returning home and remaining indoors. This made things considerably easier. The opulent dormitory of the Super 7 was located in a singular place. All he needed to do was browse YouTube, then use telekinesis to sense the terrain around him. As soon as Azu stepped outside, he would follow him without hesitation. Certainly, one cannot utilize telekinesis to directly sense his presence, as this would easily alert such a superhuman. However, perceiving the ground bears significantly less risk. Scrolling through YouTube, one can glean information about other superhumans and gain insights into the state of the world. Time swiftly elapses while watching videos. Before one realizes it, over 3 hours have passed, and it is now past 10 in the evening. In the land of freedom, gunfights occur daily. The streets of this nation are far less secure than those of the Middle Kingdom. Most individuals have returned home for rest, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Clatter. Creak. Through perception, Azu emerged from the room but did not leave. Instead, he lingered at the door of Deadpool's room. What could he be up to? At this late hour, does he harbor ill intentions towards me? Deadpool, seated on the sofa with his back to the door, continued to watch videos, occasionally bursting into laughter at something amusing. 1 minute passed, then 2. Azu remained for a full 5 minutes, finally departing. Deadpool could not ascertain whether he was still being observed, so he maintained his facade until he sensed Azu entering the elevator. Having spied on me for so long, that wretched voyeur, Deadpool cursed as he exited his room, making his way toward the elevator. The 82nd floor? What could he possibly want there? Isn't that where executives and shareholders reside, and there is no one there at this hour? Oh, Deadpool gasped, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Could it be that Azu intends to become a thief? Surely, he is off to pilfer something. Taking the elevator would be ill-advised, as it would produce noise that Azu would undoubtedly hear. Thus, Deadpool instantaneously teleported to the stairwell. After teleporting twice, Deadpool found himself at the entrance of the stairwell on the 82nd floor. Of course, opening the door was out of the question, as it would create sound. Holding his breath, he suppressed his heartbeat with telekinesis until it slowed significantly, reaching a mere 10 beats per minute, barely detectable. With this, he teleported into the elevator shaft of the 82nd floor. As previously mentioned, the fusion of souls has enhanced all mutant abilities, and now, Deadpool's teleportation did not suffer from past issues. He would not be caught by someone grabbing his spine during the process. His teleportation was utterly silent, vanishing without a trace, with no flicker whatsoever. In the pitch blackness of the 82nd floor, Deadpool sensed the ground, discerning Azu's location. After several teleports, he stealthily positioned himself close to Azu, squatting and peeking out with half his head visible to observe Azu's actions. In a transparent office, he could see Azu rummaging through drawers, extracting a pile of documents from one cabinet and searching through another. Indeed, there was something amiss. Azu was indeed there to steal. It was time to contact Jackie Chan. The rendezvous point was set at the furniture store. Let it be known that even superhumans would kneel within its confines. Bang! It appears that the desired object eludes Azu, who, in a fit of frustration, tosses the documents he holds onto the floor. Sensing an unseen gaze upon him, Azu activates his X-ray vision and begins to scan his surroundings. On the 82nd floor, he meticulously surveys both upstairs and downstairs, yet finds nothing, dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination before resuming his search for the elusive item. On the rooftop where he first attempted to leap, Deadpool has just teleported here to evade detection. He must not be discovered by Azu. What precisely is Azu seeking? Deadpool flails his legs, utterly perplexed by the situation. However, he is certain that this incident is linked to Azu's sudden temperament change, compelling him to persist in tracking him to uncover the truth. After a minute, he teleports back to his previous position, only to find the circumstances have altered. Azu now peruses a document, evidently the object of his desire. Page by page, he scrutinizes every word. Suddenly, he erupts into a raucous laughter, bellowing as if in exultation. At last, I have found it. I understand now. I am indeed the strongest and the smartest. His laughter is both flamboyant and unrestrained. Chapter 10. Unparalleled martial arts. After Azu departs, Deadpool teleports into the room and retrieves the document, which is filled with information regarding himself. His abilities are meticulously noted, alongside investigative details concerning his origins. So, they are indeed searching for me. Why would he seek information about me? Placing the document back in its original position, Deadpool contemplates Azu's motivations. My information? This is Edgar's office. My information appears here, suggesting the president is investigating me, and Azu is also curious about my origins. Origins? Searching for my origins in Edgar's office? X-ray vision, a peeping Tom, and that maniacal laughter. Wow. Deadpool realizes that Azu is indeed a voyeur, frequently spying on Madeline's office. When he eliminated the invisible man, Azu must have been lurking outside, peering in. Laser vision. In this world, he is the sole possessor of such power. He believes himself to be unique, the strongest. The reason he seeks my information is likely because he assumes I am also a creation of the Walter Company. His restraint today undoubtedly stems from the belief that he is being suppressed by the very company he suspects. All the information interconnects, and Deadpool comprehends Azu's state of mind. Today, Azu, the little darling, is frightened, which explains his peculiar behavior. With clarity achieved, Deadpool decides to indulge in a smoke before retiring for the night. Azu's affairs are of little concern. Even if he cannot overpower Azu, he is certain he will not be vanquished by him. Ultimately, it will devolve into mere mutual threats and verbal sparring. However, certain aspects shall remain dissimilar. Azu can only engage in idle chatter, while Deadpool genuinely possesses the means to eliminate him. The howling wind swept through as Deadpool, perched upon the ledge, lit a cigarette, intending to indulge in its entirety before retreating to slumber. Swinging his legs and exhaling plumes of smoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the top of the Vought Tower. Good heavens! This is dire. The camera! I must discern what lies atop the Vought Tower. In haste, Deadpool retrieved a camera. A moment of grandeur. The motherland's moon crescent source. How could I not capture this? Focus, zoom, high definition. Click. Splendid. An unexpected boon. Yet regrettably, I cannot photograph the frontal view. It is rather disappointing that I cannot capture the front. The Vought Tower's faade lacks tall structures, thus a side profile shall have to suffice. Perhaps I should venture behind for another shot? This thought surged and became irresistible. Deadpool resolved to capture a rear view and instantly teleported to the location. Damn it, Deadpool. Damn you, Edgar. Should you dare provoke me again, I shall annihilate you all. Huh. The Motherland's man cursed with a menacing visage, his right hand moving swiftly up and down. Hearing the vitriol directed at him, Deadpool felt a twinge of offense. How dare you? Uttering my name while engaging in such behavior? Are you even human? Can you still be considered a person? How can one endure this? Today, if I do not leave you utterly impotent, I shall not be called Deadpool. Outside the city, on the nearest hillside, Deadpool swiftly surveyed the area and approached a large rock, weighing it in his hands. Perfect, this will do. Its weight and size are just right. He picked up a stone weighing approximately 200 pounds, and then teleported to the tallest building nearest to the Vought Tower. This is the spot. Today, you shall become impotent. Deadpool glared fiercely at Azu, who remained poised for launch. In a mere 10 seconds, Azu was still in the preparatory phase. Aim, with all your might. Whoosh. You wretched fools, I am the mightiest. The sound of cannon fire erupted behind him, yet Azu was too engrossed, muttering to himself about his intentions when, bang, as the stone struck its target, Azu plummeted alongside it. A home run. Without delay, it was time to return to slumber. Deadpool quickly teleported back to his quarters, shedding his clothes in a second and curling up in bed, closing his eyes to sleep. On the rooftop of the Vought Tower, Azu floated up, gasping for breath. Who is it? Who has done this? Breathing heavily, Azu's eyes scanned the surrounding skyscrapers, while the exposed little Azu had been utterly incapacitated. Who was responsible? The Motherland's man roared in a frenzy. Should he discover the identity of the assailant, he would surely rend them asunder. Regrettably, he could not locate the perpetrator, and after a fit of impotent rage lasting over 10 minutes, he finally regained his composure, feeling a refreshing coolness below as he hastily donned his trousers. Once calm, he began to ponder the situation. Among the individuals he was acquainted with, only one or two seemed audacious enough to commit such an act. With a stern expression, he fastened his belt and made his way towards the building. At the entrance of Deadpool's dormitory, he activated his X-ray vision with a face full of fury. Fortunately, Deadpool, with his foresight, was sound asleep, snoring like a boar. His heartbeat and breathing, along with various other signs, indicated that he was indeed in deep slumber. However, with only 2 suspects, it was unacceptable for him not to conduct a thorough investigation. His eyes glowed red as he directed a laser beam at the doorknob, which gradually melted away. It must be noted that his mastery over his laser vision was truly remarkable, executed with effortless precision. Deadpool, on the other hand, lacked such control and would do well to learn from him. In a moment, the doorknob detached and the door creaked open. The sound of Deadpool's thunderous snoring filled the room, unmistakably indicating his deep sleep. Standing beside the bed, he resolved to awaken Deadpool for an inquiry, as he possessed the ability to discern lies. Knock, knock, knock. Deadpool, wake up. He rapped on the nightstand. The only response was a guttural snore. What if it wasn't him? Observing Deadpool's seemingly lifeless state, doubt crept into his mind. However, if he was truly in such a deep sleep, eliminating him might be the more prudent option. Resolutely, a red light flared in his eyes. In his dreams, Deadpool felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a sharp pain at his temples, triggering a premonition. He instantly opened his eyes. What are you doing standing by my bed? Are you interested in Deadpool? I would rather die than submit. Prepare yourself. I shall strike. Crows take flight. A tornado shall devastate the parking lot. A thunderous kick from the heavens. The ancient technique of Deadpool's martial arts. 1,000 years kill. Techniques 1 through 17. 18th technique. The unification of the 17th. Man, gold, spiral, 1,000 years kill. Chapter 11. Report to the coach. I no longer wish to invest. The following day, in the vice president's office, What transpired last night in Deadpool's room? I heard your voice, Maeve. I do not wish to discuss this matter right now, he replied, a dark expression clouding his face as he dismissed Madeline. Upon witnessing Azu's distressing demeanor, Madeline surmised that a significant event had undoubtedly transpired the previous night. Resolute in her determination to uncover the truth, she decided to deploy her most effective strategy. With a leisurely gait, Madeline approached the sofa and sat down, one hand resting on the edge while the other deftly unfastened the button at her chest. Why don't we have a little chat? She suggested, confident that this tactic would prove successful once more. Do not mention sitting down, understand? Absolutely do not mention it. With a resounding bang, Azu flung the door open and stormed out. Alone on the sofa, Madeline found herself bewildered by Azu's sudden outburst, unable to comprehend the source of his ire. If she could not glean any information from Azu, she would have to turn to Deadpool. Having scrutinized all the surveillance footage without yielding any results, she deemed the situation rather bleak. It was evident that Deadpool must also be a product of some laboratory experiment. Perhaps he, too, had suffered from a lack of affection during his formative years. It was worth a try. Ah, my dear robbers, Deadpool has arrived. Amidst the towering buildings, Deadpool leaped from one structure to another like a nimble spider, pursuing an armored truck that was speeding away, closely followed by a helicopter. With a swift motion, he landed in front of the truck, brandishing his katana and skillfully severing two of its tires. The screeching sound of metal against pavement filled the air as the robbers frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, only to lose control and crash into a nearby wall. Deadpool yanked open the car door and dragged the robber out. Mr. Robber, you are under arrest. In the name of justice, I hope your life in prison will not be too unbearable. But if you catch the eye of a certain bigwig, you may find yourself in quite the predicament. Dazed and confused, the robber failed to comprehend Deadpool's words. Of course, if you're a homosexual, things might be quite different, he added before being interrupted. Hey, open fire. One of the robbers, having kicked open the rear door, interrupted Deadpool's monologue. Bang, bang, bang. The robber discharged his firearm, hitting two of his armed accomplices in the hands. Deadpool nonchalantly blew the smoke from the barrel of his gun. I detest being interrupted. I was just discussing your brother's future life in prison. Ignoring the robber's anguished cries, he left the scene to the arriving police officers and turned his attention to the eager fans clamoring for photographs. One at a time, everyone. No need to rush. Today, everyone will get a picture. Haha. The life of a celebrity is so delightfully unpretentious. I hope Deadpool 2, who is perhaps sulking on some couch, does not envy me. I bear all the burdens of this ordeal for you. A heartfelt tribute was being paid by a train conductor not far from Deadpool, with a nearby supermarket displaying a news broadcast on its screen. The image revealed the conductor solemnly addressing the camera. I extend my deepest condolences to the family of Robin Ward. At the time, I was in pursuit of bank robbers, and she just happened to step into the street. Well, it seems the narrative is unfolding. This incident occurred the day before yesterday, resulting from the locomotive's indulgence in narcotics. With a smile, it continued to take photographs with fans, and after sharing the moment equally, it vanished from the scene in an instant. A simple yet lavish luncheon ensued, as Deadpool stood before the window of the Super 7 office, observing the bustling crowd below. The dormitory had become uninhabitable and was currently undergoing renovations. After delivering a lesson to Azu the previous day, Deadpool instantaneously relocated to a hotel for the night. Although it was termed a lesson, in reality, Deadpool had been ambushing Azu repeatedly, while Azu remained in a defensive posture. The adamantium spiral technique was formidable, causing Azu to kneel and lament in agony. After exchanging a few more taunts, Azu, having regained composure, prepared to unleash his laser vision to obliterate Deadpool. However, considering the inappropriateness of the setting, Deadpool promptly departed. Certain conclusions could already be drawn. Adamantium could not vanquish the patriotic individual. Despite the blade's sharpness, Deadpool's strength proved insufficient, as he could only breach the surface, failing to penetrate deeper. The only untested option remained the laser vision. Should it also prove ineffective against the patriotic individual, Deadpool would need to devise a means to acquire a more potent weapon. Unable to eliminate the patriotic individual while enduring such humiliation, one could only speculate what wrath he might unleash. Thus, it was prudent to remain elusive for the next couple of days, waiting for an opportune moment to experiment with the laser vision, preferably in a controlled environment, lest the city's inhabitants suffer the consequences. With a plan forming in his mind, Deadpool resolved to engage in other pursuits. The atmosphere below was lively, and he felt compelled to join the revelry. Today marked Starlight's debut with the Super 7, and the venue was teeming with a throng of enthusiastic spectators. At the familiar press conference location, Ashley praised Starlight for her commendable performance. Suddenly, a hand rested upon her shoulder, sending a wave of disquiet through her. Observing the astonished expressions of those around her, Ashley stiffly turned her head. "Hello," Deadpool greeted, his palm raised in salutation. "Ashley, I see a lovely lady has joined the Seven. Do you not intend to introduce me?" Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Don't forget, you still owe me a supermodel. Are you planning to neglect that debt?" "And no, not at all," Ashley hurriedly replied. "Let me introduce you. This is Starlight." She quickly pulled Starlight over, saying, "This is your senior, Deadpool of the Super 7. "Hello," Deadpool cheerfully greeted, believing himself to be amiable. Yet his unseen eyes scanned Starlight meticulously. Standing at 168 centimeters, with measurements of 83 and 85, her appearance was rather ordinary. In summary, a disappointing evaluation. "This was not a suitable platform. I shall not invest. Initially, I wished to see her in person. What if she differed from her televised persona? Perhaps the reality would be more impressive, but now it appeared that without the star's allure, she was merely average." Chapter 12. Is there a difference in the deep sea? Though reluctant to invest, I could not bear to witness her being mistreated by deep sea. I firmly believed that after rescuing her, she would be more than willing to alleviate my recent fatigue. Deep sea? It was akin to a panda ordering takeout. The bamboo had arrived at home. Thus, I briefly acquainted myself with Starlight before wandering around the venue. After the meeting, darkness enveloped the sky. Deep Sea escorted Starlight to the office of the Seven, his wicked intentions already brewing a criminal plot. A once noble superhero, now forsaking justice, elicited disdain from Deadpool, who was resolute in his mission to restore order. Oblivious to his impending grim fate, Deep Sea introduced Starlight to various matters. Upon mentioning a poster of Deep Sea from her childhood, Starlight turned to witness an astonishing scene, her anger compelling her to leave. "Why are you two speaking so softly? Did your vocal cords stay at home?" Deadpool pressed his ear against the door, straining to eavesdrop. But the door's soundproofing was remarkably effective, rendering even his acute hearing nearly useless. Telekinesis could sense, yet not transmit sound. Zzz. The crackle of electricity sounded. It was time for me to step in and deliver justice. With a facade of righteousness, Deadpool approached the fingerprint unlock button. Beep. The soothing green light illuminated, and the door creaked open. "Damn it, who opened the door?" Deep Sea's voice dwindled as he caught sight of the newcomer. "Why not continue your conversation?" The heroic figure of Deadpool emerged, startling Deep Sea into halting his indecent actions. Upon seeing someone arrive, Starlight, with misty eyes filled with distress, hurriedly approached Deadpool, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. No need to mention it." "Hey, Deadpool, you misunderstood. I meant to ask if you wanted to join us." Deep Sea internally praised his own cleverness, marveling at how he could salvage the situation. He had heard about the previous day's events and knew that Deadpool had likely clashed with the countryman. To provoke the countryman and survive was not something he wished to test himself against. Hearing Deep Sea's words, Starlight anxiously glanced at Deadpool. "Thank you. Do you think I am like you?" Perceiving her gaze, Deadpool replied earnestly, "I am a righteous superhero. How could I condescend to your level? Begone. Go play games with your octopus." Sighing with relief, Starlight felt reassured she had not misjudged him. "All right then." Seeing that Deadpool was unyielding and urged him to leave, Deep Sea also exhaled, having narrowly escaped a beating. "I'll leave now." Stuttering, Deep Sea hastily retreated. "Is everything all right? That guy is merely a comedic character in the Seven. His only ability is to communicate with fish, so you need not worry about any retaliation." Thank you. Upon hearing Deadpool's comforting words, Starlight's eyes seemed to burst open like a floodgate, and she leaned against Deadpool's chest, releasing her pent-up emotions. "Oh no, it's all right. Deadpool instinctively wrapped his arms around Starlight, gently patting her back. With a barely noticeable glance at the little dumpling, he could clearly ascertain from this angle that Starlight was indeed quite petite. After a few minutes, Starlight's emotional outpouring finally subsided, and sensing the awkwardness of her position, she hastily wiped her tears and stood upright again. "I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what might have befallen me. Had he succeeded, I would have regretted it for a lifetime." She had almost resigned herself to defeat, but fortunately, nothing untoward occurred in the end. "Thank you ever so much. I will surely repay you." "Will you genuinely repay me?" "Yes." "Then could you perhaps repay me right now?" "Right now?" "Indeed, at this very moment. I've been under immense stress lately, and my spirits are severely depleted. I seek a place to unleash some energy. Could you lend me a bite?" "Starlight? Deep Sea? What distinguishes you from me? What are you thinking? Can you see what lies ahead? Go and find out for yourself." Ugh. Wipe that off. My face is a mess." Deadpool handed Starlight a tissue. "Get lost. I no longer wish to see you." Relax, why the agitation? Isn't this merely my way of repaying you for saving you? You saved me? Are you referring to the moment you chased away another who insulted me, only to take his place in insulting me? The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Starlight exclaimed, her voice rising. Is this your idea of saving me? Get away from me. How dull. It's just a trivial game of life. After all, you, too, don't seem to feel particularly virtuous. Deadpool thought, but refrained from uttering, vanishing in an instant instead. He felt no remorse regarding the matter. It was merely a game of life. After all, Starlight herself was not a paragon of virtue. What kind of good person betrays their own beliefs? Perhaps she might become one in the future, but certainly not at present. To remain in the Seven, did she not also reason with Deep Sea? From a young age, her parents instilled in her the importance of faith and being a devout believer. Yet had she not betrayed that very faith? Did not God instruct her to reserve herself for her husband? Had she not given herself away casually on several occasions? So, why do I bear this emotional burden? At least my little brother is perfectly normal. Chapter 13. I'll scare you to death. It is a curious coincidence that this world also possesses Marvel comic books, prompting Deadpool to decide to brush up on his comic knowledge. Gourd baby, 7 on 1 Vine. Hello, I am the superhero Deadpool. Sir, have you forgotten something? Ashley's voice emanated from the phone. What have I forgotten? During today's welcoming ceremony, had I not mentioned it to you yesterday? Ashley, with a throbbing headache, gazed at the surveillance footage, noting that today's protagonist had arrived late as well, which was proving to be quite vexing. If this continued, she feared not only for her job security but also for her hair, as she had begun to notice strands falling out. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I'm on my way, Deadpool declared, abruptly teleporting to the entrance of the conference room. Since we have already welcomed Starlight, let us discuss other matters. Inside the conference room, Asa was earnestly delivering his speech. Although a seat remained empty to his right, he assumed it was occupied by someone too intimidated to attend. Asa had resolved that should Deadpool dare to appear before him again, he would most certainly tear him apart. The others seemed aware of the discord between the two. Thus Deadpool's absence elicited no surprise. Hello, Chet. Deadpool's sudden arrival startled Deep Sea, causing him to jolt and shift his seat closer to Shinsei. Upon seeing Deadpool waving at him, Asa's previously nonchalant demeanor vanished instantly, his clenched teeth betraying his fury. Most notably, his X-ray vision revealed Deadpool's incessant grin. Those with discernment began to rise, preparing to depart. Maeve noticed that the train's conductor had already stood up, ready to leave, prompting her to cautiously retreat in her rocking chair. With both sides poised to evacuate, Starlight remained foolishly fixated on Deadpool. Deep Sea, in an exaggerated manner, leaned against the rocking chair, resting his head on Shinsei's shoulder. Shinsei nudged Deep Sea with a finger, seemingly inquiring about his actions. Brother, I think we should make our exit. What do you think? Deep Sea whispered. Upon seeing Shinsei nod in agreement, he quickly added, as soon as they move, we should bolt. If I lag behind, you must pull me along. I will be eternally grateful, and I shall introduce you to my dear friend. Trust me, you will adore it. It is the most exquisite lobster I have ever encountered. Unbeknownst to Deep Sea, a fierce glare had already locked onto him. What do you think, brother? Give me some feedback, he implored, raising his voice slightly in hopes of a reaction. Unable to endure Deep Sea's foolishness any longer, Shinsei firmly turned his head back to face Asa. Startled, Deep Sea retreated 2 more steps, inadvertently causing Shinsei's chair to slide back as well. He now clearly perceived Asa's deathly glare fixed upon him, realizing that all his previous remarks had been overheard. With a cold demeanor, Asa uttered, "Get out, or I shall tear your gills apart." In the depths of the ocean, his legs trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, and his hands clutched desperately at the dark arms, as if seeking solace in their grip. The figure known as the Patriotic Man ceased to regard him, rising to confront Deadpool with a piercing gaze, questioning his audacity to appear before him, as if challenging whether he believed he could escape his wrath. Prior to his teleportation, Deadpool had anticipated such a scenario. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, viewing it as an opportunity to gauge the true essence of the Patriotic Man. Should he lose control and find himself unable to eliminate his opponent, Deadpool had devised a contingency plan, confident in a 50% likelihood of success. 2 outcomes loomed: control or chaos, each equally probable. With a calculated demeanor, Deadpool retracted his absurd bravado, his aura transforming dramatically. "Why should I fear your presence? Do you truly believe you can vanquish me?" he retorted, interjecting rapidly. "I believe you cannot kill me." The intensity of his words ignited a surge of adrenaline within the Patriotic Man, who had initially prepared to scoff at Deadpool but found himself humiliated instead. particularly with so many witnesses present. An overwhelming fury commenced its domination of his thoughts. Nearby, 5 individuals began to retreat, sensing the precariousness of the situation, aware that they might soon become collateral damage. Suddenly, with blinding speed, the patriotic man snapped Deadpool's neck. Was he dead? Bewildered, the patriotic man gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his anger dissipating to a mere whisper. A startled scream erupted from Starlight. Only yesterday had she served him, and now he lay lifeless, an unsettling shock coursing through her. Cease your cries. Do you wish to join him? Maeve admonished, covering Starlight's mouth. With an unsettling chuckle, the patriotic man turned to the others, proclaiming, Behold, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. I am the mightiest of the deep sea. Are you dissatisfied with my rhetoric? Starlight and the others, save for the dark figure, appeared visibly astonished as the patriotic man's gaze fell upon them. Yet, consumed by the thrill of vengeance, he gave little thought to their expressions. Behind you, bellowed the locomotive-like figure. Realizing something was amiss, the patriotic man slowly turned. Deadpool's head, now grotesquely twisted, floated back around to face him, and as he turned, he exclaimed, I will frighten you to death. The sight of the disfigured Deadpool still alive sent the patriotic man stumbling backward into the conference table, clearly shaken. You seem rather startled, remarked the patriotic man, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he pointed at Deadpool, preparing to utter a retort. With a swift motion, Deadpool shook his head, realigning it to face forward, and, upon landing, looked at the patriotic man, inquiring, Well, did that scare you? Chapter 14. The Clash. Ha ha. Deadpool laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground and slapping the earth with wild abandon. A hand was raised, poised to utter something, but laughter surged forth, relentlessly striking the ground. The audience gazed at Deadpool in silence, devoid of amusement. Once more, he had been the subject of mockery, and as Azazel regained his composure, he lost all restraint. His eyes glowing red as they bore down on Deadpool sprawled on the floor. Zzz. A laser beam swept across the ground, causing the floor to melt instantly. Realizing the target had evaded him, Azazel hastily retracted his powers to scan the surroundings. The voice of Deadpool's nightmarish technique echoed, stirring haunting memories within Azazel. In an instant, he spun around, reaching out, yet grasped nothing but air. Come here, Daddy has some treats for you. With a pop, Deadpool teleported outside the window, bending forward in midair to taunt, even giving his backside a couple of playful slaps. I'll kill you, Azazel bellowed in fury, unleashing another laser that shattered the glass of this floor, shooting toward Deadpool. Where is he? Once again, he had struck empty air, and Azazel, gritting his teeth, searched frantically. Deadpool's abilities were insidiously crafty, dictating the when and where of the confrontation, leaving Azazel utterly powerless. His X-ray vision scanned the entire floor, yet not a trace of Deadpool was found. Consumed by rage, Azazel no longer cared about the consequences, even if it meant destroying the city. He was determined to drag Deadpool out and eliminate him. Creak. The front door swung open, and Madeline rushed in, panicked, but alas, she was a moment too late. Azazel had already flown out. What is going on? Why didn't you stop them? Madeline vociferously demanded of the others. Ashley, having noticed something amiss through the surveillance, promptly alerted Madeline, knowing she dared not join the fray. Maeve countered, How do you propose we stop them? Do you think we can hold off those two? Damn it. A quick glance at her companions revealed their limitations, and Madeline hurried to the shattered window, where Azazel still hovered. Outside the doors of Walter Corp, Deadpool looked up at Azazel, whose eyes were scanning the entire building in search of him. Noticing his prolonged search without success, Deadpool shouted, Hey, I'm down here. You might as well give up those eyes of yours. What good is your so-called supervision? I'll kill you. Upon hearing Deadpool's taunt, Azazel dove down with the speed of a locomotive. Azazel. Madeline had just reached the window's edge to shout when he was already gone. This is going to be trouble, damn it. In this predicament, Madeline felt utterly helpless. With a curse, she hurried away to report to Edgar. At the entrance of Walter Corp, as Deadpool made his appearance, some fans spotted him, causing a swift dispersal that cleared a large space around him. As Deadpool boldly provoked the crowd, security personnel rushed in to expand the perimeter. His loud challenges attracted many onlookers, eager to catch a glimpse of the hero in the midst of the action. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted as the Patriot surged forth from the ground, creating a vast crater. Small stones scattered in all directions, and the sudden incident rendered the crowd momentarily silent, with security personnel hastily retreating in terror. In this dire situation, they scarcely possessed the courage to remain on the front lines. The colossal disturbance, akin to an explosion, startled all those nearby. prompting many within the surrounding buildings to rush to their windows to ascertain the cause. On the 82nd floor of the water building, Edgar held a glass of champagne, observing the unfolding scene below. Initially, a shareholders' meeting was underway, with everyone celebrating, yet now they were all drawn to the windows. These two monstrous figures had truly escalated matters. Maeve and others also gazed down, their vision keen enough to discern the situation clearly. If these two were indeed to unleash a massacre today, it would undoubtedly affect the nearby populace, transforming this incident into major news. The stock prices of water plummeted, reflecting the uncontrollable nature of the heroes. The repercussions of this chaos were severe. Madeline in the elevator contemplated every possible outcome, feeling as though doom were imminent, both for herself and for water. The idea of joining the defense forces seemed utterly absurd now. Even the police might have to withdraw. The Patriot, in a swift assault, struck the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide, with himself becoming partially embedded in the earth. Damn it! Damn it! Once again missing his target, Azrael's fury reached its zenith, and with a roar, he propelled himself upwards, smashing through nearby obstacles. The Patriot, what was happening to him? What transpired between him and Deadpool? The crowd, initially scattered, began to gather again in small groups, discussing the unfolding events without any concern that the Patriot might harm them. Hovering several meters above the ground, the Patriot scanned the assembled throng, veins bulging with rage. Should he discover Deadpool concealed among them, he would unleash his full wrath, for the surrounding individuals were but mere insects in his eyes. Big baby, taste this. A familiar voice rang out, prompting the Patriot to look upwards. There. He saw Deadpool's eyes glowing ominously, about to unleash their power. From dozens of meters above, Deadpool fired his laser vision with full force, determined to see if it could vanquish him. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, and the Patriot retaliated with his own laser, the two beams colliding. The shockwave was not particularly potent, failing to shatter the surrounding glass. It merely swept through like a hurricane, causing the windows to tremble but hold firm. Those inside the building watched in horror, as some found themselves directly in the path of the intersecting lasers. Supervisors urged everyone to evacuate swiftly, fearing a sudden explosion could result in casualties. The unpredictable nature of the situation was unsettling. Edgar on the 82nd floor murmured softly as he observed the chaos below. Huey, do you see? This is the manifestation of a superhuman. Once emotions spiral out of control, this is the result. Butcher had initially intended for Huey to install a listening device, but he never anticipated such an occurrence. This further solidified his belief that all superhumans deserve to perish. Chapter 15. The Superman fears kryptonite, while the Patriot fears the web explosion. ZZZZ. Two beams of crimson laser danced in the air, each pushing back against the other. With every surge of power from the Patriot, he found himself repelled. After several exchanges, he had reached his maximum output, yet the beams remained suspended in midair. Above, Deadpool's mask had disintegrated around his eyes due to the intense heat, causing even the skin around his eye sockets to sizzle and glisten. The skin oscillated between glistening and reverting to its original state, reminiscent of a piece of meat being grilled, dripping with oil before cooling and being grilled anew, a cycle of trial and error. It seemed this was the extent of it. Having tested the limits of the Patriot, Deadpool whispered to himself, ready to unleash his full power. ZZZZ. Suddenly, the upper laser began to thicken, pressing down on the lower beam directed at the Patriot. Realizing the laser was faltering, the Patriot bellowed in fury, attempting to amplify the beam's intensity. Alas, he had already reached his limits. ZZZZ. Deadpool had escalated the laser's power to its zenith, the red beam swelling once more, ferociously bearing down upon the Patriot below. Excellent. Kill him, Butcher exclaimed with exhilaration, astonished that the Patriot was unable to withstand Deadpool. Should the Patriot fall here today, he would applaud in delight. Meanwhile, those around him remained in shock, oblivious to Butcher's peculiar remarks. As the laser surged forward, the Patriot cried out in desperation, pleading for it to cease. Fear gripped him. He was no longer enraged but terrified of his impending demise. Such a powerful laser would surely obliterate his body. 10 seconds. No more than 10 seconds. Just that brief span of time was all it would take for the laser to pierce through him. Retreating from the laser was no longer feasible. The moment he attempted to retract it, he would undoubtedly be struck, with no means to evade. From the moment Deadpool engaged maximum output, only 2 seconds had elapsed. This meant the Patriot could not withstand even that brief duration. Bang! The fleeing Patriot was struck in the chest by the laser, his entire form thrust into the crater he had just created. Hurry, 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 and perish. Deadpool, too, felt urgency rising within him. For even if the laser struck the Patriot, it had yet to deliver a fatal blow. Now, Deadpool found himself in a state of anxiety. The skin around his eye sockets was no longer shifting, but was now thoroughly seared and sizzling. Though plans remained, their success was uncertain. Should he fail, countless souls in this city would perish because of him. In that moment, there was nothing left but plans. Even if those plans could eliminate him, it would come at the cost of countless lives, hundreds of thousands, to be precise. Though I am no paragon of virtue, the thought of extinguishing so many lives is far too grave. The maximum output lasted a mere 5 seconds, and the flesh surrounding the eye sockets had completely vanished, revealing stark, white bones. In the pit, the Patriot's gaze remained fixated upon Deadpool, his battle attire punctured, beams of lasers searing through his skin, leaving behind 2 crimson holes. You cannot continue. You have reached your limit. Haha. As the red light dissipated, the fortunate Patriot beheld Deadpool's face, confronting the hollow sockets where his eyes once were. For the first time in his life, he experienced such profound pain. Even though he understood that Deadpool was beyond saving, the realization momentarily left him reeling. The intense heat had melted Deadpool's eyeballs, eliminating the means to release further lasers, and his bones were on the verge of liquefaction. Despite the enhancement of his abilities, the healing factor was unable to initiate recovery immediately. It was time to execute the plan. With a twinge of discomfort, Deadpool paid little heed and prepared to implement his strategy. Telepathic transmission activated, and he materialized in his dormitory, snatching a new mask to don and activating his power to vanish once more. Creak. Madeline rushed frantically into the CEO's office, unaware that during her brief elevator ride, all that was destined to occur had already transpired. Edgar glanced at Madeline before addressing the other shareholders. You may leave now. The shareholders, oblivious to the unfolding events, could not discern the gravity of the situation. They only sensed that something significant had transpired. Once the shareholders had exited, Edgar remarked, I now comprehend the situation. You have truly disappointed me. Madeline choked on her words, yet found herself at a loss for how to salvage the situation. Her mind had ceased to function. Continue your work below. If this matter remains unresolved, you won't just be barred from the 82nd floor. You will lose your current position as well. Edgar's tone was flat as he issued his final ultimatum. Downstairs, the Patriot noticed that Deadpool had vanished, but he was unconcerned. Once he regained his composure, he would hunt him down, regardless of the cost, even if it meant eliminating every person on Earth. Huff, huff. The Patriot stood, breathing heavily, scanning the enlarged pit before levitating towards the surface. These people have all witnessed my disgrace. They must perish. The sight of his own disheveled state, coupled with the knowledge that others were filming, ignited a singular thought in the Patriot's mind. He must eradicate them all. At the location where Deadpool first leapt from the building, he stood at the edge of the rooftop, and at that moment, the flesh around his eye sockets and his eyes had begun to regenerate. In just 2 seconds, he would be fully restored. 2 seconds was fleeting. As the Patriot clutched his chest, poised to eliminate everyone, a hand settled upon his shoulder. Remain calm, and do not act impulsively. If you take the lives of them all, you shall find yourself bereft of admirers. Upon turning to see who spoke, the patriotic man gritted his teeth and declared, What of it? I shall slay them all, and then I will eliminate you, and subsequently extinguish every life on this planet. Is that so? How will you survive alone on this earth? While there are still no casualties, this matter can be rectified. You could still emerge as a revered hero. Does that not appeal to you? What do you gain from annihilating everyone? It is merely an act of venting your frustrations. In the end, you will find yourself unloved and devoid of followers, left to wander this world in solitude. The most crucial point is that you cannot kill me. I shall often emerge to humiliate you, only to vanish again. This is Deadpool's plan. The great hero fears kryptonite, while the patriotic man fears public outrage. He fears being unloved. This is a man starved of affection. Chapter 16. The guillotine awaits. Moreover, you may not be invincible. Deadpool tilted his head towards the patriotic man and said, If you kill them, even if you slay the entire populace of this city, I will retrieve a nuclear weapon from the Department of Defense and detonate it right before your eyes. Do you wish to test whether a nuclear bomb can obliterate you? Humph, a nuclear bomb cannot destroy me. My speed surpasses that of its explosion. Upon hearing the threat of a nuclear bomb, the patriotic man stiffened momentarily, yet he responded defiantly. No, no, no. Even if your speed is remarkable, I shall find a way to restrain you with my laser vision, ensuring that the bomb detonates right in your face. Trust me, I can certainly accomplish that. The patriotic man hesitated, uncertain if he could withstand a nuclear explosion, but he estimated that he could not. He was already aware of Deadpool's extraordinary regenerative abilities, capable of teleporting away within a couple of seconds. Relax. Even if the nuclear bomb proves ineffective against you, should you kill everyone, you will find yourself unloved. Can you endure such a life? You ought to heed my counsel. Deadpool patted his shoulder and then turned to the surrounding crowd, saying, "Everyone, do not be alarmed. This was merely a promotional stunt. For I am about to star in my very first solo film titled Deadpool versus the Patriotic Man. How cool is that? Today was simply a promotional event. Let us take a group photo now." At these words, the tense atmosphere dissipated instantly, and the fans exhaled in relief. Most importantly, aside from the commotion, no harm had been inflicted. See, there are still so many who adore you. You should be smiling and taking pictures with them. Do not disappoint those who cherish you. Under Deadpool's relentless persuasion, the Patriotic Man reverted to a more docile state, devoid of anger. After all, based on Deadpool's depiction, it was evident that he might meet his demise, and even if he survived, he would be unloved. A life without love was intolerable. The Patriotic Man could not abide a world devoid of affection. "Patriotic Man, may I take a picture with you?" Fans had already surged in front of him, momentarily taken aback before managing a stiff smile and nodding. Meanwhile, Deadpool had been whisked away by fans for photographs. During the photo session, Deadpool exhaled in relief, finally stabilizing his ally, or else millions might have perished due to his actions. Though he did not consider himself a saint, nor a hero or an ordinary person, the weight of millions of lives resting upon his shoulders was a burden he could hardly bear. This trial had proven to be harmless, and it was clear that laser eyes could not vanquish him. It seemed he would have to seek assistance. Furthermore, resolving the issue with Patriot was merely the beginning. The entire Vought Corporation was at stake, and it had been stated upon arrival that the aim was to rectify this distorted world. The primary target of Vought's endeavors was Edgar. Without eliminating him, the entire corporation could not be addressed. However, his hidden cards remained unknown, necessitating a gradual approach to gauge the situation. Edgar undoubtedly possessed means to counter Patriot, but within White Feather's memory, there was a lack of information on this front, perhaps due to the television series not having progressed. If dealing with Patriot proved so challenging, adding a more formidable opponent seemed counterproductive. It would be wiser to first confront a weaker adversary. Amidst signing autographs and taking photos with fans, Deadpool had devised a strategy for the forthcoming events. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the periphery, where he spotted a scruffy individual, Billy Butcher, the leader of the Green Cap Brigade. His situation was rather grim. He had been thoroughly humiliated and subsequently found himself raising an illegitimate child, who ultimately betrayed him. After glancing at him, Deadpool resumed signing autographs. He had resolved to assist Butcher, at the very least ensuring he was not left in ignorance. From White Feather's recollections, it was clear that his wife was not coerced in any sense. There were two possibilities. Either she was complicit from the start, or initially reluctant, yet eventually took the initiative. No other scenarios existed beyond these two. This matter could be analyzed from multiple perspectives. Firstly, if she had been forced, she could have easily acted as though nothing occurred, simply resigning from Vought. As she mentioned, fearing Butcher's impulsive reaction, she could have discreetly terminated the pregnancy. Why then did she choose to carry the child to term? Secondly, if she truly had been coerced, and the circumstances had conspired to yield such an outcome, when Butcher sought her out again, why did she not leave with him? Maternal instinct? How could one feel any semblance of maternal love towards a child born of coercion, especially towards one whom they should resent? Did she not love her husband? Being forced into such a situation, she neither harbored hatred nor resentment, yet naturally embraced the role of mother, even rejecting the opportunity to leave with her beloved when he came to rescue her. She had been both victimized and imprisoned, severing all ties to her previous life. The anguish of one's own parents, sister, and husband is immeasurable. Is this not a scenario that any rational individual could foresee? Yet, one would forsake everything for an unwanted child conceived under duress. Thus, is not a life of confinement akin to hell? Each encounter with that child surely rekindles memories of the torment endured during conception. When her husband came seeking to liberate her from this inferno, she rebuffed his advances. What a shame. She is but a vain woman, yearning to experience the extraordinary, only to find herself unexpectedly pregnant. Fearing her husband's reaction, she succumbed to anxiety and ultimately sought assistance from the Waters Corporation to resolve the predicament. She indulges in the opulent lifestyle provided by Waters and loves her child unconditionally. It is only through her own volition that she tends to the child with utmost care, pouring all her affection into this being, even as her loved ones suffer profoundly in silence. Regardless of how the situation unfolds, Deadpool remains convinced that coercion was not at play. It seems the time has come for Deadpool, the detective, to gather all evidence to bring this matter to a conclusive end. Ultimately, Let Deadpool assume the role of judge, wielding the guillotine to dispense justice upon the wrongdoers. Chapter 17. The feeling of being valued in the deep sea is truly delightful. This world demands purification. Most superheroes possess little virtue. Having been endowed with immense power from a young age, they often devolve into wretched beings if not properly guided by their families. The dark side is fully revealed, devoid of law, marked by cruelty, violence, and indiscriminate slaughter, all while the Waters Corporation conceals their misdeeds. Although Deadpool is not a paragon of goodness, he is certainly less malevolent than they. After all, his aspiration is to become a true superhero, and he is diligently working towards that goal. Yet, no person is without flaw. Everyone has their shortcomings. In Madeline's office, Deadpool reclines casually on the sofa, while the now composed Asa sits opposite him. Madeline, seated in her chair, observes the two and inquires about the situation. As the matter pertains to personal reputations, Asa, sensing Deadpool's intent to speak, preempts him with a dismissive remark that there is nothing to discuss, merely a scuffle. Clearly, Madeline finds this explanation unsatisfactory. After all, her work nearly unraveled due to their antics. Though they narrowly avoided disaster, she insists on understanding what transpired. You must recognize that had you both caused any casualties outside, it would have resulted in significant losses for the company. They are currently seeking to partner with the Department of Defense, yet with such behavior, not only would that collaboration be jeopardized, but we risk being expelled from the police system as well. While Deadpool's account renders the situation seemingly innocuous, the prospect of joining the Defense Department is now off the table. Congress will not be swayed by your justifications. So what do you wish to convey? The Homeland, with a countenance filled with embarrassment, addressed Madeline. Are you truly contemplating expelling me from the Seven? Despite the fierce demeanor of the Homeland, Madeline displayed no fear whatsoever. Regardless of what you may or may not have said, you will not be cast out. Upon hearing this, Azu's expression softened slightly. However, it was made clear that he would no longer serve as the captain of the Super Seven, due to his previous uncontrollable behavior and the commendable performance of Deadpool. The company has decided that both of you will share the leadership role. Azu's anger intensified with every word, and his gaze toward Deadpool grew increasingly hostile. He began to perceive the situation clearly, suspecting that everything was part of a scheme orchestrated by Deadpool and the company, aimed at gradually ousting him from the Seven. Enraged, Azu leapt to his feet and shouted, "You can't do this. That damn team is mine. I am the most significant person here. It is my team." Madeline remained surprisingly calm, stating, "Not anymore. This is Mr. Edgar's decision. If you are dissatisfied, you may confront him on the 82nd floor." The mere mention of Edgar's name doused Azu's fury, bringing him back to a cooler state of mind. From his perspective, he believed that Deadpool and the company were in cahoots, plotting to remove him, convinced that he had become obsolete. While he acknowledged that Deadpool was not a creation of the company, he still suspected a collusion between them. Indeed, he was right. His astute intuition had not failed him. With a huff, Azu stormed out, determined to confront Edgar directly. Madeline merely cast a glance at him before moving to sit beside Deadpool, placing a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I trust you will enlighten me on what transpired, yes?" She applied a gentle pressure, attempting to lean his head against her shoulder. "Madeline, hasn't anyone informed you that aging brings with it an unpleasant odor? I detest that scent. Could you perhaps distance yourself a little? Aging tends to be accompanied by a certain musk." "I am not Azu." Madeline's body stiffened in surprise at his words, only to hear Deadpool continue, "Oh, and don't forget about age spots. Just look at your neck. They're starting to appear. Let's not digress. Please explain what happened." Knowing such tactics would be ineffective against Deadpool, Madeline resigned herself and adjusted to a more conventional sitting posture. "In essence, that night I was asleep when suddenly he appeared at my bedside. I gave him a beating. And perhaps he was dissatisfied, which is why he sought to confront me today. That's about the gist of it. Is it truly that simple? Why was he standing by your bed in the middle of the night? How should I know? Perhaps he is a pervert? You might want to ask him," Deadpool retorted. Very well. The matter was broadly summarized, but no further clarity was achieved, leaving it at that. In the conference room of the Super 7, Huey was occupied with signing documents, the listening device having been discreetly installed. It seemed perfectly timed. Once Huey completed his signature, he was escorted out by his lawyer. Just as they departed, Deadpool instantaneously appeared at the doorway, observing Huey's exit. It was impossible for him to simply walk in. Now that the Invisible Man was no longer available, he would need to find another substitute, either Deep Sea or the train. Approaching Starshine's position, he reached under the table and retrieved a circular listening device. Deep Sea seemed the better choice. Perhaps they were still more formidable than the train. Holding the listening device in one hand, he dialed a number with the other. Ashley, summon Deep Sea to the conference room immediately. Understood. Within a minute, Deep Sea hurriedly arrived. Hey, Ashley said you needed me? At that moment, Deep Sea felt a tinge of anxiety, as he dreaded the prospect of yet another addition to their ranks. The fact that Deadpool had emerged unscathed from a confrontation with the patriotic man indicated that even the latter was powerless against him. Why not be a loyal dog in this scenario? I have a task for you, Deadpool stated, offering the listening device for Deep Sea's inspection. This is a listening device that was just installed here. Investigate its purpose. Deep Sea, astonished to receive a task, felt a surge of elation, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. For so long, he had been overlooked, perceived as a mere jester. Yet here was Deadpool entrusting him with a responsibility. This was a validation of his worth. Otherwise, why would Deadpool not delegate the task to someone else? Had Deadpool been privy to his thoughts, he would have assured him he was overthinking, for the others were simply too formidable. Only Deep Sea could flawlessly botch the job. Chapter 18. Deep Sea. I urinate in respect. I guarantee I will complete the task. Deep Sea declared emphatically, convinced he must align himself with Deadpool, for he was the only one who truly valued him. It was as if they were kindred spirits. No need to get overly excited. Just follow me. Deadpool placed a hand on his shoulder, and they both teleported, reappearing behind the security checkpoint at the Waters Corporation. Do you see that person? He is the one who installed it. I'll leave it to you. After patting Deep Sea's shoulder, he placed the listening device in his hand. Deep Sea, his gaze resolute, responded, leave it to me. I will ensure the task is completed. The following day, splash. A bucket of ice-cold water drenched Deep Sea, jolting him awake. Blinking in confusion, he realized he was bound and surrounded by 3 men who were glaring at him. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Deep Sea shouted, "What the hell? You dare to kidnap me? You better release me immediately, or Deadpool and the patriotic man will not spare you. I am a member of the Super 7. As he shouted to bolster his courage, Deep Sea began to recollect the events of the previous day. Yesterday, he embarked on his task with unwavering confidence, stealthily trailing Huey to his workplace. Little did he know that his clumsy tracking skills had already caught Butcher's attention. Upon witnessing Huey disembark, he resolved to confront him directly, temporarily disregarding Butcher, who remained in the car. After parking, he entered the shop with renewed boldness, slamming a listening device onto the table before demanding answers from Huey, who looked utterly bewildered. However, just as he was reveling in his perceived triumph, a sudden blow struck his head, rendering him unconscious. See, I believe we should eliminate him. This is a nuisance, and I doubt we have ample time for inquiries, Butcher remarked, casting a dissatisfied glance at the two. No, we cannot kill him. We merely need to extract some information, Huey insisted. Indeed, you cannot kill him. Just silence him, Butcher commanded, gesturing for Frenchie to take action. Despite Deep Sea's desperate struggles, his mouth was swiftly sealed. It's futile. We must resolve this immediately. He possesses a tracking device, and it won't be long before Waters discovers his whereabouts. If the countryman or Deadpool arrive, we'll be reduced to mere scraps, Butcher stated, his fingers grazing Huey's arm. How many pieces do you wish to be? Startled, Huey stumbled back, but remained steadfast in his stance. No, there's a way. We can purchase some items to block the signal. Butcher turned to Frenchie, questioning whether it was possible to locate the tracker and extract it directly from his body. Yes, Frenchie replied, promptly seeking the necessary tools. See, this is the correct approach. Once we obtain some information, we can dispose of him, and thus, we will be free of trouble, and you won't end up in pieces, Butcher asserted. Hearing this, Deep Sea trembled in fear, envisioning his imminent fate, his body involuntarily twitching, and a dampness spreading beneath him. As Frenchie brandished the tools, Deep Sea began to thrash violently, convinced they would not administer anesthesia. How painful could that be? He thought. With a clang, he collapsed, eyes rolling back. Is that enough to scare him unconscious? Butcher mused, realizing that extracting information might be easier than expected, as Deep Sea's mental fortitude appeared alarmingly weak. Waters Company Information Department. Monica, have you located him? Deadpool inquired about Deep Sea's whereabouts. He couldn't fathom why he had been tailing them since yesterday, when he could have enjoyed a restful sleep. I found him. Here it is. Monica magnified Deep Sea's location for Deadpool to see clearly. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts. As a token of appreciation, I believe I should treat you to a nice dinner tonight. What do you think? Deadpool said, awkwardly crawling onto the desk, tilting his head to gaze at Monica. Suddenly, I realized that she appeared to be quite a beauty. Sir, but I am married. Wow. That makes me even more intrigued, he chuckled, but never mind. No. If I were to act this way, what would set me apart from Homelander? A sharp sound echoed as Frankie busily polished the tools in his hands. Butcher and Huey, enduring the stench of urine, struggled to lift the body of Deep. I believe this instrument is superior. One hand offered a scalpel to Frankie, who accepted it without hesitation, remarking, "Indeed, I think this might be a better option." The two individuals, their backs turned to Frankie, stiffened as they recognized that an additional sound had just pierced the air. FK. A heavy thud followed as Deep was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. The trio, startled, recoiled in shock, while Frankie hurried around the tool table to regroup with the others. Butcher drew his pistol, aiming at the waving figure, while Huey stood frozen in fear. "Hello," Deadpool greeted with a wave, then pointed at Butcher's gun, saying, "You ought to know that thing is useless against me, so don't aim it at me. And I won't harm you." The three remained silent, Butcher still holding the gun aloft. They never anticipated Deadpool's swift arrival. From capturing Deep last night to racing to New Jersey in search of Frankie, it was now barely 8 in the morning. How could the What Company respond so quickly? It seemed utterly impossible. They had merely been out of contact for a night, yet had dispatched their strongest individual with such haste. Yes, the strongest individual. Butcher perceived that Homelander had already lost. Deadpool was undeniably superior, leaving him puzzled as to why Deadpool hadn't eliminated Homelander. Movie promotion? Don't be ridiculous. Butcher was far from convinced by such reasoning. "Relax, I won't do anything to you," Deadpool said, approaching a nearby chair, sitting down with his legs crossed, and continued. "I understand you are contemplating how to deal with the superhumans, but with your capabilities, you cannot possibly contend with them. Perhaps you require a more formidable ally." "What do you mean?" Butcher inquired. "Well, I mean I can assist you in combating them." Chapter 19. Collaboration. I still don't comprehend what you mean. Aren't you also part of the What Company? Butcher was perplexed by Deadpool's intentions. "I am not aligned with them. Didn't you see yesterday? I fought with Homelander." "I did see that, but according to your account, why didn't you just kill him?" "I couldn't kill him. Although I can defeat him in a fight. Being able to win does not equate to being able to kill. My abilities fall slightly short." Deadpool rose and walked over to Deep, surprising the others as he gave Deep a tap on the head, then stated, "Moreover, toppling the What Company cannot be achieved by merely killing Homelander. Thus, I require some assistance. How can we trust that this isn't a conspiracy between you and What?" Buckler would not be swayed by mere words. The hand that raised the gun remained steadfast. "It appears that you are not so easily convinced. Thus allow me to share some intelligence." Deadpool removed his mask, revealing his visage. "Behold, this is my face. My current abilities are a result of inhumane experiments." Buckler gazed in astonishment at Deadpool's countenance, and he began to entertain the possibility of believing his words. "So, you are an experiment of the Water Corporation?" The other two gaped in shock. Yet Buckler maintained a semblance of composure. "No, it is impossible to elucidate everything to you." Deadpool donned his mask once more, stating that you merely need to understand that water is not as straightforward as it appears. All superheroes are not born, but rather injected with a serum in their youth, which grants them these extraordinary abilities. Wong Defa? Buckler lowered his weapon, incredulous. "Are you implying that the old deity did not meddle among mortals or sire these grotesque beings, but that they are all products of the Water Corporation?" Buckler was taken aback by this revelation, his mind too preoccupied to ponder whether Deadpool was indeed a byproduct of Water's research. "Indeed, that is the case. These superheroes are injected with the serum at birth, and the Water Corporation has their parents sign confidentiality agreements. You need only abduct a couple of individuals to ascertain the truth of this, regardless of the information. Revealing it to them is inconsequential. This was already exposed in the second season. Such news would not harm the Water Corporation, as they merely need to pivot and present themselves as a pharmaceutical entity. They will then concoct a temporary compound V and sell it to the military, ensuring that even the state will not hold them accountable. What you must understand is that we are allies, and you shall work alongside me. I will seek intel within Water, and you will find means to combat them externally. Thus, we shall eventually bring them down." Deadpool approached Buckler, extending a hand before him. "What say you?" "I concur." Buckler clasped Deadpool's hand, acquiescing to his proposal, for he had yet to receive any news of his wife. Perhaps Deadpool could uncover some leads within Water. "What shall we do now? How should we deal with that fellow?" Frenchie pointed towards Deep Sea. "Leave that to me. For now, we cannot eliminate him, as he is merely an inconsequential pawn. Now, let me outline your first task. There is a washed-up superheroine, Magic Claw, who possesses some Compound V. You must devise a way to obtain it from her." "Compound V, the very serum they injected?" Buckler inquired. "Precisely," Deadpool affirmed with a nod. "Regarding Compound V, as of now, no one from Water has approached Deadpool about this matter. Thus he must find a way to acquire it for research." "Very well. I will also require you to undertake another task." Butcher confided in Deadpool about his wife's situation, urging him to investigate within Vought. No problem. Let's proceed thus, Deadpool declared, teleporting away with Deep Sea in tow. Are we truly placing our trust in him? Huey inquired after Deadpool's departure. Butcher smiled faintly. Of course not. Who can ascertain the veracity of his words? We must conduct our own investigation. Our relationship is merely one of mutual exploitation. While Deadpool may seem unlikely to fabricate lies, who can be certain? Only through our own inquiries can we uncover the truth. With a resounding clap, Deadpool struck Deep Sea across the face in the Seven's conference room. Deep Sea blinked in confusion. Oh, thank heavens, you've come to rescue me. Relieved to escape the clutches of death, he winced at the pain radiating from his face and head. What were you doing? I entrusted you with a simple task, and yet you allowed yourself to be captured. You wretched fool, Deadpool chastised. Oh no, it's not as it seems. Let me explain, Deep Sea stammered, realizing he was indeed safe in the Seven's office. It was an accident. I was ambushed by a mere handful of ordinary individuals, and you were rendered unconscious and bound. Deadpool's scornful tone was unmistakable. By the time I located you, your captors had already fled, presumably in fear. Not only were you captured, but you couldn't even delay them for a moment. Truly pathetic. Deep Sea, while amusing, proved utterly ineffectual. This impostor of Aquaman was exceedingly disappointing. That's not the case. Deep Sea attempted to defend himself. Enough. You have disappointed me greatly. From this point forward, you shall take no further part in this matter. I will assign capable individuals to follow up. You may return to playing games with your little fish. With a huff, Deadpool departed, leaving no room for explanation and exhibiting profound disappointment. Deep Sea's pale visage twisted in distress as memories of Huey and the others flooded his mind. After finally finding someone who regarded him, he had allowed it all to be undone by a few commoners. He vowed that if he ever crossed paths with them again, he would exact a severe punishment. Chapter 20. May I have a private look? Directly requesting Compound V was unfeasible. Vought would likely refuse to hand it over to Deadpool. To date, he had yet to meet Edgar, who was also investigating Deadpool. Thus, Compound V would certainly not be entrusted to someone of dubious origins. As for any arrangements to join the Seven or to assume the role of co-captain, these were likely mere tactics Edgar employed to maintain control, ensuring Deadpool remained within his line of sight. Edgar had already consulted Stormfront regarding the adult use of Compound V, but no information had surfaced, and the situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Since Deadpool was not created by someone within the confines of Walter, how then did he come into existence? Are there other organizations that possess such technology? This is utterly implausible. Even the esteemed compatriots of Walter have never laid a finger on him. This matter is simply preposterous. In any case, Edgar has already instructed Shinsei to investigate this issue, so for now, we shall employ some minor tactics to keep Deadpool in check. Thus, several days passed in a hurried fashion. Booker and his companions had already set their sights on the Enchantress, having also learned of her relationship with the locomotive. Meanwhile, Deadpool continued to execute justice as usual, even taking time to film his own personal movie. Of course, it was not Deadpool versus the compatriots, as Azu refused to cooperate with the filming and has been engaging in some mysterious activities. That day, he stormed off to confront Edgar, presumably having not reaped any benefits. Today marks the day of the showdown between the locomotive and Shockwave, an event in which the Super 7 will all participate. However, Deadpool could not fathom the appeal of watching such a spectacle. Two individuals performing for merely 3 seconds? The tickets were inexplicably in high demand, which was utterly absurd. The venue was teeming with people, and Deadpool, alongside Starlight, formed a duo, signing autographs for fans at the event, with Deadpool seated beside her. Casting a sidelong glance, he could no longer contain himself and leaned in to whisper, "Aren't you the only one? How much did they pay you to pad your appearance? It seems excessive. May I feel it later?" Starlight, gritting her teeth and lowering her head, retorted, "Could you keep your distance? If it weren't for the crowd and my own obligations, I would have left in a huff. Unable to defeat you, must I not find a way to evade you? Well, it appears you are not fond of this suggestion. I had originally intended to share some techniques from the East with you, but it seems you are not fortunate enough for that." Deadpool sat upright, swiftly signing names on clothing. A young girl clad in Starlight's former battle attire approached and asked, "May I take a picture with you?" "Of course, you're simply adorable." Upon seeing such a charming girl, Starlight immediately stood up after signing and posed for a photo, discreetly covering her modesty as she bent down for the shot. The young girl expressed her intention to save money for Starlight's new outfit, but at that moment, a discordant voice rang out nearby. "Starlight, show us your figure." The speaker wore a mocking expression, clearly dissatisfied with Starlight's earlier gesture of modesty. What is there to hide when dressed like that? Such was his thought. Starlight's smile instantly faded. Whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd, indicating their enthusiastic support for this brazen warrior's suggestion. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Though the man was rather unattractive, his thoughts were quite beautiful. Deadpool could not abide such vulgarity, despite the merit of the proposal. The previously lively atmosphere fell abruptly into silence, as all eyes turned to the smoking barrel of Deadpool's firearm. Ashley trembled beside him. If it were Starlight causing trouble, she would undoubtedly step in to intervene, but if Deadpool were the one stirring up chaos, she feared that stepping forward would only ensnare her further. "Hey there," Deadpool exclaimed, rising with his gun and striding towards the crowd. Instantly, the throng dispersed, everyone hastily retreating from the individual who had just spoken. Approaching the man, Deadpool inquired, "Do you take pleasure in watching others?" The surrounding onlookers, armed with various devices or smartphones to record, all aimed their attention at the man. Sweat poured from his brow, and under Deadpool's interrogation, he could only tremble and shake his head. "You don't like it? Yet you had the audacity to ask others to show you." Grasping the man by his collar, Deadpool leaned in, raising his voice. "You seem rather fond of it, so stop pretending." Releasing his grip, Deadpool scanned the area and called to those filming, "Come closer for the shot. Deadpool is here to serve justice, and I'm sure you'll go viral." The bewildered young man quickly moved in, seizing the opportunity. If he posted this, it would surely explode online. He had even conjured a title, "Superhero Deadpool Fires Angrily." Gun aimed at innocent civilians. "Come on, you enjoy watching others, don't you? Let us expose you so everyone can take a good look." As he spoke, Deadpool began to remove the man's clothing, who dared not resist, surrendering to Deadpool's whims. "Don't block me." Deadpool swatted away the man's hands. "Now you feel embarrassed? Weren't you so brave just a moment ago? Aim for the camera and take a proper shot." He beckoned the cell phone holders to draw nearer. "Look at this guy who relishes watching others. Let the online world appreciate him. If anyone happens to fall for him, you'll have to find him yourself. I don't have his contact details. Ladies, you're not allowed to love him. Only the gentleman can pursue." He introduced the man to the camera before delivering a swift kick to his backside. "Get lost. If you don't leave now, I'll issue a bounty on you. And then you'll really have a problem." The man scrambled to gather his clothing and fled, leaving in a hurry. Applause erupted around them, predominantly from the women. "Well, how about that? Did I not resolve your predicament?" Deadpool raised an eyebrow and leaned towards Starlight. "Thank you," she replied sincerely. Although Deadpool's demeanor was far from admirable, he had indeed extricated her from a tight spot, prompting her genuine gratitude. "Shouldn't you repay me then?" An uneasy feeling washed over her. Starlight felt she had heard those words before. "How about you give me a private glimpse later?" "Get lost," she retorted sharply. Chapter 21. Promise me, will you? Why not just snatch it outright? "I can't take it directly. It would cause complications." "What kind of complications?" "For now, it's imperative that no one knows I'm involved with this." "Well, what about my wife's situation?" Inside the venue, Butcher was exchanging information with Deadpool. "Rest assured, news will arrive shortly." Although Deadpool has attempted to gather some materials from that time, the water company has obliterated everything, considering it has been 8 years since that secret. Butcher nodded and departed. For the time being, they could only proceed with Deadpool's plan, as he had no means to seek clues directly from water. After their exchange, they dispersed. Deadpool could not wear a small earpiece like the others, for he would encounter Azazel, and being discovered would spell trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Shockwave. The competition was about to commence, and the venue was teeming with spectators. Deadpool and Azazel stood on opposing platforms, each occupying their respective positions. The water company had already held a press conference, and now Deadpool and Azazel served as co-captains of the 7-member team. "Competitors, take your places." Bang! Whoosh! The competition commenced, and a gust of wind surged through the track, only to dissipate moments later. What was there to behold? Deadpool, perplexed, departed, having seen nothing of interest. There were no spectators in sight, and the race had concluded. Hours later, Butcher called. "I think you should come see. She has already injected the substance you requested." Coordinates. Upon receiving the coordinates from Butcher, Deadpool instantly teleported into the surveillance vehicle. This teleportation ability was undeniably convenient. As long as he had been to a location or could see it, coupled with knowledge of the coordinates, he could reach his destination in an instant. Wow, this scene is exhilarating. Her figure is quite impressive. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Had I known earlier, I would have been the protagonist in this scene. Upon teleporting and seeing the footage displayed on the monitor, Deadpool was filled with regret. Damn, he had forgotten about this segment. The figure of that femme fatale was indeed remarkable. The others cast surprised glances at him, still unaccustomed to his sudden appearances. "You are quite the busy individual. How could we disturb you unless it was absolutely necessary?" Huey remarked sarcastically. Clearly, he harbored some resentment regarding Deadpool's prior omission of the locomotive detail. He only learned later that the locomotive was, in fact, her boyfriend. Is this your helper? The black gentleman in front of the display inquired of Butcher. Is this your damn surprise? The black gentleman's name was difficult to pronounce. He feared the 404 error. Butcher chuckled. Indeed, it is a surprise. Do you like it? Go to hell. All right. Why is everyone so agitated? We have such a thrilling scene before us that we must not overlook. That would be a sin. Deadpool attempted to alleviate the tension, as it appeared the black gentleman was preparing to confront Butcher. Was he here to assist or to complicate matters? The man of color was not so easily dissuaded. He rose to his feet to continue the argument with Butcher, and soon, Frenchie joined in, while Huey appeared somewhat unconvinced. Each contributed their perspectives, leaving Deadpool in a state of bewilderment. Am I not the protagonist? Why has the focus of your quarrel shifted entirely? Suddenly, a voice emanated from the screen, prompting everyone to look over. Oh no, the landlord's brain has been splattered. It's all your fault. Why are you bickering? If you had been attentive to the screen earlier, I might have had a chance to save him. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Deadpool expressed his frustration. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to assist the landlord. Who could have predicted that their argument would divert his attention, resulting in such a fate for the landlord? What do we do now? Damn it, why are we fighting? Huey lamented as he gazed at the display. Well, isn't this precisely what we wanted? Let us move. Butcher declared, donning his coat and leading the way out. The man of color and Frenchie exchanged glances before following suit, while Huey remained rooted in place, lost in thought. You should be on your way, Deadpool prompted. Huey snapped back to reality, asking, what about you? I can't venture out with you. The cameras outside would capture my appearance. Huey exited the vehicle, clearly burdened by guilt over the life lost moments ago. If only their squabbling had not ensued, perhaps the landlord would still be alive. Inside the lair of the female mutant, she sat on her bed in a state of despair. The exhilaration from the injection of Compound V had faded, leaving her disoriented. Butcher and the others had already entered, while Deadpool had instantaneously materialized in the living room, remaining unseen by her. With a display of telekinesis, he dismantled all surveillance equipment within the premises. Butcher and the others had been rather reckless, so Deadpool took it upon himself to eliminate any lingering threats. After a series of threats, they assisted in disposing of the landlord's body. The coveted Compound V was now in their possession. Yet, Huey inquired about the events on the day his girlfriend was killed by the train. Butcher concurred with the inquiry, clearly indicating that this fell beyond the scope of Deadpool's assigned mission, as Butcher harbored some independent thoughts. Within the confines of the compartment, Deadpool stated, all right. Since we have secured the items, I shall assign you your next task. A task? He is assigning us a task? The man of color interjected, agitated. Hey, calm down. Let him finish, Butcher reassured him. I brought you something. Deadpool vanished and reappeared moments later, holding a briefcase. This is your operational fund. Save it wisely. It's my first paycheck, and I haven't spent a dime of it yet. It looks promising, Butcher replied with a smile as he accepted the briefcase. Promise me. Will you? You must wield this wisely. Do not squander it. These splendid franklins are sufficient for me to attract 100 companions. You cannot recklessly spend them, nor clandestinely seek out your own company. It is time for you to let go. Butcher forcefully shook off Deadpool's grasp on the box. Chapter 22. 8 years old. Oh. Money. How could I survive without you? Deadpool lamented as he watched Butcher open the box, revealing it filled to the brim with verdant bills. He never anticipated that he would one day fear losing the color of forgiveness. Indeed, regardless of hue, when properly managed, it evokes a sense of attachment. Butcher marveled. This is quite a substantial budget. Frankie, beaming with excitement, hurriedly approached. Butcher, you promised to double my money. Indeed, I did. Butcher smiled, tossing a stack of cash to Frankie. Oh, you cannot do this. That is my money. You cannot just throw it away. Deadpool lamented as he watched Frankie clutching his own funds. A box containing over $1 million, his first ever paycheck. This fortune was ample enough to host a grand celebration, inviting 100 supermodels. Now, this shall be our event budget, Butcher proclaimed, closing the box with pride. Very well, we need to enhance our arsenal. Understand that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Our second mission pertains to it, Deadpool urged, summoning his associates to hasten the car. Inside the vehicle, Deadpool inquired of Butcher where to procure weapons. I doubt a weapon store would sell to us. Butcher, Frankie interjected, you must know the place. Lead us there. Fine. But the seller may not be easy to communicate with. Frankie thought of his former employer, a rather intimidating woman. Wait, what weapons do we need? Why wouldn't the weapon store sell to us? Huey questioned. Child, you ought to play with something substantial. What can a small handgun do? Break my pinky. Huh. Deadpool couldn't help but chuckle. I am not a child. I stand at 6 feet tall. Huey retorted defiantly. Yes, indeed, you are quite large. Ha ha. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Hey, remember, the greater the firepower, the better, buy whatever you can. I shall not accompany you. For if I am captured on surveillance, what will surely investigate my activities, and then you will all be in trouble. Our fellow countrymen may come to extract you. Extract what? Extract your... Well, you know. Ignoring their exclamations, Deadpool urged them to act swiftly. Mission 2 cannot proceed without substantial firepower. This is a crucial element of the plan. The four disembarked and made their way toward a grocery store, while Deadpool monitored their movements through the car's rooftop surveillance. The bear-like woman in the gang possesses some utility. We shall need to extract a bit of information from her later. Frankie, it seems you have found yourself a new master. Upon their first encounter, this woman began to deride the former underling, Billy Butcher. It appears you are now his new master. Regardless, we have come seeking a substantial item. Butcher slammed the suitcase onto the table. How substantial? The woman inquired, casting a seductive glance at the suitcase. As substantial as it can be, Butcher retorted, opening the suitcase and spilling the money onto the table. I need you to expedite the process. Can you manage that? There is another associate outside who does not appreciate delays, and should he lose his temper, I cannot restrain him. Butcher's warning was unvarnished, leaving one to ponder whether this woman could be swayed by the sight of money. Frankie, it seems you have found yourself a wealthy master, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby underling and then back at Frankie, adding, and he appears to be rather formidable. The underling, receiving the signal, beckoned to Butcher and his companions, leading them toward the rear exit. The group arrived at a warehouse on a back street, where the underling opened the door and stepped inside. Frankie surveyed the surroundings before nodding to Butcher, who then followed him inside. Approximately half an hour later, a truck emerged from the warehouse, positioning itself behind the vehicle occupied by Deadpool. Oh, look at these delightful little treasures, Deadpool exclaimed, instantly teleporting inside the truck, which was filled with an array of weapons and ammunition. He eagerly picked up a bullet, cradling it with affection. Haha, Butcher chuckled in delight. Hey, brother, are you missing something? Deadpool inquired, noticing Butcher's empty hands. Missing what? Butcher responded. Damn it. Where's the money? You can't tell me you spent an entire suitcase of cash on weapons. Deadpool lamented, momentarily forgetting his beloved bullet. Indeed, it's all been utilized. Perhaps you should provide us with some new operating funds. Aside from the $10,000 on Frankie, we've spent it all, Butcher replied candidly. Gah! Deadpool gasped, collapsing amid the weapons. No money? You'll have to figure something out. Do you think I run a bank? Am I some wealthy heir? Over $1 million. And you managed to blow it all in less than an hour. Hey, you are our captain. You must supply some operating funds. Butcher squatted down to speak to Deadpool. Haha, you still regard me as the captain? Yet when you were spending, did you ever consider that it was all my hard-earned money? That was the sweat and toil I exchanged for fan signatures and photos. Earning as a superhero isn't easy. I'm no Batman or Iron Man. I don't have $1 billion inheritance. Deadpool exclaimed passionately. Fine, I'll discuss it with you next time, Butcher conceded. You must agree to one of my requests, otherwise, I shall withhold funding, Deadpool declared, sitting up abruptly. What request? Just wait for me. 10 minutes later, Deadpool reappeared in the carriage, brandishing a costume. Change into it. He tossed the outfit to Butcher. Why? Hurry up, I need to film something. Under the roof, one must bow to necessity. Butcher had no choice but to comply. Why must I wear this? Huey inquired, perplexed. Deadpool shrugged. Kids shouldn't concern themselves with such matters. Hey, I'm 182 meters tall. Have you ever seen a child that tall? Huey exclaimed passionately. I have, and he is even taller than you, reportedly only 8 years old. Chapter 23. Let us hope he does not confront God. What do you want? I absolutely refuse to shave my head. Butcher vehemently rejected Deadpool's intent to shave. You actually want to remove my luscious locks? Not for any amount of money. All right. No shaving then. Deadpool relented, raising the camera. Let us do this again. The three spectators were now struggling to contain their laughter, their bellies aching from the hilarity of Butcher's appearance and lines. Damn it, no one is allowed to laugh. I'm doing this for our funding. How dare you chuckle at my expense? Butcher chastised. Come on, continue. Uft. The black fellow quickly lowered his head, trying to suppress his laughter. Uft. Ha ha. The black fellow's laughter triggered a chain reaction, and soon everyone could no longer hold back their mirth. Butcher glared at Deadpool, demanding, get on with it. Butcher aimed at the camera held by Deadpool. Allow me to introduce my new friend. He raised his left hand, declaring, this is destruction. Then he lifted his right hand, exclaiming, and this is annihilation. Together, they are destruction and annihilation. Ha! Oh dear, my stomach hurts from laughing, Deadpool confessed, clutching his belly. Few might know that Butcher's actor had also appeared in Thor, Ragnarok, wielding 2/16 on the Rainbow Bridge. At the film's onset, when Hela was unleashed, she arrived at the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, promptly dispatching several individuals. Butcher's actor, holding a broom, had quipped, "I'm merely the janitor," before becoming Hela's executioner. Now, Deadpool had procured him a matching outfit, though it was a pity he refused to shave his head. Otherwise, their appearances would have been identical. Should he ever venture into Marvel, perhaps he should preserve some amusing videos, like the tales of Thanos and Scarlet Witch, or Loki's Night of Revelry with the pancake-faced fellow. Just envisioning the chaos those videos could unleash within Marvel was exhilarating. "I'm not filming anymore." Butcher tossed aside the gun and began shedding his clothes. All right, you truly possess no sense of humor." Deadpool carefully stowed the camera away, knowing it would become a treasure trove for collecting others' embarrassing moments. Within lies the iconic scenes of Azu, which must be preserved with utmost care. Task 2. During the disintegration of the bear, certain formidable entities emerged, and your subsequent mission is to locate one of them. Deadpool resumed his focus on work. Damn it. I actually find this plan appealing. Butchell has already discerned what to seek. Are you all insane? Frankie and the black fellow stared incredulously at the two. Huey, rather clueless, remained unaware of what the entity was. "Listen, we may provoke the motherland at any moment. Without that item, we cannot cool their tempers," Deadpool explained. "I believe, upon finding it, we should directly present it to What for detonation, thus eliminating any complications," Butchell remarked with a sinister tone. "Absolutely not. This is utter nonsense. Butchell, you are truly deranged. This city houses millions. I refuse to be part of this madness." Butchell's words incited the fury of the black fellow, who was taken aback by Butchell's recklessness. "Suit yourself," Butchell scoffed. "Wait a moment." Deadpool hastily restrained the departing black fellow, asserting that such drastic measures were unnecessary. "We only need to find this item because it is essential. The motherland will surely fear it, ensuring they won't act recklessly. This is merely to intimidate them." The black fellow, halted, turned to Deadpool and inquired, "Really?" "Indeed. This is for your protection, to threaten them should they attempt to capture you." "And what about you?" "He can't capture me. He will only seize you and then violate you." Damn it. Once the matter was clarified, Deadpool promptly returned to What Corporation, needing to devise a way to generate funds, for they lacked operational capital. As the newly appointed leader, he realized he could delegate tasks to his subordinates instead of handling everything personally. "Madeline, may I request an advance on my salary?" When seeking assistance, one must adopt a certain demeanor, so Deadpool refrained from unnecessary chatter. "An advance?" Madeline questioned, perplexed. "Did you not receive a substantial sum just yesterday, over $1 million? Well, you see, as a superhero, one must cultivate friendships, perhaps by hosting parties or arranging for some models to indulge in luxuries. Just imagine, if beautiful models desired me to purchase something, yet as a member of the Seven, I had no funds. Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? However, you did not even attend the company's party and are reluctant to appear on talk shows. You even shunned several events," Madeline pointed out. "Oh my, those talk show hosts seem utterly dim-witted, devoid of any substantive topics. Their questions are all meticulously crafted, requiring me to conform to their script, which is exceedingly dull. And what about events? Why not attend them? Are you referring to that upcoming cult expo? However, I do not believe in Jesus. To me, he appears to be merely seeking self-inflicted torment. The rules outlined in the Bible are utterly nonsensical. Goodness, I cannot fathom persuading others to embrace such beliefs, especially since I practice Taoism." Madeline, gazing seriously at Deadpool, remarked, "I believe you could participate, even if just for monetary gain. As long as you attend, I shall acquiesce." "Very well," Deadpool replied, shaking his head in resignation. "I must first pay my respects to the Taoist ancestor. I hope he won clash with the Almighty." "Who is the Taoist ancestor?" "An irascible old man, prone to reopening the heavens should he become enraged. If that occurs, you may have to wait until your next life to serve drinks to the people of our country." Chapter 24. A pure waste of life 2 days later. "How are the finances?" Butcher's call came in. Deadpool responded with annoyance. "For heaven's sake, you can't inquire like a debt collector. When the funds arrive, I shall provide them. Madeline has insisted that I complete the event first." "All right, but there's another issue. I fear we are in trouble." "What trouble?" "Based on the leads, we located the locomotive that delivered Compound 5. Frankie inadvertently released a superhuman, and there were fatalities. We witnessed the locomotive conducting its own investigation on site. So, what is the problem? Please, get to the point." Your manner of speaking is beginning to resemble my younger brother's, whose rambling is particularly exasperating. He once regaled me with countless words for an entire afternoon. Good heavens, I was thoroughly annoyed. Also, didn't TI instruct you to find clues regarding the big guy? What are you doing with superhumans? Wait, is that superhuman a woman? Deadpool suddenly recalled this particular plot twist. Yoshiko, she seems quite attractive. But you Haven T provided me with funds, and how do you know she is a woman? Damn it, I told you to stop mentioning the finances. Why should it concern you how I know? You little bald fraud. Are you plotting something in secret? Even after receiving the funds, you're still stirring up trouble. Deadpool continued with dissatisfaction. You even left me, the team leader, on the sidelines. Didn't we agree on this last time? I am the captain, after all. In any case, we have a problem now. I just saw the locomotive searching for that woman as well, so it's best you come here. We can't handle that individual alone. Butcher was unwilling to place himself in jeopardy. Send me the coordinates to my phone. I have some matters to attend to. After saying this, Deadpool hung up. Now, there was another issue to address. It seemed Madeline had not abandoned her desire to join the defense. A plane had been hijacked, and she had already summoned Azu and Maeve to handle the situation. In the 7-member conference room, Deadpool teleported to Madeline's side. What is the situation? Do you need me to intervene? Madeline had become accustomed to Deadpool's sudden appearances. No, I believe they will manage it well. Well, I hope those portly members of Congress will consent to allow Water to join the defense. In truth, I feel that directly seducing certain individuals might prove to be a more reliable approach. Perhaps some may indeed find appeal in a woman of your age, especially if you can offer them some special beverages. Deadpool, this is none of your concern. Simply focus on your own tasks, Madeline said with a hint of irritation. Deadpool's gaze remained fixated on the coordinates, observing the aircraft as it moved swiftly. The compatriots had set off some time ago, and his arrival was nearly due. Following the coordinates, Deadpool teleported directly to the designated location. Upon witnessing Deadpool's sudden disappearance, Madeline's anger was no longer concealed. One day, she vowed to find a way to rid herself of this insufferable loudmouth. Beneath the hijacked aircraft, Deadpool materialized into the sea. I despise this position, he exclaimed, striking the water with a fist before looking skyward. It was impossible to see the airplane from this vantage point, so he would need to teleport above the clouds. After several jumps, Deadpool finally glimpsed the silhouette of the aircraft. Inside the plane, Maeve was frustratedly scrutinizing the control panel. She wished to persuade the compatriots to rescue the passengers, but Azar stubbornly refused to comply. Azar exhibited a purely antagonistic personality, often taking the opposite stance in every situation. Convinced that his views were infallible, this behavior stemmed from his upbringing. Having grown up alone in a laboratory and later following orders at Water, he lacked meaningful connections and guidance on how to navigate life. His interactions with Madeline were merely a form of banter, seeking her attention and care. Currently, his self-satisfied demeanor was leading to the destruction of the control panel, followed by his self-important declarations on television. Like a child seeking validation, he aimed to demonstrate his worth to Madeline, unaware that she regarded him as somewhat simple-minded. Her attempts to appease him were akin to a mother soothing her child. Above the aircraft, Deadpool had securely positioned himself on the roof. He had no choice but to cling on, otherwise, he would be tossed aside by the throng of over 100 men below. Unable to hear anything, he relied on telekinesis to sense the situation at the hatch. As soon as Azar emerged, Deadpool would teleport inside. With a loud clang, the hatch opened, yet Azar had yet to appear, likely still dawdling with Maeve. What are you waiting for? If you'd just come out sooner, I could have saved more people. The plane was perilously close to a crash as the two finally emerged. Deadpool, it's Deadpool. Quickly, save us. Oh my, the compatriots have abandoned us. Save the children. As soon as Deadpool made his entrance, the cabin erupted in chaos. All right. Quiet down. We don't have much time. Bring all the children over to me. Grabbing the two nearest children, the trio vanished into thin air, and in an instant, Deadpool reappeared inside the aircraft. Bring the camera over here, my friend. This is all evidence. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Unfortunately, Deadpool's teleportation can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. Any more would render it ineffective. After several trips back and forth, only a little girl remained on the plane. While her mother desperately pushed her toward Deadpool, I think it would be best if you took care of the child yourself. Deadpool seized her and vanished, just as the plane collided. From the moment Deadpool appeared inside the aircraft to the impact, merely 5 seconds elapsed. Had Maeve not hesitated for nearly a minute, it is uncertain whether all could have been saved, but half would certainly have been possible. Therefore, if a battle is to ensue, it is prudent to eliminate one's own women first. What good does it do to dawdle? Do you possess the capability? It is simply a waste of life. Of course, Deadpool could have appeared earlier. However, if he interrupted the foolish actions of his fellow countrymen, who could guarantee he would not engage in combat right then and there? In that case, no one would be saved, and perhaps millions of lives would be lost. It is akin to a runaway train, faced with the choice of crashing into 5 children or 1. Although cruel, if one child bears no relation to oneself, then I can only extend my apologies. Chapter 25. Do you have a problem? Arrange for individuals to be placed in pre-prepared locations, ensuring that the only adult looks after the children. Then, gather some food and remind everyone to remain indoors. Butcher, has the position changed? Deadpool made a phone call to inquire. As the location had not been updated for over an hour. It has changed. Now at the station, Francie has lost her temper again. You should hurry over. On the other end of the line, Butcher was already sweating profusely. I'm on my way. Hanging up, Deadpool hastily donned a set of attire, wrapping himself securely before teleporting to the destination. At the platform, Butcher and his companions had already arrived. Where is she? Deadpool placed a hand on Butcher's shoulder. Inside. Go quickly and grab her. Realizing it was Deadpool, Butcher quickly pointed toward the area by the tracks. Leave it to me. If you shave your head and film a video next time, I might arrive even quicker. With that, Deadpool dashed forward. It was inconvenient to teleport here, given the numerous witnesses in the station and the presence of cameras. As he stepped onto the tracks, Deadpool spotted the target. But beside her was another person attempting to drag her into an employee passageway. Thank goodness, is that Deadpool? He has finally arrived. Francie observed the rapidly approaching figure. Perhaps if he refrained from causing trouble next time, he would not have to come here. Butcher slung an arm around Francie's shoulder, saying, Listen, you messed up again. If such a situation arises once more, I will break your head. Do you understand? Break your head. The other black man chimed in, adding insult to injury. They once had a leader, but due to franchise's negligence, the leader's grandson was tragically burned to death by the lamplighter, leading the leader to succumb to despair and resign, thus disbanding their team. With a thunderous crash, the locomotive hurled Kyoko aside, smashing through a wall. Who are you? As it passed through the wall, the locomotive spotted the tightly wrapped Deadpool, seemingly the mastermind behind it all, a reckless creature unaware of its fate. Cursed be it, unable to unleash a verbal assault, lest it drench the adversary with saliva. The locomotive entered a peculiar state, hurtling towards Deadpool with astounding speed. Indeed, one must concede that its velocity was remarkably swift. Capturing Deadpool directly would prove impossible. Deadpool's superhuman reflexes could sense the locomotive's movements, yet his body could not keep pace. His neural reflexes had far surpassed his physical capabilities. Were he able to teleport, he could have delivered a kick to the locomotive the moment he registered its approach. But such a tactic was not feasible in the current circumstances. Among the superheroes in the vicinity, Deadpool had yet to encounter anyone possessing such a flawless ability. It was a unique skill. All he could do was anticipate, as the locomotive charged forward, throwing a punch towards Deadpool's head, who preemptively lifted his foot in response. When the locomotive struck Deadpool, there would undoubtedly be a momentary pause, providing the perfect opportunity to kick it away. Alas, the plan was flawless, yet reality proved unforgiving. Deadpool was sent flying by a single punch. Is this all you can do? It seemed unbelievable that he had been so easily dispatched. The locomotive stared incredulously at its own fist. Kyoko stood aside, watching with an unyielding gaze, retreating further back. By the heavens, today I shall make you pay. Fortunately, there were no onlookers, save for the silent Kyoko. Despite his internal curses, Deadpool managed to rise once more. Very well, it appears this will not be so simple. Shaking his fist, the locomotive charged at Deadpool again. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? With telekinesis activated, he conjured a hand that seized the onrushing locomotive. The sudden grasp and release caused the locomotive to stumble past Deadpool. With a resounding crash, it collided with the wall. Huh, you think you can escape my grasp? Even Quicksilver's arrival would be futile. He would have to endure a couple of my punches as well. Glancing at Kyoko, Deadpool approached the site of the collision, turning over a couple of stones to find the locomotive already dazed. Well then, Deadpool shall treat you to a pair. With a crooked finger, he struck Deadpool's forehead twice. It seemed he had managed to subdue it. Butcher and his companions had now entered from outside. Kyoko, feeling cornered, bared her teeth at the group. TSK. She was in a rather unkempt state. Perhaps a thorough cleansing would do her good. She was quite beautiful at one time. But now, Deadpool shook his head in disapproval. What do you intend to do? Do not even think about laying a finger on her. Frankie exclaimed, agitatedly addressing Deadpool. Calm yourself. She hasn't even agreed to anything with you yet, Deadpool retorted, abruptly teleporting next to Frankie and seizing his closely cropped hair. Do you have any hair? Allow me to see how many strands you've got. Ouch. Let go, please. Frankie protested. Do you possess any hair, or is it just fluff? After plucking a few strands from Frankie's head, Deadpool finally released his grip. What should we do now? How do we handle her? Butcher inquired, glancing at the still grimacing Kimiko and addressing Deadpool, who was brushing hair from his hands. You will not succeed. Butcher was no saint, and Deadpool appeared equally dubious. In defense of his beloved, Frankie positioned himself in front of Kimiko, visibly agitated. Not on my watch. Frankie shouted at the other two. You wretched fool. How much trouble have you caused? Do you want us to clean up after you every single time? I'm fed up, and I'll break your head. Look here. Butcher tilted his head. Frankie, do you wish to oppose us? I still cannot agree. I refuse. After a brief hesitation, Frankie regained his bravado. Unfortunately, he was deluding himself. Kimiko, unfazed by his antics, leaped onto Frankie's back, ready to take him down. In a flash, Deadpool executed a swift maneuver, subduing Kimiko effortlessly. Frankie, they say you have no hair left. Why do you persist in your foolishness? Chapter 26. The restraint of Kimiko. Once Kimiko was subdued, the group transported her to their secret base. I can provide you with the funds tomorrow. You should be ready to depart by then. Frankie, you had better manage her before the day after. Otherwise, she will become a nuisance. It would be prudent to inquire if she would permit you to take action. I will handle her, Frankie asserted. That is for the best. After all, she is a superhuman and could be of assistance to you. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for just the few of you. After clarifying the arrangements, night fell, and it was time to retire for the evening. The next day, it was time to rise and get to work, whether one liked it or not. In an unremarkable house, Deadpool appeared, carrying a large bag of supplies. The children and an adult he had rescued yesterday were already awake, with the adult tidying up the living room. Good morning, Mr. Deadpool, said Isha, a bit shyly. Hi, good morning. I brought you all some essentials, Deadpool said as he headed to the kitchen to stock the refrigerator. Excuse me, may I ask when we can return? My family must be terribly worried, Isha cautiously inquired. I understand your desire to return, but the time is not yet ripe. Should you attempt to go back, it would undoubtedly lead to significant turmoil. The press would inundate you, and various investigations would ensue, exposing the disgraceful deeds of your homeland. In a fit of rage, he would certainly lash out and harm everyone involved. Deadpool patiently elucidated. I managed to fend him off once, but I cannot perpetually shield you from him. For now, it is best for you to reside here in peace. I shall devise a solution swiftly, and then you may return to your normal lives. Trust me, I assure you. I am indeed a good person. Very well, Isabella nodded. In a relative sense, she considered herself fortunate to have survived alongside her daughter. After enjoying a breakfast, Ashley called to inform her that the event was about to commence. The name of the expo was something along the lines of a religious fair, a name far too cumbersome and odious for Deadpool to remember. Regardless, the venue was teeming with people. Spending 169 merely to have someone attempt to convert you is utterly absurd. Is following the way of the Tao not sufficient? You may believe or not believe as you wish, but do not disturb me. I am still in communion with God, pondering whose words will manifest as reality. How dull. These damned fools, why concoct such nonsense? Deadpool muttered to himself while posing for photographs with attendees. After a lackluster display, he quickly tugged at Ashley's sleeve. How much longer must we endure this? I am on the verge of exploding. Did Madeline not inform you? This event will continue until evening. You must remain here and even take the stage to speak, Ashley replied, astonished by Madeline's unreliability. Damn it, she did not tell me that. Well, now you know, Ashley retorted. Are you certain you want me to speak? I am genuinely concerned about losing control. Just then, Ashley spotted a beacon of hope in the distance. Look, isn't that Starlight? Let us go greet her. Fine, it is rather tedious anyway. Deadpool casually grabbed a serving of takoyaki from a nearby stall, only to find the vendor staring at him. What are you looking at? Do you think Deadpool is in need of your meager coins? Go ask my secretary for it. That fellow over there. He hastily pointed towards Ashley. Damn it. Should you not be deeply moved that Deadpool is enjoying your food? Why this expression? The vendor, frozen in place, was clearly aware of Deadpool's reputation. Observing the vendor's gaze, Deadpool felt a twinge of guilt and promptly walked away, only to discover a familiar silhouette in the direction of Starlight. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Deadpool exclaimed as he caught hold of Huey, who was attempting to flee. Just browsing. Huey awkwardly scratched his head. Browsing? Deadpool circled Huey with the takoyaki in hand. You cannot deceive me. You are here to flirt, aren't you? Are you trying to woo Starlight? Young as you are, you ought to focus on work instead of chasing girls. I did not see you yesterday. Were you also attempting to charm someone then? I wasn't. I didn't. Huey vehemently shook his head in denial. Humph, you seem uneasy. Your feeble performance suggests you haven't matured beyond the age of 8. It's best you cease your stubbornness. Haha. So tell me, have you managed to win her over yet? Not yet. Then you must put in more effort. Deadpool, holding on to the fleeing Huey, remarked, tell me, do we qualify as good friends now? Huey, ever cautious, retorted, what are you up to? You appear to harbor ulterior motives. Enough with the chatter, just answer the question. Well, I suppose you could say we are, just barely. Ha ha ha. Leaning against Huey, Deadpool chuckled. See, you've admitted we are friends. Therefore, shouldn't we share both fortune and adversity? What exactly are you trying to convey? Huey felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that Deadpool was ensnaring him in a trap. Just answer the question. No. Ah, I knew it. You truly are a good friend. No. Did you even hear what I said? Huey, overwhelmed with frustration, began to feel a chill creeping over him. Deadpool glanced toward Starlight and then leaned closer to Huey's ear, whispering, listen, I have a feeling you'll soon be with Starlight. If that's the case, as good brothers, shouldn't we? What are you planning? Stay away from me. Huey quickly pushed Deadpool away. Misunderstanding. Let me finish. Deadpool grasped him again. Unable to escape, Huey resigned himself to hearing what Deadpool had to say. In the distance, Starlight and Ashley, after finishing their conversation, began searching for Huey, only to catch sight of Deadpool seemingly coercing him, igniting her fury as she marched over. Listen, since we are good brothers, we must share in our fortunes. If you manage to win Starlight's heart, when you reach the summit during your climb, could you call my name? I possess extraordinary abilities. We could revel in our triumphs together. Deadpool tilted his head. What do you say? You must uphold brotherly loyalty. Why are you gaping? Who tapped my shoulder? I'm busy. No time for autographs. The shoulder was poked again, and Deadpool, growing impatient, twisted around. Deadpool. A female voice called from behind. If it were a female fan, he felt compelled to acknowledge her, while also gauging her quality. For an autograph, when he turned around, he found Starlight with bright eyes, holding 2 glowing orbs. You. Thud. Floating in midair, Deadpool addressed the audience watching him. Brothers, I'm taking a break. If you wish to continue watching me, please renew your subscription. Chapter 27, Deep Sea Brotherhood. Brothers, someone renewed their subscription, and I'm back. Accidentally struck by Starlight's ambush, Deadpool instantly teleported away, returning to the tent with a bounty of snacks. There was little amusement outside, all public venues. What could one possibly do? Just as he had settled down, Ashley called, demanding he return to work. I can't perform spells. Hi, Deadpool. Another individual responsible for the consecration greeted warmly upon their meeting. Hello, he said enthusiastically. Deadpool responded with a nonchalant greeting, retracting his hand. If memory serves, this fellow is rather peculiar. Are you shaking my hand like a chicken's feather? After over an hour of labor, he had bestowed blessings upon all, uncertain if the divine would acknowledge his efforts. Upon exiting the tent, he noticed Azu making a grand speech, casually altering the script. Children often exhibit such behavior, eagerly seeking attention, unaware of their own insignificance. Once Azu finished, it was Deadpool's turn, and he approached the backstage area. Upon their encounter, Starlight cast a piercing gaze upon him. Why look at me like that? It was all in jest. Who possesses such supernatural abilities? If they did, wouldn't they be reveling in ecstasy? How maddening, he thought, to desire such powers. If such abilities truly existed, acquiring hundreds of thousands of followers would mean endless delight. How do you know him? Starlight inquired. Oh, Huey. I met him when he came to water for business. Why do you care so much? Deadpool chuckled, noting Azu was about to depart the stage, and hurried to seize control of the scene. He was too lazy for excessive chatter. Should he speak recklessly and Madeline withhold payment, that would be absurd. Thus, Deadpool stuck to the script. After his speech concluded, he waved his hands and murmured, Yes, you wretched fools should believe in God and see if he blesses you. Or if he ensures you never face a bullet in your life. Just have faith in yourself. I heard what you said. I should record that. Azu blocked Deadpool's path. Ah, yes, you are correct. Go ahead and record it. Then I'll explode and eliminate you all, wiping out your fanbase and rendering you a child unloved. Deadpool regarded Azu with disdain. I might just eliminate your fans as well, Azu replied darkly. What is wrong with you? Why compare fan killings with me? Deadpool retorted, glancing at Azu's furrowed brow. Your aura is dark. If you don't take your medication, you'll soon meet your maker. No, more likely, you'll be off to see Satan. He would surely revel in tormenting a soul as wicked as yours. I've had my fill of celebrity indulgence. It's becoming increasingly tedious, apart from love-starved children who would wish to engage in such antics. Of course, except for those in need of money. Deadpool shook his head and departed. Azu, with a sullen expression, watched Deadpool's retreating figure before soaring away. Clearly, he lacked financial woes. So was Deadpool mocking him as a childish fool? Humph. I shall seek out my mother. He likely realized he should refrain from engaging Deadpool in verbal sparring. It was purely self-inflicted torment, and he vowed never to do so again. Ashley, is today concluded? Deadpool asked upon finding Ashley backstage. It seems to be over. Feel free to do as you wish, Ashley replied. What is the minimum ticket price here? Is it $170? Spending $170 to have these people tell you how to reach heaven. Do they even know the way to paradise? Some may very well be destined for hell. Just as Deadpool was about to leave, he overheard this electrifying speech. Wow, there's something entertaining happening. I'm no longer tired. He dashed ahead of Ashley, who was still on her way, seizing the prime spot for witnessing the spectacle. I can't hold back anymore. Everything that has transpired since my arrival here has deviated from my expectations. Each day, I endure immense pressure, and I can no longer bear it. The stars on stage continued their impassioned discourse. This sensation feels oddly familiar. Could it be a scene I recognize? Deadpool mused, sensing an unsettling familiarity. Wade and Bayou's memories hadn't fully integrated. Deadpool merely glanced at them occasionally, and some events escaped his recollection. I don't believe the Bible is entirely correct. Many of its assertions seem unreasonable. Why is premarital sexual activity deemed immoral, even punishable? I fail to comprehend. The true scoundrels are the two individuals involved. What do you wish to convey? At another angle, Deadpool sensed impending trouble. One individual attempted to exploit the unwritten rules to force his companion into his mouth, while another wretched soul pretended to rescue him. But the ultimate goal was the same, to shove his companion into Deadpool's mouth. The stars roared that these were the ones who deserved condemnation. Deadpool remained frozen in place. Deep Sea, I knew I was right about you. We are destined to be kindred spirits. So, am I now a brother in arms with Deep Sea? I refuse. I 1T engage with an octopus. Dr. Octopus 1T spare me. Chapter 28, Deadpool 2. Zero goes live. This is fantastic. Deadpool hurriedly searched through Bayou's memories, diligently reviewing the television show's plotline. Damn, how could I have forgotten this segment? Cursing under his breath, Deadpool quickly teleported away from the scene. He needed to devise a plan to prevent the stars from revealing anything, otherwise he would have to flee this place. Suddenly, the injustice became palpable. Indeed, the path of a superhero is fraught with challenges. Meanwhile, in New York's Times Square, a foul-mouthed individual emerged from an alleyway. Upon his arrival, the bustling crowd abruptly halted, maintaining a respectful distance as they regarded him. What do you want? Why are you all staring at Deadpool? Have you never seen such a cool outfit? Are you all a bunch of hicks? He scanned the crowd with a puzzled glance before looking up at the illuminated buildings. This has to be fake. It must be some sort of imitation. Certainly, it was a copy. His attire was reminiscent of older styles. A poverty-stricken performer unable to afford new clothes. Nothing to marvel at. Disperse, disperse. The crowd resumed its fluid motion. The masked figure gaped at the electronic screen above, where one of the displays was showcasing Deadpool's promotional video. Nissan, at long last, I have found you. Wade was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. But why did you abandon me to become a star? Surely, you must have engaged meaningfully with your female admirers. This anguish is too heavy for you to bear alone. I shall come to you at once. This is the Deadpool who was previously robbed by Deadpool 2. The following day, the first thing Deadpool did upon waking was seek out Madeline for funds, then teleport to Butcher to hand over the money. Listen, we must take action. We can no longer delay. Of course. Butcher opened the box to inspect the amount of money and then inquired, but how should we commence? We lack any information on this matter. Do you possess any leads? I do not. Deadpool shook his head. Such things certainly won't be found in the beautiful country, so your options are rather limited. You could investigate places where terrorists congregate, or perhaps seek out some former leaders from the Bear Country who have had dealings in this realm. Surely some still survive. After all, it has only been a few decades. You might also want to check next door in Mexico. It's a haven for crime. And you should see if the big drug lords have any news. You are correct. Those are indeed the directions we can pursue. Butcher nodded thoughtfully. Well then, that is settled. After all, you have a superhuman on your side. Let her take the lead on any matters that arise. I believe she can resolve most troubles. If all else fails, reach out to me. Once the arrangements were made, Deadpool teleported back to his dormitory, needing to discuss matters regarding Starlight with Madeline and ensure his identity remained undisclosed. Nissan, you have made my search incredibly arduous. Upon returning to his dorm, Deadpool heard a voice behind him, and sensing the direction of the airflow, he felt someone leap upon him. I'll hit you. Without turning, Deadpool delivered a swift kick. Smack. Wade collided heavily against the glass, sliding down to the floor. Wade, damn it, you finally recognized me. Why was your first reaction to kick me? Truly, love does fade. Doesn't he it? After regaining his footing, Wade hurriedly approached Deadpool. You're impressive, really something else. You've outdone yourself, Haven TU? I can hardly believe you're here, playing the superhero, and even featuring your film on the Times Square billboard. I spotted you immediately upon my arrival. How could you film that kind of video? Have you paid Marvel their licensing fees? If not, brace yourself. They must have assembled the mightiest legal team. Wade reclined with his legs crossed on the sofa. If you plead with me, I might just discuss with the editor about incorporating this segment. Then you wouldn't have to pay any licensing fees. Editor? Deadpool exclaimed, intrigued. What remarkable secrets have you uncovered? You can threaten the editor now? Certainly. The editor nearly met a dire fate at my hands, for I insisted on being inducted into the Avengers. Wade's head was held high, his chin directed at Deadpool. I, too, have joined the Avengers, albeit in jest. After all, you find yourself here, engaging in trivial banter with me. How many fans do you possess? What is your monthly remuneration? How many female admirers can you converse with? In Chapter 29, the act of passing the blame unfolds as each utterance from Deadpool felt like a dagger piercing Wade. All right, enough, Wade interjected, grasping Deadpool's hand to halt his incessant finger-counting. Indeed, your prowess in inflicting harm is unmatched, I concede. With a sly squint, Deadpool regarded Wade, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Having lingered in this realm for an extended period, the experience of being a hero has grown tiresome. Especially as a superhero who resembles a celebrity. My desire is merely to save the world at crucial moments, bask in the occasional adoration, and then retreat to my own pursuits. The compulsion to engage in unwelcome tasks has increasingly irked Deadpool. Moreover, the execution of justice, dictated solely by information, lacks challenge. It is utterly unjust. Furthermore, Starshine is overly meticulous. After all, we are merely indulging in a game. Why so serious? Wade hastily clutched his chest, declaring, I refuse. No matter the amount offered. Clang. A pear struck Wade's head, the fool. My preference lies with women. Refrain from such jests. Very well. Let us discuss your abandonment of me, Deadpool retorted, nursing his head. Countless nights devoid of your presence have seen me weep. You heartless wretch. Clang. Ah. You clearly deserve a reckoning. Another pear found its mark as Deadpool exhaled onto his fingers, poised for another strike. Enough, enough, Wade protested, shaking his head vigorously. What do you truly want from me, Wade? Did we not agree to part ways? Deadpool inquired. Agree? When did we ever agree? Was it your unilateral declaration? I am the captain of the Deadpool task force. How could a mere member dismiss their captain? Wade rose, placing a foot upon the coffee table. You have abandoned your captain and ventured into this world as a superhero, where all heroes are miscreants. Brother, you have fallen from grace. Do you know of this world? Of course, I am aware. It was once a comic, though subsequently cast aside. By the way, we owe no royalties to anyone. We are both Marvel characters. My heavens. What a sum that would be. I cannot threaten their editor. We simply cannot afford the copyright fees. Perhaps I should hasten the release of Deadpool 3, lest we find ourselves in need of bartering. Deadpool gazed in exasperation at Wade, who was rambling on. This fellow was truly absurd. Cancer had left him utterly bewildered. Wait. Listen, he said, they cannot come after us for copyright fees, so cease your prattling. Unlike you, I am undoubtedly a character from a novel, and I have no ties to them. Deadpool had long seen through it all. Soul traversing was merely an act of inhabiting an already existing character. He most likely belonged to some fanfiction, perhaps even as a protagonist. Wade, however, was oblivious to Deadpool's words, continuing his soliloquy. Bang. Ouch. Why do you keep hitting my head? He exclaimed. Listen, you absurd creature. Do you wish to become a superhero? You could star in your own independent film and attract a legion of female fans, not to mention a substantial fortune. I do. Wade replied fervently, nodding enthusiastically. Coach, what should I do? Listen closely. You know that superheroes in this world are often the bad boys, and they require our assistance to redeem their twisted souls. I have organized a team outside, ready to overthrow these superheroes. However, this alternate version of Superman is rather formidable. I cannot take him down alone. Hence the need for some allies and a strategy. I understand, Wade replied. That fellow is indeed a powerful character. He merely lacks biological grounding. He is quite similar to Clark, just several times weaker, but still very strong. The diligent student had learned to seize the moment. This child is teachable, Deadpool mused, explaining everything to Wade. He then introduced him to Butcher, urging them to collaborate more closely, though Wade rudely suggested that someone shave their head, which was rather impolite. All right. I now comprehend the plan. What noble mission shall we undertake? Wade stated, adopting a serious demeanor. No, it's not we. It's you who must take action. Wait, You are a mature individual now. You need to formulate your own plans. Indeed, I am quite mature, Wade boasted, then queried, what about you? Why do you concern yourself with me? I am the captain of this team, and I have a secret mission. For now, you simply need to play my role. No, I must participate as well. You cannot abandon me again, Wade insisted, lunging toward Deadpool, fearing he might flee, given past experiences. Bang. Absurd creature, let go. Otherwise, you'll be left to carry out the secret mission while I bask in the adoration of female fans. Deadpool sighed against the sofa, lamenting the persistent female admirers who seemed intent on bearing his children. It appeared he would have to continue facing them. No, I believe you should undertake the secret mission. As you are the captain, Wade insisted, scrambling to his feet. Very well, you must perform admirably while I attend to the task at hand. If it weren't for the mask, Wade would have surely detected the sinister smile on Deadpool's face. Chapter 30. Forever behind the mask dam. Why is my birthplace always in a restroom? I'm certainly not Zhang Wei. Deadpool grumbled as he exited the lavatory. At this point, he had already departed from the dark realm. A few steps out of the restroom, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a bar. This was utterly absurd. My birthplace is set in a bar's restroom. Am I the American version of Zhang Wei? Wow, this guy is truly cool. Someone spotted Deadpool and quickly called over their companions to take a look. As clusters of onlookers became aware, their curiosity was piqued by Deadpool's presence. Oh, I'm going to celebrate Halloween early, Deadpool exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. Oh, the crowd cheered in unison. Although they were unaware of why Deadpool was celebrating Halloween in advance, it simply seemed cool. Hee. With a cheerful demeanor, Deadpool made his way to the bar to order a drink. As he walked, his eyes continuously scanned the crowd, hoping to spot any familiar faces. Jennifer noticed a familiar visage, causing Deadpool to halt. The familiar face was also gazing back at him. Beautiful lady, how shall I address you? He inquired as he plopped down beside her. In White Feather's memory, he had longed for this moment, and Deadpool resolved to fulfill that desire. It was certainly not because he wanted to. No, absolutely not. Raven, she replied absently after a moment of curiosity. Miss, your response is rather lackluster. Deadpool remarked as he pondered where he had encountered that name before. Hee, are you asking me out? But I'm currently unavailable, Raven retorted with a perfunctory smile. Turning her head away, observing her disinterest, Deadpool followed her gaze. The professor whispered something, and Deadpool realized the nature of this world. A parallel universe featuring a young version of the Warlock. The youthful professor was still in the throes of romance, blissfully unaware of Raven's deadly gaze directed at him. Unable to contain herself any longer, Raven stood up, intent on interfering. Deadpool swiftly grasped her arm. Wait, you like him, don't you? But it's inappropriate to disturb him like this. Mind your own business, let go of me. Raven protested, shaking her hand to break free. Sit down, Deadpool insisted, forcing her back into her seat. Listen, I'm not in the mood for games. I have my own matters to attend to. As he watched the professor grow increasingly intimate with another woman, Raven's anxiety mounted. Hear me out, this isn't right. Besides disturbing him, there's no benefit. If he liked you, he would have approached you long ago, Deadpool urged earnestly. If you go over there and disrupt him, what am I to do tonight? He can play his game while we play ours. Wouldn't that be better? The young professor was still a charming rogue, reveling in his prime. What clever strategies do you possess? Are you merely attempting to entice me? Will you truly offer any worthwhile suggestions? Raven, having seen through the facade, remarked that her current appearance often attracts attention. Well, you are not mistaken. I indeed wish to captivate you. I knew it, Raven exclaimed, grabbing her bag, ready to depart. Yet, how could she be permitted to leave? Deadpool swiftly placed a hand on her shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the bar. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, unnoticed. In the dim alley outside the bar, Raven gazed incredulously at Deadpool, exclaiming, What in the world are you? Aren't we of the same kind? You are a mutant too. Indeed, surprised? He replied. However, I truly have matters to attend to. I cannot bear to see Charles pursuing other women. Acknowledging Deadpool as a fellow mutant softened Raven's demeanor slightly. But he does not fancy you. Why not try your charms on other men? Deadpool then executed a dramatic wall slam maneuver, leaning in close. How about this? Raven transformed back to her blue form, akin to a chameleon. Would you prefer this? No man would appreciate his current self, not even Charles, she replied, intending to dismiss Deadpool. As for me, I would like you in any shade, as long as it is not green, Deadpool quipped, removing his mask. Oh my goodness, Raven gasped, observing the myriad scars adorning Deadpool's face. She reached out, incredulously touching his skin. What have you endured to become this way? His eyes, devoid of eyelids and bags, resembled a series of pressed dimples, His lips were non-existent. Raven felt a pang of empathy, realizing that Deadpool might have faced a more challenging existence than her own, as she could still transform into different appearances, while he was condemned to wear a mask eternally. Chapter 31. A Night of Suffering. Are we truly alright like this? On the 7th floor of a hotel, Raven hesitantly inquired of the nearby Deadpool, why is it not acceptable? Observing his skills could prove to be quite entertaining. Would it not? Deadpool is currently exhilarated, secretly observing the young professor at work, alongside Mystique, reveling in the moment. Under Deadpool's playful persuasion, Raven decides to join him in some mischievous antics. Look, they are about to begin. Deadpool lowers his voice, urging Raven to enjoy the spectacle. Inside the room, the professor is in a state of excitement, deeply engrossed with the girl he had just flirted with. A small corner of the curtain by the window has been left ajar, a result of Deadpool's antics while they were bathing, providing just enough space for both him and Raven to witness the unfolding drama. Look, he is too small. You won't find happiness with him. Are you larger? Of course. Feel for yourself. Don't take advantage of me. Raven's cheeks flush as she continues to watch. The room is filled with fervor, and the professor is intensely focused, oblivious to his surroundings and the mental probing that might reveal them. As he leaves the bar, he notices Raven's departure, but it hardly matters, as it perfectly complements his night of passionate exploits. Raven's face grows increasingly crimson, feeling an overwhelming heat. I noticed that the adjacent room was vacant. Shall we challenge them to a competition? That might not be wise. There is no harm in it. Come on, let me show you what everyone can do. Deadpool activated his teleportation and entered the neighboring room. 20 minutes later, there was a loud thud. 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 Charles, feeling exasperated, gazed at the wall reverberating with the noise. His own barrage of firepower had come to an end, while the commotion next door seemed to just be commencing. The following day, Charles and Raven left the hotel, both appearing quite fatigued from the previous night's disturbances, which had ignited his temper for yet another confrontation. Unfortunately, even after half an hour, the relentless thudding persisted. Upon returning home, Charles called out, "Raven, are you at home?" Receiving no response, he thought little of it and proceeded to her room to check if she was around. Creak. As he opened the door, Charles's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the two individuals on the ship. "Could you please close the door? We still need to sleep," Deadpool grumbled, rolling over to continue his slumber. It seemed the excessive noise from the previous night had triggered a chain reaction at the hotel, yet none could match Deadpool's stamina. Perhaps someone, unable to bear the disturbance, had reported them to the establishment. Thus, at around 3 in the morning, Deadpool had no choice but to escort Raven back to the rented house of Charles, as they had entered without payment. "Hello," Deadpool greeted Charles, who was already awake. "I saw you at the bar last night." Observing Deadpool clad in his full gear, Charles inquired, "Why are you still dressed like that?" One finger pressed against his nose while another pointed towards his temple, he prepared to delve into Deadpool's memories. "I advise against that. If you probe into my memories, you are likely to go mad," Deadpool cautioned amiably. Of course, Deadpool could use telekinesis to ward off his actions, but if Charles insisted on looking, Deadpool felt he might not be able to resist. Should the professor witness the memories from Deadpool's experiments, the young man might very well lose his sanity. It was too harrowing. "You are a mutant?" Charles exclaimed, taken aback by Deadpool's revelation. "Indeed," Deadpool replied as he settled into a chair. "Thus, I kindly advise you not to forcibly examine my memories. It would bring you great anguish." The recollections of the experimental subject Deadpool were rife with gruesome slaughter, mutants slain, ordinary people murdered, culminating in his own battle with cancer, leading to his current state. Such painful memories could potentially cause the young professor's mind to collapse. "Very well," Charles conceded. Although he was displeased with Raven's decision to bring someone home, the fact that he was a mutant made it somewhat more acceptable. They had both been alone for quite some time. Perhaps having an additional companion would not be so bad. Thus, Deadpool and Charles engaged in conversation until Raven awoke, and the three of them shared a meal before embarking on a day of adventure. However, Deadpool's eccentric attire was so bizarre that it rendered the trio a mere spectacle, particularly in an era devoid of such flamboyance. What truly tormented Charles was the cacophony at night, as the two reveled in their unabashed antics, entirely disregarding his feelings. Raven had completely forgotten her previous affections for Charles. Her sole desire now was to be inseparable from Deadpool each day. Chapter 32. Justice, you cannot persist in this manner. Charles lamented, clutching his thinning hair in exasperation as he observed the couple on the sofa, engrossed in their affectionate exchanges. After more than 10 days of cohabitation and growing intimacy, Deadpool had discarded his mask at home. "Charles, do not mind us. Attend to your own affairs. Tomorrow, you shall become a professor, Deadpool remarked dismissively, before resuming his playful antics with Raven. Yet, with you both behaving this way, I am utterly unable to concentrate on my studies, Charles protested. Very well, we shall grant you some space, Deadpool replied, lifting Raven and carrying her to her room. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. The professor slammed his fist on the table, snatched a book, and stormed out. This household had become unbearable. After the examination tomorrow, he must assist them in finding a new place, for enduring this daily torment was insufferable. Charles, congratulations. You shall henceforth be addressed as Professor, Deadpool proclaimed as he and Raven celebrated at the bar. The professor responded with a sardonic thank you, adding, perhaps I should shave my head in gratitude. Throughout this period, Deadpool had repeatedly suggested that he go bald, insisting it would be more aesthetically pleasing. He simply could not comprehend why Deadpool was so fixated on his luscious locks. Do not be like that. I merely believe you would look more dashing as a baldy, especially now that you have attained the title of professor. What say you? I find myself inclined to agree, Raven chimed in with a playful grin, eager to see what Charles would look like bald. Raven, you were never like this before. I never imagined you would change so swiftly, the professor remarked, pointing at Deadpool. Your thoughts have been corrupted by him. Corrupted? I rather like that term, Deadpool laughed, wrapping his arm around Raven. Indeed, I make it my daily mission to corrupt her. The party has commenced. Let us celebrate, future bald professor. Huh. After his mockery, Deadpool whisked Raven away to dance, leaving no opportunity for the professor to retort. Despite the outdated tunes being rather unmelodious, the large crowd ensured the atmosphere was electrifying. The revelers were exuberant. Although they did not know the professor, he had generously covered the evening's expenses, and thus they were eager to celebrate him. Damn that wealthy man. I am not envious in the slightest, the professor mused, producing an elaborate goblet and, amidst the cheers of the crowd, downing its contents in one gulp. Impressive. If you manage to down 2 more of those, I shall refrain from mentioning the baldness, Deadpool jested. Perhaps not. I fear that if I finish them, I shall be bald before you know it, the professor quipped, casting a knowing glance at Deadpool. Do you intend to shave my head while I am inebriated? How could I? Absolutely not. Deadpool hastily denied. Curse it, he actually discovered me. Oh my, spare me. The professor set down his glass, preparing to seek out a woman to alleviate his recent mental fatigue. A glance around revealed a beautiful lady, and he smiled as he approached her. Unfortunately, another woman intercepted him. It seemed the plot was about to unfold. Since he had arrived, Deadpool was ready to enact a bit of justice in this world. I am the harbinger of justice. Nay, I am the bane of evil, and I shall not spare those who are wicked. Before long, the professor approached the two, stating, We must depart. There are matters that require our attention. What matters? Raven queried, casting a puzzled glance at the woman beside the professor. It indeed pertained to her, but primarily it concerned us. Charles grabbed his clothes and ushered the two out of the bar. At the CIA, the leader cast a disapproving look at Moira, exclaiming, Is this what you sought? A mad scientist to explain this to me, to convince me that a so-called red devil can teleport? This lunatic scientist has brought along another madman. What were you thinking? The leader was clearly displeased. Earlier, when they entered, the staff had requested Deadpool to relinquish his knives and handgun. But he not only refused, but also knocked out the security guard. Ultimately, it was only under Charles's strong insistence that Deadpool surrendered his weapons, although he remained nonchalantly reclining in the meeting room. Madman, who are you referring to? Deadpool swiveled in his chair, adding, If you mean Raven, I have no objections. Raven swiftly interjected, pinching Deadpool at the waist. Darling, I think they are talking about you. Bang. The leader slammed his hand on the table, standing up to point at Deadpool, shouting, I am indeed referring to you. Fine, it seems you need to experience something firsthand. Suddenly mocked, Deadpool resolved to show him the world. Chapter 33. The Arrival of Justice. Deadpool, do not do this. The professor shouted, attempting to halt him. What do you care? I'll do as I please, Deadpool retorted, vanishing next to the leader, who looked on in horror as they both disappeared. So do you believe now? Care to experience a rapid descent? In midair, Deadpool grasped him by the collar. Quick, let me down. The leader, glancing at the ground below, turned pale with fear. All right, I'll let you down, Deadpool replied, releasing his grip. Just as he was about to plummet, Deadpool snatched him back up. How is that? Do you believe now? Yes, just take me back. The leader trembled uncontrollably. The sensation of falling had confirmed that everything was real. Haha, if only you could be a bit braver. Such opportunities for experience are rare. Deadpool chuckled. All right, esteemed passenger, this concludes the Deadpool flight. Please ensure you retrieve your personal belongings, stow your tray tables, as we are about to land. Human beings are often reluctant to believe in that which exceeds their understanding. This world is rife with phenomena that defy scientific explanation. And when confronted with such occurrences, individuals instinctively seek to interpret them through a scientific lens. When science fails to provide answers, such phenomena are deemed heretical. Raise your hands. As two individuals entered the conference room, those armed swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Deadpool. Everyone, remain calm. Why would you act in such a manner? This will only lead to trouble. The professor circled the table and approached Deadpool, his finger poised at his temple, ready to act. I just felt like doing it. No particular reason, Deadpool casually retorted, releasing his grip on the leader. The leader, trembling, steadied himself against the table, while an aide quickly assisted him to a seat. Everyone, lower your weapons and refrain from acting impulsively. Moira quickly intervened to mediate. The professor silenced Deadpool, who was about to speak further, and took charge of the situation, engaging with them directly. Ultimately, all present found themselves compelled to submit to the professor's overwhelming authority. Let us converse clearly. If we cannot, I may have to resort to extreme measures. The director was clearly shaken, unable to accept the presence of Deadpool and his companions. And thus another stout man led a few others to seek out Black King. What shall we do now? Should we simply destroy that vessel? On the police boat prepared for action, Deadpool leaned nonchalantly against the railing. Destroy that ship? The professor gazed incredulously at Deadpool. Can you truly accomplish such a feat? Raven's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Deadpool, eagerly awaiting his affirmation. I can, but my control over my strength is rather lacking. I might end up cleaving through everyone aboard, and they could very well file complaints with Satan. Oh, but I have no qualms about complaints. I shall never meet Satan anyway. Deadpool spoke with a tone that conveyed utter disregard for Black King, who, in the cinematic realm, was merely a novice in comparison to the professor and his cadre. Is this a novice village? Meanwhile, Wantai Wong had been thrown overboard, and the police's speedboats had all mobilized to encircle him. Perhaps it's best not to proceed that way. Leave it to me. The professor rested his finger against his temple, sensing the situation ahead. Just as the professor had finished boasting, his expression shifted to one of hesitation. Perhaps you should handle it. They seem to have a telepath among them, and I cannot perceive their thoughts. Boom. A fierce wind swept across the surface of the sea as Black King's underling struck. Deadpool, stop him. As the tempest approached the police boats, the professor urgently called for Deadpool to take action. Without needing further prompting, Deadpool sprang into action. However, he could not intercept the tornado. His optic blasts could not sever the intangible. Thus, his options were limited. In an instant, Deadpool flickered 6 times, each time returning with 2 individuals in tow. Thank heavens. Moira marveled at Deadpool, finding such an ability utterly astonishing. It was the professor's first experience witnessing Deadpool in action. Just as he finished speaking, Deadpool had already transported everyone back onto the ship. Boom. The tempest violently overturned the airship. The righteous Deadpool is about to make his dazzling entrance. Tremble, ye wicked. With a wild cry, Deadpool unsheathed his blades and leaped from the vessel, vanishing in an instant. I hope all is well, the professor murmured. No sooner had Deadpool leapt than the tempest that had been surging towards the police boat dissipated. Opposite them stood a telepath, and the young professor found himself powerless, resorting only to silent prayers. The telepath was the White Queen, who also existed in Deadpool's original parallel universe, albeit in a different context. Imprisoned within Stryker's research facility and of a different age. Chapter 34. My rules are absolute. I shall slash and slash. In a flash, Deadpool materialized beside the rushing Tempest and swiftly severed both of his hands. Tempest, horrified, turned to Deadpool, blood gushing from the stumps. After a brief surge of adrenaline, the pain surged forth, prompting a visceral scream. Genos, the Black Emperor shouted as he rushed forward. Deadpool, indifferent, sensed the Iron King preparing to act. Should he wreak havoc here, it would complicate matters for him. As the Black Emperor and the White Queen advanced, Deadpool teleported into the water, seizing the Iron King. Iron, it's time to come ashore. Eric, who had been fiercely controlling the anchor, suddenly lost his grip and found himself in an unfamiliar place. Charles, he's in your hands. Don't let him misbehave. With a quick directive amidst the bewildered gazes of those present, Deadpool vanished once more. Where am I? Eric felt an uncanny sensation upon stepping onto solid ground, having just been submerged in water. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor was staunching the bleeding of his subordinate. TSK, how touching, the bond of brotherhood, Deadpool mocked from midair. Emma transformed into her diamond form, shielding the two, stating, I cannot perceive him. Something obstructs my perception. Why? The Black Emperor stood, addressing Deadpool. Why do this? We are of the same kind. Why align with humanity? Why indeed? An intriguing question, Deadpool replied, descending from the air to lounge on the ship's couch. From my perspective, I still consider myself human, albeit evolved to a higher plane of existence. Humanity, as it stands, merely awaits its own evolution. One day, they too shall ascend. Thus, my stance is not one of kinship, but of moral rectitude. You seek to incite a third world war. In my view, that is unequivocally wrong. I, the harbinger of justice, shall not let you prevail. Right and wrong. At your age, how can you discern such matters? My rules are absolute. What I declare to be right is right, and what I deem wrong is wrong. Given that, further discourse is futile, let us engage. The Black Emperor gathered a wave of energy in his hands, directing it towards Deadpool, while instructing the White Queen. Summon Azazel. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, collapsing the corner where Deadpool had been seated. He contemplated calling for assistance, intending to shift to a different position and continue his playful jests, but upon hearing the need for help, he swiftly altered his approach. Azazel, known as the Red Devil, resembled a creature from the depths of hell. While he exuded a certain flair in the comics, in the cinematic realm, he appeared more of a novice, with significant flaws in his teleportation abilities. Deadpool flashed to the side of the White Queen, delivering a swift strike. With a clang, the White Queen was propelled backward, releasing a whistle as she did so. Quite the skill. While one adversary fled, another remained, as Deadpool plunged his blade into the heart of the unconscious Colossus. Damn it! The Black King felt a sense of mockery. Facing an opponent capable of such teleportation was rather impolite. If Deadpool refrained from attacking him, he would find it nearly impossible to land a hit. Though his absorption abilities were formidable, Deadpool had yet to sever any of his limbs. However, if he could eliminate the White Queen, the Professor would be able to exert direct control over him. Simple as that. The Black King continued his assault on Deadpool, but the latter ignored him, teleporting to stand before the White Queen. While your figure is quite admirable, and I would love to share a moment with you, you've committed misdeeds. With a crack, a flash of red light emerged as an assailant raised his blade to block Deadpool's strike, yet his weapon, along with his arm, was cleaved asunder. Deadpool wielded an adamantium blade, its edge extracted from his own arm, as it appeared that Stryker had run out of stock. Thus, Deadpool had to sever his own limb to retrieve the blade. It must be noted that Stryker indeed seemed to be out of supplies when enhancing Wolverine. He could provide a full body of adamantium, yet when it came to Deadpool, he was limited to just the arms. Otherwise, Deadpool wouldn't have been so effortlessly decapitated by Wolverine at the film's conclusion. Ah, young man, you arrived rather swiftly, he quipped, before teleporting to continue his offensive. Swish, swish, swish. Both figures danced through the air, engaging in a relentless exchange, though it was predominantly Deadpool on the offensive while the Red Devil merely sought to evade. The Black King watched in frustration, while the White Queen lay on the ground, having sustained significant injury from the previous strike, barely managing to fend off the Professor's psychic probing. No more games. Deadpool flashed to the White Queen's front, delivering a decisive blow to her head. The strike was undeniably effective. White Queen down. No. The anguished cry of the Black King echoed as he grieved the loss of two loyal subordinates, one of whom was a close ally, an unbearable reality for him. Sensing movement behind him, Deadpool did not even glance back and teleported, swinging his blade downward. Clang. You run quite swiftly. Deadpool withdrew the blade embedded in the wooden plank and cast a glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Yet, it was of little consequence. Next time, he would ensure a more thorough dispatch. Chapter 35. A foolish endeavor at the CIA base. Everyone had returned to regroup. The Professor looked at Deadpool and inquired, "Are you unable to eliminate him?" "Unable. His abilities have become instinctual. Unless you can control his body, any of my attacks would be futile." Magneto interjected, suggesting that Charles should simply restrain him, after which he would take care of the execution. Who delivers the fatal blow is of little consequence. The crux of the matter lies in locating him. If we cannot ascertain his whereabouts, then all our discussions are mere trifles. By the way, do you often engage in self-deprecation? I do not, Magneto replied with a frosty demeanor. What a pity, Raven remarked, as she frequently indulges in such banter with me. I had hoped we might share some discourse on the subject. Suddenly, Deadpool, feeling the grip on his midsection, quickly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Darling, please let go. No more discussions." Humph. Raven released her hold on his source of protein. The Professor, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, truly baffled by Deadpool's peculiar prowess. Magneto shared his confusion as well. After some dialogue, the Professor resolved to enlist the CIA in the search for intelligence. This judgment was sound. The Black King would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to instigate a third world war. Time passed swiftly over the next 2 days. during which the professor's newfound acquaintance aided in the development of a device to enhance brainwaves. This new friend was Hank McCoy, and to be candid, his intellect was impressive. Within a spherical apparatus, the initial prototype of the brainwave enhancer had been completed, and Hank arrived with a few individuals for its inaugural trial. "Let us proceed," he said, adjusting the machine and gesturing for the professor to step forward. The device was still in its nascent stages, merely a helmet festooned with dozens of intricate transmission wires, appearing exceedingly convoluted. The professor donned the helmet, and Hank prepared to activate the machine. Deadpool stepped forward, saying, "Professor, I must caution you. If your abilities are indeed amplified, I implore you not to invade my mind. I understand your curiosity, but I fear that after witnessing my memories, you may lose your sanity, and we might all meet our demise at your hands." He felt it necessary to emphasize this. Deadpool did not believe he could withstand the mental onslaught of a helmeted professor, should the latter truly go mad with murderous intent. "Understood," the professor acknowledged, having briefly entertained such a notion. In his youth, he was curious about everything, eager to explore. However, after Deadpool's serious warning, he reconsidered. "Let us begin," Hank stated, pushing the activation button. A surge of energy resonated as the world before the professor began to transform. The myriad of human emotions and sensations were now within his grasp, accessible at will. After momentarily reveling in this wondrous realm, the professor refocused on his task, to sense the Black King's location, find him, and send Deadpool to eliminate him. Minutes ticked by, and with a sense of disappointment, the professor declared, "I cannot locate him. He is utterly elusive. I can only detect other mutants. Perhaps we should shift our approach. We need not find him directly, but rather the red fellow who can teleport," Deadpool suggested timely. "Very well," the professor replied, resuming his search. "In a mere 3 minutes, he exclaimed, "I have found him. He is at a military base in Russia, wearing a helmet. This apparatus has obstructed my perception. Coordinates established. I shall promptly address the situation, removing his helmet, and you will merely need to subdue him." Deadpool unsheathed his twin blades, ever ready to embark. "I shall accompany you. I am determined to slay him myself." Magneto hastily placed a hand on Deadpool's shoulder, fearful of being excluded from the venture. "It matters not. No, you cannot proceed in this manner," the professor exclaimed anxiously. "That is the military base of the Bear. Your actions would equate to a declaration of war." "Charles, I perceive you are somewhat deluded. What authority do we possess to declare war? We merely intend to eliminate him, not to represent the U.S. military in obliterating the Bear's stronghold," Deadpool retorted incredulously. The professor is indeed somewhat misguided. He and Magneto embody polar opposites, one overly accommodating towards humanity, the other excessively radical. In truth, a middle ground would suffice. Both should refrain from extremes and assume a position of prominence as humans, perhaps by establishing a grand enterprise. In the realm of capitalists, this is remarkably feasible. With sufficient wealth, one can accomplish much. They need only steer the broader course and allow the mutant population to gradually proliferate. Yet, both persist in ostentatiously revealing themselves. Humanity is continually evolving. Yet they insist on launching movements, one establishing schools, the other resorting to terrorism. Evolution is an irreversible trend. Their actions merely draw the attention of those in power who have yet to evolve. The elite remain stagnant, and yet they prattle on about evolution. Chapter 36. I detest green. Such conduct is profoundly foolish. Once the mutant population reaches an astonishing magnitude, the entire planet could effortlessly undergo transformation. They insist on exposing themselves prematurely, novelly believing in their cause, ultimately provoking humanity's hostility and inciting a desire to eradicate them all. However, such matters do not concern Deadpool. After all, he shall not remain in one world indefinitely. Whether mutants or ordinary humans, they are but branches of human evolution, destined to become whatever results they merit. Thus, Deadpool will not intervene in this affair. Let them be. Charles, provide me with the location. Unless you wish to incite a third world war, resulting in the demise of billions beneath your misplaced benevolence. Observing his hesitation, Deadpool seized upon his moral quandary. "No, I mean we could defer this matter. There are many within the base, and your presence may lead to casualties." Charles hastily clarified. Defer? Once the Red Devil regains consciousness, he will become aware of the situation and will don his helmet, evading your detection. Deadpool raised his voice. "And you? Had you a chance to prevent this? Your mercy will lead to the demise of all. You cannot moralize the lives of billions. Deadpool is left with no choice but to bind you." Charles sighed silently. Wan Tai Wong watched the scene with excitement. Realizing that he could use this method to pressure Charles in the future, it appeared to be quite effective. As for Raven, she had transformed into the shape of Deadpool and thus had no objections. Charles despondently reported the coordinates, and both Deadpool and Wan Tai Wong teleported away. In the empty conference room, Deadpool's first action upon arriving was to swiftly eliminate Red Devil. The lifeless body of Red Devil collapsed. It seemed that a meeting had just concluded, leaving only Black Emperor and Red Devil in the room. "I have found you. Today, you shall perish." Magneto glared hatefully at Black Emperor. Black Emperor glanced at the corpse on the floor and remarked, "You have indeed tracked me down, but what of it? You cannot kill me." He tapped his helmet twice, stating, "This device can withstand your telepaths. What other means do you possess to resolve this?" Bang, bang, crack. Magneto had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He directly controlled the nearby steel to launch at Black Emperor. The conference room erupted in chaos as steel surged toward Black Emperor. "You've grown formidable. Your powers extend beyond merely breaking iron doors." Black Emperor leisurely deflected all the attacks. Yet he declared, "Still, this is insufficient. You are too weak for me. What about you? Beyond your swiftness, what other abilities do you possess?" Black Emperor smirked at Deadpool. "You should not have eliminated my people. It merely removes my constraints." He scoffed, "I despise pretentiousness before me. Your moment of glory has concluded," pointing at Black Emperor's head. Deadpool retorted, "Do you truly believe that device is effective? Otherwise, hasn't the traffic officer informed you? If your helmet is not secured, wearing it is futile." With that, Deadpool flicked his finger upward. In an instant, the helmet flew off Black Emperor's head. No, Black Emperor attempted to leap and seize it, but Deadpool teleported and grasped the helmet. "Charles, it's time to act." Deadpool loosened some constraints, allowing communication with the professor. "All right." Charles's voice resonated in Deadpool's mind. "Bring him back. Just hand him over to the CIA for confinement." Black Emperor was now immobilized, and Deadpool abruptly terminated communication with the professor in response to his foolish remarks. "Proceed, Wan Tai Wong." Deadpool chuckled. "How about that? You never had a code name before. This is what I've designated for you. It's a decent name, though I feel it may not suit me." A coin materialized in Magneto's hand. "I am not limited to controlling steel." The professor's voice echoed frantically in Magneto's mind, urging him not to kill Black Emperor, insisting that capturing him would suffice. With the murderer of his mother so close at hand, how could Magneto heed the professor's pleas? Whoosh! With remarkable swiftness, a coin was propelled towards the forehead of the Black Emperor, piercing through his brain. The ordeal concluded, and Deadpool escorted Magneto back. In the spirit of ensuring thoroughness, Deadpool advised the professor to erase the memories of all individuals privy to the CIA's secrets, a precaution that would spare him considerable trouble in the future. After lingering for a month longer, Deadpool bid farewell to Raven, saying, "My dear, I must depart for a while. You cannot send me off with a green hat, as I detest that color, except for Franklin." Chapter 37. Deadpool returns. Lo and behold, Deadpool had returned once more. Let us ascertain whether the troubles have been resolved. Once again, he found himself in a restroom. Deadpool was perplexed by the peculiarities of his teleportation ability, which, despite being aimed at the dormitory entrance, inexplicably deposited him in the lavatory. Exiting the restroom and entering the living room, he discerned some commotion within the room. Silently, he floated inside, only to discover someone cocooned in blankets upon the bed. Ha ha ha! An insidious thought began to take root, and Deadpool resolved to stir up some mischief. "You little Prius, how dare you!" he exclaimed, yanking the blanket away. To his astonishment, there were two individuals on the bed. "Stop screaming. Isn't that your idol?" Upon recognizing Deadpool, Wade merely turned over, indifferent, and continued to lounge. Regaining composure, the girl's eyes darted between the two. Could this be? Double the fun? After dismissing the girl, the two settled on the sofa, their expressions grave as they confronted one another. "You cannot keep using the name Deadpool. That belongs to me. Oddly enough, based on the timeline, I was born before you. That's merely a parallel universe. It does not signify that you were truly born before me. I could easily threaten the editor, and they would amend everything. Is that so? In that case, I shall change my name to Death Knell. Blast it. That is our cousin's name. How dare you appropriate it? We could sue you for infringement." "No, he is not my cousin. He is solely your cousin. Besides, can you bring a legal team before me?" "No, that is not feasible." "Then I shall call myself Wade Winston Wilson. But that is my name as well." Clang. Deadpool playfully struck Wade on the head with a rubber chicken. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us discuss what has transpired during this time. Please refrain from hitting my head. It will make me dull-witted," Wade lamented, cradling his head. Had he been able to overpower Deadpool, he would have long since claimed dominance. "Humph, speaking of recent events," Wade remarked with a scowl, "you have left me with quite the predicament. I nearly lost my status as a superhero." After witnessing the video of you personally confronting Deep Sea after driving him away, Both little Wade and I were utterly astounded. Ahem. Deadpool cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently left behind surveillance equipment. In terms of appearance, I would rate her a mere 80, and her physique a paltry 70. At first glance, I found her utterly unappealing, especially when compared to our former wife, Scarlett, who was in a league of her own. Moreover, the Canadian has since married a woman of superior beauty, showcasing his refined taste. While I may have traversed time to eliminate that Canadian, it was solely due to his involvement in a disastrous project like Green Lantern. Aside from that, I hold no grievances against him. After all, he met his current wife while filming Green Lantern. Could it be that the Canadian has strayed? Alas, it must be so. Cursed be it. For we once shared a love akin to that with Black Widow, and with past grievances at play, Deadpool granted him a moment's reprieve. As I sensed he was about to launch into a lengthy monologue, I swiftly interrupted him with a firm tap, urging him to get to the point. You failure. My fingers poised, ready to strike again. Huh. Wade waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was no longer blinded. The crux of the matter is, I have devised a strategy to keep Starlight in check, ensuring she refrains from speaking indiscriminately. How did you manage that? Deadpool inquired, curiosity piqued. Quite simply. Wade replied with a sage-like smile. Isn't Huey involved with her? Let him handle her, as he is of no real assistance in our endeavors, being merely an ordinary fellow who can barely wield a firearm. Gasp. Deadpool inhaled sharply, contributing to global warming. I was utterly astonished. Wade's cruelty was both shocking and remarkable. I concede defeat, I remarked. Now let us discuss another matter. How goes the mission with Butcher and the others? I retrieved my phone, and Wade dashed into the room to fetch his device. He opened a video for Deadpool, exclaiming, Behold, this is a bomb with 3 times the yield of Hiroshima. Sufficient to leave the counterfeit Superman utterly incapacitated. Hand over your valuable goods, or I shall unleash Deadpool from your phone screen to rob you. Chapter 38. Follow my lead. Purchase a grave. Where is the contraption located? Out in the countryside, a farm where I spent over 2 months excavating an underground base, enduring great effort to transport it here. At the time, there were those who sought to thwart my efforts. Armed with 2 machetes, I cut a swath from East Road in New York. I duck. Wade sensed Deadpool was about to strike again and quickly dodged. Ha! You can't touch me. Clang. Ouch. Wade writhed on the ground in pain. Glancing at his fingers, Deadpool chuckled. Did you think you could evade a blow from 30 years of my prowess? I refuse to accept this, Wade declared, raising a finger at Deadpool. You employed superpowers. That's cheating. I shall not yield. Humph. Deadpool scoffed, glaring at Wade. I concede. I concede. Quickly summon a referee to judge me. As long as I do not lose my trousers, I will accept my fate. Although he verbally conceded, Wade vowed that should he ever surpass Deadpool, he would ensure to repay the favor in kind. I am fully aware of everything. Just tell me the coordinates, and let us go see my precious treasure. What does that even mean? Let us head to the parking lot, where I can show you the new car I purchased yesterday. I am utterly enamored with it. Last night, I even wished to indulge in some playful antics within it. But alas, the space was too confined, and I ultimately abandoned the idea. Have you really bought a car? Did you acquire it with the salary that rightfully belonged to me? In a flash, Deadpool seized Wade by the collar, demanding all the money without allowing him to conceal a single cent. I have no money, Wade replied, tilting his head and sticking out his tongue. Just kill me. I have long wished for death, especially since Vanessa has broken up with me. She broke up with you? Deadpool inquired with curiosity. Didn't you reverse time to save her? How could this happen? Wade began to weep profusely, tears and snot flowing freely. She, he stammered. Enough. Do not speak further, Deadpool said, releasing him in disdain. Most likely, it was yet another Klitsch story. Deadpool had no desire to listen to him drone on for countless words. After retrieving his clothes from the room, he teleported them both to the parking lot. That car? Deadpool asked. Wade, in a state of utter despair, tossed a car key to him and lowered his head, continuing to wallow in his misery. Clearly, the breakup had taken a significant toll on him. Without a charming companion to comfort him, he would likely remain in this despondent state for a while. Beep. The headlights illuminated as Deadpool seized him and teleported them back. Deadpool hurriedly opened the driver's side door and settled into the seat, caressing the steering wheel. I adore it. He honked the horn and called out, "Get in quickly." What are you dawdling for? Wade, still sobbing quietly, made his way to the passenger seat, opened the door, and climbed in. Ah, the complexities of love. What is it truly that compels one to such extremes? Wade's sudden change unsettled Deadpool slightly. The engine roared to life. All right, we are off. As Deadpool shifted into gear and prepared to accelerate, Wade suddenly grasped Deadpool's hand and pleaded, "Please, promise me. Be gentle with it. Vanessa has already left me. And this is my last love. Faced with Wade's imploring gaze, Deadpool could only slam his foot down on the accelerator. Approximately 20 minutes later, the pair arrived at their destination, the farm. With a click, Deadpool opened the car door and surveyed the farm, remarking, "I truly do not understand why you bought a car. Perhaps you should have invested in something else. A car is merely a means of transportation. A house is but a temporary refuge. And a grave is the ultimate resting place. Next time, you should simply purchase a grave." With a quiver, Wade exited the vehicle and replied, "You are absolutely right. I should just buy a grave next time." As Deadpool's nostrils flared, he unsheathed the sword from his back, sensing something was amiss. The air carried a scent of gunpowder. "We must investigate," he urged. The ominous feeling gnawed at him. If only Wade hadn't insisted on driving, they could have arrived 20 minutes earlier. A sudden flash seized Wade's shoulder, and in another blink, the two found themselves at the doorstep of the solitary house on the farm. The air was thick with tension. Wade unsheathed his twin blades, reclaiming his composure. "Let us see who dares to trespass on my ancestral land. I shall rend them asunder." He snapped, "Wake up. This was all purchased with my funds, hence this is my domain." With that, Deadpool kicked the door open and stormed inside. Within the house, a chaotic array of items littered the floor, including several spent bullet casings. "This way," Wade advised, taking the lead. The duo descended into the basement, where scattered shell casings and blood marked their path. "This doesn't bode well. I hope they are still alive." Wade leaped down the staircase, hastening to a door reminiscent of a bank vault, quickly entering the code. With a series of clicks, the door swung open. Upon entry, Deadpool found Chong Wei in a tense standoff. "Damn it," he exclaimed, spotting Xianxei gripping Kimmy's throat, while several bloodied men lay sprawled on the floor. In a flash, Deadpool materialized beside Xianxei. "Let go, you scoundrel." Chapter 39. A new game begins. Xianxei released Kimmy the moment he laid eyes on Deadpool, though the latter's swift movement gave the impression that he still held her captive. Coughing violently, Kimmy rolled on the ground after falling. Meanwhile, Wade had rushed to the fallen men, assessing their conditions. They were still alive, but barely. Upon hearing that they had not yet perished, Deadpool teleported to retrieve some supplies and immediately returned to Wade's side. He produced several syringes and administered an injection to each of the injured. "I'll send them to the hospital. Keep an eye on that fellow." After a brief instruction, Deadpool flickered away, transporting everyone except Wade and Xianxei to the hospital. With a playful bounce, Wade approached Xianxei, embracing him. "My friend, I shall miss you dearly. Rest easy." He appeared to be feigning anger. "I can only select an appropriate grave for you. What color do you prefer for your tombstone? I can craft one uniquely for you." Xianxei's eyelids twitched beneath his mask. Had he the ability to speak, he would have certainly contested Wade's remarks. Pushing Deadpool aside, Xianxei produced a phone from his pocket and handed it to him. "What's this? Your inheritance?" Wade mused. "I'm truly touched. Despite our infrequent encounters, you wish to bequeath your estate to me. I shall ensure that after your departure, I'll burn 2 voluptuous beauties to accompany you. What shade of blush do you fancy?" Wade accepted the phone. "Deadpool, answer the call." A voice emanated from the device. "Oh, how is it possible your inheritance is still making calls?" Wade pondered, glancing at the illuminated screen before deciding to answer. "This is Deadpool, and you are? Is this the attorney responsible for handling Xianxei's estate?" Xianxei was a fine brother, but alas, he must depart at such a tender age. "I shall take great care in managing his legacy henceforth." Wade has shed his previous despondency, now brimming with vitality. As I, Edgar, was about to finish my words, Deadpool had already materialized beside Wade, snatching the phone from his grasp. "No, that inheritance is mine," Wade protested, a hand pressed firmly against his throat. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. Ignoring Wade's antics, Deadpool answered the call. "Edgar, this is quite amusing. You have successfully ignited my desire to play a game. Indeed, you possess 2 Deadpools." Edgar, seemingly oblivious, inquired about who had created them, questioning whether it was the indomitable spirit of the Vought family. The one who created me is no longer in your sight. There's no need to concern yourself with him. You ought to worry about yourself instead. You attempted to provoke me, and I must say, you have succeeded. Even if you are the kernel of fried chicken, I shall eliminate you. It appears you have dispatched the one who created you. As for angering you, you were the one who instigated it. Just look at what you have brought into this fair land. Do you realize what consequences may arise from such explosives? I couldn't care less about the consequences. Whoever displeases me shall meet their demise." Wade lewdly crept closer to Xianxei. "Brother, why provoke him? He's quite insane. If he erupts, we are all doomed." Wade had long seen through everything. Although Deadpool appeared more stable than himself, Once his emotions reached a certain threshold, he could easily be labeled as having a psychotic break. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. Shinsei glanced down at Wade's lifeless body, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Deadpool instilled a soldierly aura, usually amiable. Yet when in a foul mood, even allies became mere outlets for his frustration. Deadpool drew his weapon and blasted Wade's head, continuing. I was merely indulging in a superhero game. I quite enjoy it, actually. This hefty fellow was merely a precaution against any potential chaos from your compatriots. However, you chose to harm my little brother, and as the elder, this is a significant affront to me. I care not for your means of control over him, nor who stands behind you. Suffice it to say, a new game has begun. What follows will be a contest of strength and intellect, and I hope you, and your unseen allies shall find joy in this endeavor. By the way, thank you for the toy you sent. I shall thoroughly enjoy playing with him. Deadpool ended the call and turned to Shinsei. Brother, would you prefer a conventional game, or something more twisted? Shinsei trembled, retreating. Hope had all but vanished. Report to the coach, I prefer the twisted variety. Suddenly, the previously prone Wade raised his hand. Then let us go with the twisted option. Haha. Chapter 40. Exciting thoughts. 2 days later, Deadpool visited the hospital to check on a few individuals who had all escaped the clutches of death. In a luxurious ward, for misfortunate brothers were accommodated together. Huey and Black were the worst off, both swathed like mummies, while Shimi tended to their needs. God, it is fortunate that you arrived swiftly that day. Otherwise, we would have truly met our maker. Young Frankie could not help but reflect that had Deadpool arrived even a few minutes later, they might have all perished. Yet they remained unaware that perhaps if Wade had not insisted on driving, they might not have sustained any injuries at all. Just indulge in some supplements. You need not worry about the matters ahead. Rest easy, Deadpool remarked as he produced the health supplements he had procured from Chinatown. What about my affairs? You promised to handle them, yet nothing has been done, Butcher interjected. He was among the least injured, merely losing a bit too much blood, and would be discharged after a week of rest. Let us wait until you are discharged. Once you are out, we will attend to your wife's matters. I have devised a plan, Deadpool replied. Indeed, the situation regarding Butcher's wife needed resolution. They could bypass the investigative phase and proceed directly to court. Let us welcome the new member of the Seven, Storm. The television broadcasted the latest decisions from the Vought Corporation. Their efficiency was remarkable. They had yesterday arranged for someone to impersonate Noir to announce his retirement, and today, this elderly woman was summoned to work. They acted swiftly, finding a replacement so quickly. Speaking of which, how did you manage Noir? Frankie savored the apple that Kimiko had sliced, his expression one of utmost contentment. Noir was currently quite pleased, as Wade had genuinely catered to him. He had purchased a service package worth $6.99, and the past few days had been utterly delightful. $699 sounds enticing. He must be relishing it. Butcher and Frankie exchanged glances, both faces illuminated with smiles. It seemed that working for Deadpool was rather advantageous, at the very least. Deadpool genuinely cared for their safety and was willing to retaliate on their behalf. All right, you two continue to rest. I must attend to other matters. After bidding farewell, Deadpool exited the hospital. At the Vought Corporation, in the meeting room of the Seven, the patriotic man gazed at Deadpool in astonishment. When did you return? Was that your brother? You not only resemble each other, but share the same dismal countenance. The upper echelons of the Seven and Vought were generally aware of the situation, for Wade had not teleported in over 2 months and seemed devoid of flight capabilities. However, his voice and demeanor were quite similar to Deadpool's, perhaps even more deplorable. So Vought's personnel dismissed the matter, considering him merely a stand-in arranged by Deadpool. Do you know what it means to be persistent? Deadpool leaned his head on his hand. You cannot defeat me in combat, nor have you ever gained the upper hand in conversation. Why do you persist despite repeated failures? What sustains you? Is it that wretched star-spangled cape of yours? If so, I shall steal it tonight and use it for wiping. Deadpool shrugged indifferently. Are you happy now? Humiliated once more? Was it necessary? Can't you just sit in your place without running your mouth? Those familiar with the situation had begun to act. Deep Sea immediately moved towards Noir's former position. Regrettably, upon turning around, he discovered that the chair remained, yet the source of his security had vanished. Ah, how ironic. Azu's lips twisted into a semblance of a smile, betraying his disbelief that Deadpool would indeed resort to such an act as stealing his cloak. To use it for such a degrading purpose would be an affront. Ultimately, Azu chose to remain silent, and the others in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. With a creak, the door swung open, and Storm entered with an air of calm assurance. Storm, welcome to the Super 7, Azu greeted, eager to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Storm nodded with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the vacant seat before glancing at Deadpool, ultimately settling her eyes on Deep Sea. How about you relinquish that seat to me? I have a fondness for it, and I would be immensely grateful if you did. Why me? Deep Sea inquired, biting his finger and spinning in his chair, casting glances at the others, hoping one would come to his aid. Well, fine then. With no one to speak on his behalf, not even his closest ally, Deadpool, Deep Sea resigned himself to the situation. Deadpool, leaning casually, propped his head on his hand, watching the unfolding drama. To his surprise, Storm sat down and flashed a flirtatious smile in his direction, even lifting her skirt slightly. How could one endure such a sight? Please refrain from such distasteful gestures. I recognize who you are, a centenarian. Your actions are enough to make me nauseous. Just look at your sagging. They appear utterly devoid of vitality. 100 years? Azu, beside him, gazed at Storm with fervent interest, swallowing hard at the thought. How exhilarating. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding. I find your words rather disrespectful towards women, Storm retorted, her face a vivid crimson, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, as though her blood might spew forth like molten lava. Being exposed in front of so many, even she, with over a century of experience, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, their faces alight with gossip, sensing that the newcomer was not one to be underestimated. Oh, come on, you're joking, right? You somewhat tarnished the term lady. Perhaps I should address you as Granny Storm. Deadpool continued his relentless mockery. The thought of being seduced by someone over 100 years old felt akin to having something distasteful forced upon him. Very well. It appears this is yet another of Uncle Fried Chicken's schemes, sending an elderly woman to ensnare me. Can't you show a modicum of respect? Why not send someone younger? I might have fallen for it. Azu was increasingly animated, envisioning the double dose of maternal affection Storm could provide, which thrilled him immensely. Gulp. He swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Deadpool, puzzled, turned to Azu and scanned him from head to toe, exclaiming, "You can't be serious. You look rather excited. What has got you so riled up?" Huh. No, you all carry on. Azu's face instantaneously lost its composure, as he lowered his head to shield himself from the gaze of others, acutely aware that his face had flushed with color. This was utterly absurd. It was as if the very heavens had conspired against him. Deadpool, rendered speechless, found himself bewildered that amidst his confrontation with others, someone could remain so exuberant beside him. The audience nearby was in a state of euphoria, their eyes darting back and forth among the three of them, the only lament being the absence of popcorn. The patriotic compatriots had faced repeated humiliation before Deadpool, and Maeve had begun to develop a rather positive impression of him. Though he might possess a mischievous streak, he was certainly not as malevolent as the compatriots. She was currently ensnared by guilt for her inability to save the children aboard the plane, a remorse that rendered her mental state progressively worse each day. The compatriots' blunders offered Storm a measure of solace, affirming her continued relevance in the market. However, Deadpool's forthcoming remarks swiftly dampened her spirits. All right, old lady Storm, it's high time you cease those antics. At over 100 years old, you ought to preserve what little dignity remains. The repeated allusions to her age, despite her awareness of the futility of challenging Deadpool, ignited a spark of lightning within Storm. ZZZZT. A few stray sparks escaped her control, inadvertently shocking the nearby Deep Sea, who suddenly straightened and convulsed, a fluid escaping unnoticed by the others. Deep Sea, what do I care about your plight? What a travesty. Deadpool sprang to his feet, his eyes glowing red as he regarded Storm. You may be elderly, but your temper is quite fierce. Care to experience the wrath of Deadpool? Deep Sea, finish her off. I'm counting on you for my revenge. The other three, perceptive enough to notice Deep Sea's predicament, hastily slid their chairs back several feet. Deep Sea, still recovering from the shock, grimaced at the trio of astute individuals. If no one helps me move, I shall introduce my new friend, a beautiful octopus. Dr. Octopus, would you like to conduct a nucleic acid test on me? Azu, sensing the escalating situation, felt it was his duty as the captain to intervene and ease the tension. Clearing his throat, he stood up. Deadpool turned his gaze. Are you seeking punishment again? Did I not just advise you to sit quietly? Feeling the dread of impending humiliation, Azu quickly clarified, I merely stood to stretch, and exaggeratedly twisted his waist. It was not that he wished to confront Deadpool. Rather, he felt utterly cornered. Azu realized he was completely at Deadpool's mercy. Barring any egregious provocation, he would likely never engage with him again. Storm regarded Azu with disdain as she observed his feigned flexibility, and her lightning dissipated. With a huff, she turned towards the door, determined to leave this place. It is utterly impossible to engage in conflict. Should a confrontation arise, it would be tantamount to courting death. She has clearly observed the footage of Deadpool battling the patriotic hero. If Deadpool were to slice her into pieces, she harbors no illusions about her ability to recuperate. The self-healing abilities acquired by Storm through the injection of Compound 5 are significantly flawed. If someone were to assault her beyond her threshold, recovery would be unattainable. Chapter 42. Azu in action 8 days later, Butcher was discharged from the hospital. Aside from franchise, the other two would likely require over a month before they could be released. Deadpool deemed it time to confront Butcher's wife. At an event, Deadpool circled around to Azu's side and remarked, "My fellow countrymen, I recently stumbled upon a rather curious matter, and I am uncertain whether to share it with you." Disregarding the salutation, Azu inquired, "What matter?" "I have been investigating an individual and uncovered something intriguing. Ashley's former mentor, a woman by the name of Beijia, appears to have mysteriously vanished for some reason. Upon delving into her husband's background, I discovered that it seems she became pregnant after an encounter with one of the Super 7. Pregnant? Azu's breath quickened, yet he refrained from interrupting Deadpool. Eager to hear more. Who do you suppose was responsible? Could it be that lecherous Schwanza? I have long suspected that beneath his mask lies a rather unsavory visage. I would wager he is the culprit. The woman disappeared after her pregnancy, leading her husband to search for her over the past 8 years. Logically, if he had searched for 8 years, there should have been some trace of her, leaving only 2 possibilities. Either she perished or was hidden away. Do you possess any information? Deadpool tapped Azu's forehead. Why are you staring blankly? Realizing his reaction was askew, Azu hastily shook his head. I do not know. I have not heard of this matter. Is that so? Given Schwanza's condition, it is utterly improbable that he could father a child. I have never heard of him possessing reproductive capabilities. Deadpool continued to chatter endlessly, and Azu's anxiety grew. Were it not for Deadpool's persistent conversation, he would likely have sought confirmation immediately. Azu endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy, terrified that if Deadpool's claims bore truth, it would imply that he indeed had a child, which would become his Achilles heel. From the narrative of the television series, it is evident that the patriotic hero is quite invested in his progeny. As the event neared its conclusion, Deadpool finally added, "Do you think Madeline might know something? I must inquire about such juicy gossip." "Do not," Azu exclaimed instinctively. "Why such a drastic reaction? Could it be that child is yours?" He chuckled. Azu felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, and he was now almost certain that he should have a child. To avoid raising Deadpool's suspicions, he forced himself to explain the implausible. "I have never been with that woman, and my genes are incapable of producing offspring." This conclusion is the result of extensive scientific experimentation. Is that so? Deadpool feigned skepticism. But why do I find you so dubious? Do you know something I don't? The more Deadpool pressed, the more anxious Azu became, prompting him to frantically seek clues. This was also one of Deadpool's objectives, to expedite the process. After all, there were many tasks yet to be accomplished. "I don't know. The event has concluded, and I have other matters to attend to." Azu attempted to maintain a tough facade before swiftly departing through the doorway. "Foolish little brat, such poor acting," Deadpool derisively remarked before vanishing in an instant. Given Azu's desperate attempts to conceal the truth, even if Deadpool had not already known something, he could deduce various implications from Azu's reactions. Within the underground base of the farm, Deadpool chose not to abandon this location, continuing to utilize it, for no one could transport a nuclear bomb right under his nose, rendering relocation unnecessary. This was an old-fashioned nuclear bomb, utilizing a gun-type structure, weighing approximately 300 kilograms, with a diameter of around 230 centimeters and a length of about 900 centimeters, yielding an explosive power equivalent to approximately 40,000 tons. Its potency was nearly 3 times that of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Quite impressive. Prepare yourself. Starting today, you will wait outside Madeline's house. Deadpool appeared beside Butcher. Are we striking today? No, wait for my signal. Just monitor whether the Patriot approaches her residence and report back to me, so I can decide whether to take action. Are you not coming along? Of course not. If I were to accompany you, the Patriot would never bring you to that location. Deadpool patted Butcher's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. If he tries to harm you, I will appear immediately. Damn it. Butcher sprang to his feet. Could you refrain from uttering such disgusting remarks? Is he a hunting dog, so fond of such vile acts? Perhaps he was. On that very day, Azu first sought out his caretaker, who had raised him since childhood, hoping to glean some information. Unfortunately, he was met with deception. However, Azu chose not to kill him, but to let him go. Perhaps Azu still possessed a semblance of humanity, even though his caretaker had confined him in a laboratory since childhood and had never truly regarded him as a child. He refrained from unleashing a massacre. In a boxy van parked a few streets away from Madeline's home, Butcher sat motionless, fixated on the surveillance camera. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the monitor as the Patriot landed heavily at Madeline's doorstep. Butcher quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Deadpool, exclaiming that the situation had changed. He had arrived far too swiftly. Neither Butcher nor Deadpool had anticipated Azu's frantic urgency. Deadpool flashed to Butcher's side. What is his problem? Arriving so swiftly? Is he suffering from frequent urges? It has barely been 3 hours since the event dispersed, and Deadpool thought that Azu would at least take some time to search for clues in Vought, yet he had directly sought out Madeline instead. What now? Butcher inquired. No worries. Even if that's the case, it matters not. We will forcefully follow him shortly, Deadpool replied nonchalantly. How will we do that? He can traverse the entire beautiful nation in mere minutes. Not to worry, I can keep up. We merely await his emergence. With that, Deadpool retrieved a bag of chips and sat down to munch contentedly. Butcher shot him an exasperated glance before resuming his surveillance of the monitors. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, over 4 hours had passed without a sign of Azu. Inside the vehicle, the floor had accumulated a considerable heap of refuse. Burp. After a satisfying belch, Deadpool set down his soda and glanced at the clock. Damn, what is his issue? It's already 1 a.m., and he still hasn't emerged. Is he entangled with her? I need to see what is happening. Waiting like this is futile. Wait, what if he discovers us? You must formulate a strategy first. With his wife's well-being at stake, Butcher had to tread carefully and could not allow Deadpool to act recklessly. Madeline, I can hardly contain myself. If he does catch on, I'll resort to the most foolish method, upturning the entire beautiful nation in search of her. This was Deadpool's ultimate plan, albeit it would take considerable time. However, in no more than 3 days, he could traverse every inch of the beautiful nation, and since Beijiao was not hidden away too discreetly, locating her wouldn't be overly challenging. Deadpool had simply been reluctant to expend that time. Trust me, I will fulfill my promise to you. Deadpool settled back down but added, you must brace yourself. If it turns out your wife is not being coerced, but rather is unfaithful, would you be able to eliminate her? Butcher froze momentarily, as if he had never contemplated this dilemma before. Impossible, he retorted, still choosing to deny Deadpool's assertion. Listen, there are no impossibilities in this world. Anything is conceivable with imagination. So, if it comes to that, would you be able to kill her? Let us suppose your wife bore a child, but the child is a wretched spawn. Would you slay it? If your wife intervened, would you eliminate them both? It was essential to prepare him mentally. Otherwise, Deadpool feared he might be unable to cope when the time came. Patting the dazed Butcher on the shoulder, Deadpool solemnly remarked, if it were me, I would eliminate both the adulterous couple and the little wretch as well. Certainly, one could adopt a more insidious approach, feigning acceptance while nurturing a wild progeny destined to eliminate compatriots. However, I would not advocate such a method, for time is not on our side. We must swiftly dismantle the Waters Corporation. Reflect on this. With that remark, Deadpool vanished, reappearing at Madeline's doorstep. Inside Madeline's abode, the compatriot sat despondently on the edge of the bed, his face obscured by his hands, while Madeline's lifeless body lay grotesquely upon the sheets. Madeline had deceived him, claiming that the child was lost. Yet, all her fabrications were in vain before the compatriot, for his extraordinary ability allowed him to perceive the emotions woven into spoken words. After extracting the location through intense interrogation, he shared a final moment of tenderness with Madeline, ultimately choosing to end her life. This twisted individual, Deadpool suppressed his biological functions, silently hovering at the threshold, observing the unfolding scene. It appeared he needed to pause for a moment, so he reappeared back in the vehicle. Chapter 44. Tempestuous fury at 6 in the morning, the sky brightened with a dull haze. Butcher maintained his position, his eyes fixed intently on the display screen. At last, he observed the compatriot emerging. Wake up, hurry, Butcher urged, shaking the slumbering Deadpool beside him. I'm awake, having just dozed off for a mere 10 minutes. Deadpool was abruptly roused, his bloodshot eyes betraying his poor state of alertness. With a thunderous crash, the compatriot soared above the ground. The disturbance felt by 2 individuals several streets away. Wait for me. With that, Deadpool vanished once more, hoping to locate him. Butcher, his spirit fatigued, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Throughout the night, he had not only monitored the surveillance, but also contemplated Deadpool's inquiries. If, indeed, there was truth to it, what course of action should he pursue? Once a seed of doubt is sown in a person's mind, everything appears awry. Deadpool had planted such a seed within him, and it had rapidly flourished in the span of mere hours. In the sky above the beautiful nation, the compatriot surged like a missile, relentlessly accelerating through the atmosphere, while Deadpool trailed behind, constantly teleporting to keep pace. In merely 2 minutes, they traversed Texas, crossing a significant expanse of the beautiful nation. With a final, resounding acceleration, the compatriot landed in an area encircled by steel walls. Having identified the location, Deadpool promptly teleported back to bring Butcher along. Employing telekinesis, Deadpool levitated them into the air. His powers were now sufficient to lift up to 500 kilograms, making it effortless to include Butcher. Glancing at Butcher, who was gasping for breath, Deadpool inquired, "Are you prepared?" Butcher, flustered, responded, "I don't know what to do." Wait, haven't we yet confirmed if this is the right place?" This seemed to be the only solace, as Butcher clung to this excuse to evade the moment. "This is the place. Prepare yourself." Upon concluding his words, Deadpool propelled the two individuals into the house. Inside, Patriot had already landed at the entrance, the commotion prompting Beijia to rush out for a check. With a smile, Patriot gazed at her, noticing a small head peering down from the second floor, and he instinctively looked up. "Is that my child?" Although he had quickly confirmed it, Patriot still restrained his emotions and inquired, "Is it?" Yes. Since Patriot had come here, it was evident he was aware of everything, and thus Beijia had no reason to conceal the truth. "Wonderful." With the affirmation, Patriot exuberantly waved his arms. Beijia, however, ignored him, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky. "Indeed, it is wonderful." Deadpool and his companion gently descended to the ground. Suddenly, Patriot turned in alarm, exclaiming upon recognizing Deadpool, "What are you doing here? Why are you here?" "I followed you," Deadpool replied, gesturing towards Butcher beside him. "Allow me to introduce. This is your child's mother's husband." The relationship seemed rather convoluted. "The mother of your child is not you, but rather this person beside me." Such a tangled web surely hinted at some intriguing events. Patriot, sensing an impending threat, cast a frantic glance towards the child above. Deadpool stepped forward, inquiring, "Is that your child upstairs? Would you mind if I went to see him?" "No." Upon the mention of the child, Patriot's demeanor shifted dramatically. "You did this on purpose. You deliberately lured me into this knowledge and followed me here. You did this on purpose." Realizing he had been manipulated, Patriot's anger surged uncontrollably. Once again, he found himself a pawn in someone else's game. Meanwhile, Butcher merely exchanged a dazed glance with Beijia, both frozen in place, showing no interest in the conversation unfolding before them. "So what if I did it on purpose?" Deadpool gradually advanced towards Patriot. "I did it intentionally, but why did you not realize? Perhaps it's because you are foolish? You are like a great ape, when enraged. You flail your arms and pound your chest, utterly incapable of anything else. Our intellects are akin to the comparison between a gorilla and a human. Yet you persist in believing yourself clever. Wake up. You are merely a fool, and a remarkably unique one at that." Having been abruptly awakened after merely 10 minutes of sleep, Deadpool was seething with frustration. Patriot's face flushed crimson, teeth clenched. He retorted, "No, you are the fool. You are the fool." Deadpool punctuated each word by poking Patriot's chest. "Are you feeling quite enraged now?" A fierce light ignited in Deadpool's eyes. "I am equally furious." With that, Chapter 45 commenced. The laser beam struck its target, sending Patriot flying several kilometers away, crashing violently against a steel wall. "You continue your conversation. I shall go cool off." With that, Deadpool vanished to Patriot's side, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead, exclaiming, "I told you not to stir up trouble in the dead of night." The nation roars in fury, yearning to seize Deadpool. "You shall not allow me a moment's peace." With a swift flicker, Deadpool evades, delivering a kick to the nation's rear. The nation flails its arms wildly, attempting to grasp the ever-elusive Deadpool. "I call upon you to cease your antics with another spouse." In an instant, Deadpool flickers multiple times, reappearing above the nation, delivering a resounding blow. The nation attempts to escape the onslaught, soaring into the air. "I demand you cease wearing that skin-tight suit. I implore you to abandon that caped attire. I beseech you to cease emulating Superman. I admonish you for your affection towards a centenarian. I chide you for corrupting the youth." After a relentless 3 minutes of punishment, Deadpool finally relents. "No more, no more." With a dismissive wave, he flickers to Butler's side. The nation lets out a primal scream, unleashing a powerful punch upon the ground. Bang! Crack! The earth, unable to withstand the force, fractures, revealing a chasm spanning several kilometers, its center beginning to cave in. The nation, panting heavily, flies toward the chaos, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He realizes he is utterly powerless against Deadpool, reduced to a mere punching bag for his tormentor. Though each strike bears no physical pain, they strike at his pride. What can he do? Slay everyone? What harm could that inflict upon Deadpool? Perhaps under normal circumstances, Deadpool would care, but the nation senses that the mercenary is far from normal today, his rage rendering him unrestrained. The last encounter at the Cult Expo, he had threatened to eliminate all of Deadpool's fans, but even then, Deadpool appeared unfazed. His X-ray vision revealed that Deadpool's emotions were askew then, just as they are now. This man is utterly mad, more so than himself. Wait, are you just now realizing this? I discerned his madness long ago, yet he incessantly claims, I am the insane one. As the nation gradually returns, he ponders these thoughts. A growing dread enveloping him. He possesses no advantage against Deadpool, who wields absolute control. Should Deadpool be concocting a method to end his life? He is but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, Butler and the others have retreated indoors to converse. How is the discussion unfolding? Has she knelt to plead for your forgiveness? Deadpool bursts in, plopping down upon the sofa, radiating an energy vastly different from before. You haven't even broached the main topic, have you? Looking at the dazed duo, Deadpool turns to Butler. Surely you're not being timid now. Aren't you typically the one to strike with unyielding force? Is it because you lack your world-destroying weapon? Deadpool, I wish to handle this matter myself, Butler replies. Pardon me, how can you manage this alone? If I were not here, your compatriots would surely have taken advantage of you. Cough, cough. Butcher coughed heavily twice. Then, with an air of embarrassment, glanced at Bejia, suggesting he should not mind his words. Bejia smiled and nodded, resembling the divine figure from Butcher's recollections. All right, gentlemen, this is a trial, and I, Deadpool, shall preside as the judge of this case. Allow me a moment to retrieve some items. With that, Deadpool vanished in a flash, only to return moments later with several objects in hand. These are the items I have meticulously prepared. In the midst of their astonished and somewhat reluctant expressions, Deadpool placed 3 tables before the sofas where each of the 3 individuals sat. Each person now had a table before them, and Deadpool vanished once more to fetch 3 signs. Plaintiff, defendant, judge. The distinctions are clear. Yet, it seems something was still amiss. He returned with a gavel, striking the table to test its feel before addressing the two. This court session is now officially underway. I, the esteemed judge, solemnly declare that absolute fairness and impartiality shall be maintained. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the table 3 times again, then turned to Bejia, declaring, Plaintiff Butcher accuses you of infidelity. Do you plead guilty? Bang, bang, bang. Defendant, please refrain from silently inquiring of the plaintiff. Any questions should be directed to this court. Since the defendant refuses to respond, let me pose the next question. Were you coerced by the people of your homeland? Creak. The door swung open, and the representative of the homeland stated, no, she was quite exhilarated that day, having reached the summit thrice. Bang, bang, bang. Deadpool struck the table once more, noting, due to the emergence of new circumstances, a witness is here to testify. Please bear with me. With a flash, a new table appeared before Deadpool, labeled Witness. Chapter 46. A jury executed every 10 seconds. Butcher, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Bejia, with reddened eyes, was on the verge of tears. Butcher sought to explain himself. Bang, bang, bang. Deadpool interrupted, maintain courtroom decorum. The defendant must not repeatedly attempt to entice the plaintiff to withdraw the case. You are like the gourd baby, the gourd baby. Cough, cough. One moment, I need to take a call. Deadpool pulled out his phone, noticing it was Wade calling, and answered. Where are you? Wade cut straight to the chase. I'm busy with other matters, Deadpool replied, his words evasive. Fuck. Don't try to deceive me. I just woke up and found that you took everything. Are you planning to hold court alone? Cough, cough. Listen to me. I don't care. I want to be there too. I've got everything ready. What have you prepared? You'll find out when you come to pick me up. Hurry, hurry. Otherwise, I might lose it. A minute later, another figure appeared beside Deadpool, along with an additional table and sign. Jury. This was becoming increasingly official. Deadpool was surprised that Wade had actually prepared such items. Wade sat down with excitement, struggling to contain his laughter, for this was indeed a serious occasion. Cough. In order to demonstrate the absolute impartiality of this trial, the presiding judge has summoned an additional juror, with the hope that you will all comply with the verdict. Indeed, the jury shall remain entirely unbiased. If you are dissatisfied with the judge's ruling, Wade, confronting the deadly gaze of Deadpool, felt a twinge of fear, yet mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. Can I request a change of judge? Could you speak with a bit more confidence? Deadpool retorted, raising the gavel in his hand. Do you dare covet my position as judge? Ha ha ha. Remain calm. It is time for you to begin. Wade reclined back into the sofa. It was evident that the position of judge was not easily seized. One must first triumph over the nefarious judge. Bang, bang, bang. I reiterate. Everyone must adhere to courtroom decorum. Butcher's mind was racing like 100 wild horses. He never anticipated Deadpool would orchestrate such a scene. Did you think I could foresee this? He has exceeded my control. Witness, are you certain that what you just stated is the truth? I am certain, the citizen replied. That night, I was the one who made the first move. Initially, she was reluctant, but later she became even more proactive, reaching the peak 3 times. Beijia, with reddened eyes, shook her head at Butcher. No, that is not how it was. Butcher, perplexed, gazed at Beijia, uncertain of whom to trust. Silence. It is not yet the defendant's turn to speak. Why does the order of the court keep being disrupted? This is truly vexing for Deadpool. Indeed, one cannot consistently disrupt order. Otherwise, I shall ensure you enjoy the consequences of meddling, the juror remarked, seemingly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Bang! A gunshot rang out. What the hell? Butcher sprang to his feet. What is wrong with you? Why did you shoot Wade? Although Wade's previous comments had irked him, they had been acquaintances for over 2 months, and he understood that Wade was merely sharp-tongued. Thus he did not take it too much to heart. The citizen was equally dazed, quickly using his X-ray vision to assess Wade's condition. Is he really dead? The bullet had indeed penetrated his skull, and there were no signs of life remaining. The citizen was now terrified. What kind of person executes someone over a mere disagreement? Bang, bang, bang. Very well, maintain courtroom order. He shall be executed for his disruption. Now, let us resume, Deadpool calmly stated. You are truly insane. I refuse to partake in this any longer. Butcher shouted in agitation. Bang, bang, bang. Do not misunderstand. It was not Deadpool who struck. The first thing Wade did upon regaining consciousness was to seize Deadpool's gavel. Butcher, observe courtroom decorum. How can one unilaterally decide to leave? I did not heed the order earlier, and I indeed deserve to be executed. At this moment, all 3 individuals stood wide-eyed in astonishment. The citizen even questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, gently rubbing them for clarity. What the hell? Bang. Wade struck the table again. Observe discipline. Bang. Deadpool executed Wade once more, questioning whether the judge's gavel was also within his grasp. With a disdainful snort, Deadpool declared it was time to proceed without distraction. He ominously announced that he would execute a jury member every 10 seconds, urging everyone to remain composed as they continued. Chapter 47. Plea of Guilty Defendant. Do you admit to not only acquiescing but also ascending thrice? No, I do not, Beijia replied, her head bowed, tears staining her cheeks. She is indeed evasive. I even possess surveillance footage from the lounge, declared Guerin. Goodness, you retain such evidence? Deadpool exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He promptly ruled that Guerin had not disrupted the proceedings and, given the witness's voluntary provision of evidence, this court absolves you of the charge of disorderly conduct. No, Beijia cried out, casting a pleading gaze towards Guerin. Butcher's pallid visage bore no trace of color. His worst fears had materialized. Humph, what further defense does the defendant have? Do you plead guilty? Just admit it, Wade interjected, suddenly sitting upright. Perhaps the shocking news had momentarily caused Deadpool to forget to execute him. But it was not too late now. Bang. Butcher, it's not as you think. I was truly coerced. The reason I didn't inform you was out of fear of your reaction, Beijia frantically attempted to explain to Butcher. Butcher gazed upon Beijia's woeful countenance, his thoughts becoming increasingly disoriented. Ding, ding, ding. Seeing her refusal to relent, Deadpool was determined to render her argument indefensible today. Given that the defendant believes it inappropriate to inform Butcher out of fear of his impulsive nature leading to unfortunate events, why did you not discreetly terminate the pregnancy and depart from Walter's company, as if nothing had transpired? Why did you choose to hide and give birth instead? I was terrified. That's why I initially sought out Walter's company. To my shock, they imprisoned me, Beijia confessed. Gasp. Deadpool inhaled sharply, contributing significantly to global warming. This woman was indeed terrifying. Even with irrefutable evidence, she persisted in her denial. Was it because Butcher had not witnessed the video firsthand that she felt she could still contest the matter? The folly of women, truly. They do not shed tears until confronted with the grave. She was formidable. Had I possessed such cunning, Vanessa would not have parted ways with me, Wade mused. Sitting upright once more. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, yet the others displayed no reaction this time. They likely never anticipated witnessing the same individual executed repeatedly, each time rising anew. Now, given your assertions, would you say life here is akin to hell? Indeed. Then why did you refuse Butcher when he came to take you away? When will Butcher come to take me away? Ahem, pardon me. I seem to have made an error. This matter appears not to have transpired. Alas, why did I inadvertently reveal the plot? Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Now Butcher is here to whisk you away. Do you consent? I do, yet I must relinquish the illegitimate child. Deadpool hastily interjected. I do not consent. Beijia suddenly abandoned her weeping demeanor, transforming into a figure of resolve. You see, it has indeed come to pass. Your beloved has come to rescue you from this hell. Yet you are willing to forsake the one you love for an illegitimate child. Hasn't the event unfolded as anticipated? Can this truly perplex me, the esteemed judge? He has borne the weight of 8 years of darkness for you, while your family and friends languish in suffering. Consider this: if you are being coerced, then your existence here is a living hell, and that child is the demon guarding you. You find yourself in love with the very demon, and you would sacrifice family and beloved for this fiend. Oh, I shall inquire of you once more. Do you plead guilty? I know that no matter how I attempt to evade it, I cannot escape the truth. Beijia cast a pained glance at Butcher before lowering her head, murmuring, I plead guilty. Butcher's complexion turned ashen, his body remaining still. He had maintained this posture for far too long. Thus, the sycophant ends up with nothing. Even if one believes they have succeeded, ultimately, the goddess shall bestow upon you a parting gift. The onlookers observed this scene with amusement, devoid of any sense of guilt as the principal instigator. Merely two mortals. What of it if they are mired in conflict of their own making? Were it not for Deadpool's meddling, he would have simply eliminated Butcher, this inconvenient mortal. He had come to understand that Deadpool was, in essence, akin to himself. The underlying motive of all actions is the pursuit of joy. As long as it brings him happiness, he would do anything. Of course, should he become incensed, he would act without restraint. Thus, all of this was merely a game to him. Chapter 48. Who dares to accuse this court? Silence. This court is now ready to deliver its verdict. Defendant, by the way, what is your full name? If you refuse to disclose it, so be it. This court now pronounces its verdict. The defendant is found guilty of infidelity and is hereby sentenced to death. Beijia and Butcher sat in desolation, entirely indifferent to Deadpool's pronouncement. Has the judgment already been rendered? Wade leapt to his feet, exclaiming, why was there no deliberation with the jury? I contest this. I demand a retrial. This judgment is an affront to the jury. Bang. The jury is dismissed. Regarding the earlier ruling, this court orders immediate execution. Deadpool rose and passed a gun to Butcher, saying, let the execution proceed. Do not blame me, for this is the rigor of the law. 8 years. Butcher suddenly stood, grasping Deadpool. Do you know what I have endured these 8 years? Each time I awaken, it feels as if I am in a different world. Every day, I feel as though everything is but an illusion. In my quest to find her, I would even succumb to depravity once more. How many souls have I harmed during this time? To my astonishment, the person I sought, Butch, suddenly became serene and whispered, who would have thought that the one I am searching for is a woman even less worthy than a prostitute? The citizens of my homeland sat in the witness stand. Smiling, Beijia buried her face in her hands, weeping softly. Ah wait, you have suffered. Deadpool patted Butch on the shoulder. This is truly tragic, a sorrowful affair. How could this be? How could this be? Butch chanted these two phrases like a soulless automaton, then rigidly made his way outside. Alas, a sycophant truly meets a grim fate. Deadpool sighed, approaching the still lifeless Wade. It's over. The court is adjourned. We shall reconvene another day. With both the plaintiff and the executioner absent, there was little left to entertain. On the sofa, Wade opened his eyes and declared, I shall not rise. You will only have me executed again. Clang. Deadpool struck him on the head with a pair. Fool. Stop pretending. I see right through you. You wish to remain. Do you not? Do you not desire for the defendant to revel 3 more times? Ahem. Wade stood, brushing off his trousers. Do not misunderstand. I am not that sort of person. I merely fear your executioner's bullet. Noticing Deadpool's skeptical expression, Wade hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, we must depart. A great throng has arrived outside. What if Butch is executed? That would be utterly disastrous. Outside, Butch had been targeted by armed soldiers, yet he remained oblivious, continuing to mutter those 2 phrases, while those surrounding him dared not fire, merely following his footsteps. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and tension enveloped the crowd. Everyone, get the hell away. Anyone who dares aim a weapon at my brother shall face execution today. Wade stepped forward. Did you hear that? Anyone who points a gun at the esteemed gentleman's brother shall meet their demise. The soldiers exchanged glances, yet none truly lowered their weapons. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Everyone, lower your weapons. Upon hearing this, the soldiers exhaled in relief, hastily complying. Butch continued his aimless walk, continuing his mantra. The crowd parted, revealing a vehicle in Deadpool's line of sight, adorned with a tablet displaying a video call, where an older black man sat. Humph. Wade scoffed, advancing toward the tablet and pointing at the individual within. So it was you who summoned the enemy. Before the figure could respond, Deadpool approached Wade from behind and slapped him down as if he were a landlord reprimanding a tenant. Humph. He spat, but to his surprise, he had not removed his mask. The soldiers around him flushed with embarrassment, torn between laughter and restraint. Yet when they beheld Deadpool's countenance, their mirth vanished. Deadpool hastily removed his mask and wiped his face, then glared at Wade on the ground, exclaiming, "How dare you think you are worthy of being part of the 8th Route Army?" After venting his frustration, Deadpool pointed at the figure on the screen, accusing, "And you were the one who led the enemy here." The previous slap had disoriented Wade, leaving him oblivious to Deadpool's spitting. However, he soon regained his composure, leaping to his feet to declare, "I refuse to accept this. You used my line. You owe me royalties, or I shall take you to court." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Who dares to accuse this official? The soldiers swiftly retreated in unison. Are we going to die? Just for refusing, we could face execution? If we all saw his face, wouldn't that mean our doom? Chapter 49, a reminder from the barrage. Edgar, it seems this game has granted me another small victory. Deadpool leaned closer to the tablet, taunting, "I have discovered one of your trump cards. How many do you have left? What are you truly after, Deadpool?" Edgar inquired. "Humph, what am I after? I am a righteous superhero, while you and your band of so-called heroes are villains. Thus, I must eradicate evil." Deadpool, do not utter such absurdities. We are adults. This world knows neither justice nor evil, only how people choose to define them. Oh, you wish to engage in a debate with me? Very well. Let me enlighten you on definitions. I have joined the camp of order and virtue, while you belong to the camp of order and malevolence. We are opposing forces. Edgar frowned, disliking Deadpool's words, realizing he had indeed made a misstep by allowing Deadpool to find the child of the people of his homeland. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Now that I have uncovered your card, you can cease your futile attempts to hide it. It is an exercise in futility. No one can conceal anything beneath my watchful eyes. I excel at hide and seek. With that, Deadpool approached Wade and kicked him twice. Is it over? Wade asked as he sat up. Gasping, the soldiers collectively inhaled sharply and stepped back, clearly shaken, as these two individuals shattered their worldview, compelling them to contribute to the fight against global warming. Let us go. Butcher has already moved on. Calling Wade, the two hurriedly chased after Butcher. Azul stood at the doorway, observing everything unfold, increasingly doubting his own intelligence. It seemed everyone was privy to certain truths, while he remained in the dark. So much had transpired today, discovering he had a child, finding that child, only to realize he had been manipulated into doing so. And the very person who used him had also beaten him up, revealing that he was the most foolish of all. At this moment, Azul felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The world appeared irrevocably altered, and he was at a loss for what to do next. With a gloomy expression, he trudged into the house, needing to see his child. Butchell has reached a point of despair, his confidence shattered by a mere hat trick. We ought to extend our assistance to him. But how? Should we find him a new wife? Wade, emotions require time. It is not feasible to procure a meaningful partner in a fleeting moment, lest he remain in this state of despondency. Nonsense. Vanessa and I had no such luxury. It was evident from our first glance that we were meant for one another. So what? You have separated from her. Yet, we once shared love. So what? You have parted ways. We were on the brink of matrimony. So what? You have ended the relationship. Is that all you can say? So what? You have broken up. You have triumphed. Wade, with his head hung low, hastened to Butchell's side, mirroring his demeanor and muttering the same two phrases. TSK, 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 another heartbroken soul. Deadpool shook his head and silently followed, curious to see whether the two would collide with the wall ahead, for it was not far off. In an instant, Deadpool perched himself upon the wall, popping a piece of gum into his mouth, awaiting the unfolding drama. The two aimlessly trudged closer, mere meters from the impending impact. Crash into it, he whispered as he chewed his gum. At a distance of 5 meters, Wade abruptly halted, while Butchell continued on. What are you doing? Have you regained your senses so soon? Deadpool inquired. Wade ignored him, swiftly producing an adamantium blade, taking a few steps forward, and creating a substantial opening in the iron wall, sufficient for Butchell to pass through. Wade glanced at Deadpool and expressed, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How could you still wish to witness the misfortunes of two good friends? Let us sever our friendship. Oh, Deadpool quickly jumped down and wrapped an arm around Wade's shoulder. That seems rather severe. Aren't friends meant to share in each other's follies? Yet, why is it only you who observes our misadventures? You have deprived us of the chance to witness your own blunders, which is profoundly unjust. Wade shrugged off Deadpool's grasp and resumed his aimless wandering alongside Butchell. Foolish Deadpool, Nissan too desires to share in my follies. Yet presently, there are no misadventures to showcase. Can one blame Nissan for that? Deadpool remarked as he kept pace with Wade. You cannot be upset for not witnessing my blunders. It is not my fault. Whose fault is it then? Wade retorted. Perhaps it is the author's fault? He did not wish for you to witness my earlier embarrassment. Did you truly have an embarrassing moment? Wade queried skeptically towards the heavens. Audience, did he indeed have an embarrassing moment? Please remind me with a comment. Chapter 50. The divine plan. Butchell has endured a profound blow. 8 years of effort rendered null, transforming his endeavors into mere jest. The weight of such a setback is unbearable, leaving him to wander aimlessly throughout the day. As the sun began its descent, the clock struck 6 in the evening. How much further must he walk until his feet are utterly worn and bloodied? Wade gazed despondently at Butcher, who continued onward. He no longer wished to follow. It was truly dreadful. He felt akin to Strick, cursed by the White Queen, compelled to walk until his feet rotted and bled to death. This scene inevitably reminded Deadpool of Strick from the final moments of the Wolverine film. Hey, Butcher, stop walking. We should return, Deadpool urged as he caught up. You cannot persist in this manner. There is no obstacle we cannot overcome. And Wade and I can face our own grotesque selves. I cannot. I refuse to confront it, Wade immediately retorted. Deadpool turned, insisting, you can. Just as Wade was about to counter, Butcher, with parched lips devoid of moisture, spoke with a weathered voice. You both should go back. I need some time alone to collect my thoughts. Feeling it prudent to acquiesce to his request, Deadpool handed his phone to Butcher, stating, if you need to reach us, call. We shall be on our way. In a flash, he appeared by Wade's side, grasping him, and the two vanished, leaving Butcher to continue his solitary journey. How did things go? Upon returning to their dormitory, Deadpool ordered 2 dinners. I have gathered a wealth of evidence. I believe we are poised to commence. It is time for the world to witness who the true purveyor of justice is. Wade rose, raising his glass in exultation. I am the true bearer of justice. The Avengers will rue the day they rejected my inclusion. Wade, awaken. The Avengers will not witness your actions here, and thus, they will not regret their decision. Deadpool coldly interrupted his fervent speech. Then I shall bring them here to see for themselves. You can bring them here? Of course, why not? How will you do that? Deadpool's curiosity was piqued. Thus far, he remained oblivious to the means by which Wade traversed dimensions. Indeed, Wade possessed a timepiece, but that merely allowed him to navigate time, not space. Deadpool had always been the one to facilitate their journeys, and Wade had never unveiled this ability in his presence. Yet, to claim he lacked any such capability would be implausible. Otherwise, how would he have accessed the Wolverine realm? Do you not know? Wade queried, gazing quizzically at Deadpool. Of course I do not. You have never divulged how you traverse. Have I not mentioned it? Wade scratched his head. Well, it matters not. I shall reveal it now. My method of traversal is akin to yours. Simply open any door, and one can enter other worlds. And the realms once visited can be pinpointed. No way. Deadpool sprang to his feet. You possess the same ability as I do. Then why were you so astonished when you first witnessed me open a door to traverse? Shouldn't I have been astonished? The fact that you possess the same capability as I do is utterly remarkable. Wade leaned closer and remarked. I distinctly recall that during my viewing of Deadpool 2, the conclusion involved me traversing time to shoot a few rounds into your head. Yet, why did you suddenly strike me with a brick? Moreover, you've inexplicably acquired powers akin to mine. This is utterly absurd. I consulted the screenwriter, and he asserted that this segment of the narrative was never conceived. So what on earth is transpiring? Wade's scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Deadpool's face. Do you not comprehend yet? Wade, the screenwriter you threatened is not the same as the true screenwriter. The one you intimidated is merely a puppet of the genuine creator. Those 2 sentences would undoubtedly leave Wade pondering throughout the night. Deadpool needed to contemplate the unfolding mystery. How had a soul merged with his own, granting him abilities identical to Wade's? Could it be that he was indeed a character from a novel? Such speculation had arisen before, yet it seemed absurdly far-fetched. After all, even this conjecture stemmed from Bayou's memories. Were those memories entirely accurate? Was it possible that all of this was orchestrated by a divine hand? The author proclaimed, "Let there be light." How unfortunate for the author, who had cast him in the role of a deity. He hoped that upon discovering the truth, the author would refrain from seeking retribution. If the author did come, it would be of little consequence. When facing retribution, administering anesthesia would suffice, especially since he possessed 2 kidneys. Chapter 51. Truly imposing. The following day, Deadpool prepared to embark on a new endeavor. After concluding his day's activities, he arrived at Maeve's door and knocked. Upon opening the door, Maeve gazed at him in astonishment. Do you require something? You've never sought me out before. It's somewhat significant. Might you allow me entry? Deadpool gestured toward the interior of her room. Very well, Maeve replied, stepping aside to permit him entry. Once inside, Deadpool surveyed the surroundings and remarked, the decor is quite splendid, and your taste is commendable. Maeve retrieved a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator and tossed it to Deadpool, saying, "Have a seat and share what brings you here." Accepting the drink, Deadpool settled onto the couch, contemplating how best to persuade Maeve. He had devised a comprehensive plan for confronting Vought and Homelander, and Maeve was an indispensable element of that strategy. Dismantling Vought would require not only brute strength, but also a strategic manipulation of public opinion. Consequently, Deadpool had enlisted Wade to gather incriminating information on all superheroes, intending to unleash a significant revelation when the moment was ripe. As for the power aspect, Deadpool planned to release Soldier Boy, instructing him to eliminate Homelander before dealing with him as well. Soldier Boy was not as formidable as Homelander, and Deadpool was confident he could handle the aftermath. "Listen, I aim to take down Homelander, but I cannot do it alone. Therefore, I require some allies. What do you say? Care to join me?" Deadpool reclined on the couch, crossing his legs, and smiled, awaiting her response. The gravity of the situation left Maeve momentarily speechless before she finally replied, "Why do you wish to kill him?" "It is quite straightforward. He is a villain, and I am a hero. Naturally, a hero must thwart a villain's nefarious deeds, and the most effective means of doing so is to eliminate him. From an educational perspective, the individual in question has long surpassed the point of reformation. His character has become irreversibly entrenched, leaving no option but to extinguish him. Legally speaking, the crimes he has committed warrant far more than a mere 100 executions. As for the uninformed audience who laud his supposed good deeds, I must insist they refrain from such folly. Deadpool has been entrenched in the chaos of Watertown for long enough to comprehend its modus operandi. People are not fools, and not all criminals are mere imbeciles. With the illustrious reputation of the Seven in New York, the likes of this villain and his cohort can traverse the entire city in mere seconds. Would a true criminal willingly engage in wrongdoing? Hence, aside from a few who are left with no alternatives, and a handful who are genuinely foolish, who among us would dare orchestrate significant criminal enterprises? Without substantial crimes, how might heroes achieve notoriety? Clearly, it falls to Watertown to contrive grand cases. Therefore, a company like Watertown ought not to exist. You claim to be a hero? Maeve posed a soul-searching inquiry to Deadpool. This left him momentarily uncertain, as he hesitantly mused. Perhaps, in comparison to that villain, could he be considered a good person? You refer to your little game with Starlight. Can we not dwell on that matter? It was merely a trivial diversion, a mere pastime. We were merely playing a game, and I never truly suggested any dire consequences should she refuse to indulge me. The predicament was utterly regrettable. I never genuinely threatened Starlight, nor did I make demands akin to those of Deep Sea regarding her joining the Seven. I merely requested a small favor, and she did not outright refuse. It was more of a reluctant acquiescence. Am I to bear the blame for this? It is utterly absurd. Maeve rolled her eyes, conceding, "Fine, I will begrudgingly acknowledge you as a good person. Listen, he has become uncontrollable, and thus we must impose justice upon him. I am aware you have harbored thoughts of killing him for quite some time, but regrettably, your abilities have fallen short. Therefore, if you join me, we can collaborate to eliminate him. You understand, while I may possess the strength to confront him, that does not guarantee I can defeat him. I require assistance to restrain him at a critical moment, for his strength is formidable. Indeed, his strength is extraordinary. He must have brought you great happiness in the past." "What a pity." Maeve's expression soured. "Wait, you know how I tend to speak. I simply cannot rein in my thoughts. You must learn to comprehend my nature." Deadpool, maintaining his composure, cast a fleeting glance at Maeve and remarked, "Perhaps you could assist me in managing this?" "Deadpool, let us get to the point." Maeve's demeanor grew icy. Though he could not perceive the intensity of her gaze, her skin felt the weight of another's scrutiny lingering upon her. "Well, the crux of the matter is that I have devised a comprehensive plan to ensure his absolute downfall. Hence I require your esteemed presence to guarantee our success. You appear to possess considerable strength. May I indulge in a moment of bliss?" Chapter 52. You are indeed formidable. I am aware that the incident aboard the aircraft has left you with profound psychological scars. You know about the events on the plane? Maeve abruptly rose, confronting Deadpool with a piercing inquiry about how he could possibly know of the airplane incident. Indeed, that has become a haunting shadow in Maeve's psyche. Among the entire Super 7, she and Starlight are the only two who possess a semblance of humanity. At the very least, they feel remorse for their misdeeds. They simply lack the power to effect change. Maeve is unable to protect even her own girlfriend. How could she possibly safeguard those aboard the plane? Deadpool relished the thrill, reveling in double the joy. Of course, I know, for I was literally clinging to the aircraft's exterior at that moment. Oh, speaking of which, it was utterly dreadful. The winds were ferocious, as if over 100 men were pushing me from the front. This made me smack. Maeve abruptly overturned the items on the table, seizing Deadpool, who was lounging on the sofa, and shouted, "Why didn't you save them while you were on the plane? You possessed the power to rescue them. Why? Why did you not save them?" Maeve's misty eyes bore into Deadpool's. "Maeve, mature a little. You are an adult now." Deadpool gently pried her grip from his arm. "You must have realized that the Patriot acted with intent. He deliberately sabotaged the control panel to showcase his intellect to Madeline. And what of it? You could have saved them. You certainly could have." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Maeve's cheeks as Deadpool's words plunged her deeper into distressing memories. "I could not save them. Had I rushed in to declare my intent to rescue them, the Patriot, feeling insulted, would have certainly fought me, or worse, he might have willingly destroyed the entire aircraft. Do you think, if the Patriot and I were to engage in battle, the people aboard could survive? Let alone them. Could you guarantee your survival in such a scenario?" Listening to Deadpool's words, Maeve involuntarily envisioned the grim possibilities. Indeed, had Deadpool charged in proclaiming his intent to save lives, the Patriot would likely have been enraged enough to slaughter everyone. Deadpool continued, "All right, I did engage him, but he could never vanquish me. You must understand. That too would be a humiliation for him." Observing Maeve lost in thought, Deadpool tenderly caressed her cheek, guiding her gaze to meet his. With fury that found no outlet. "What do you think he would do? Let me enlighten you. He would unleash a frenzied rampage across a city, resulting in a massacre far beyond the aircraft's casualties, perhaps tens of thousands, even millions." The Patriot might genuinely fear Deadpool now, as Deadpool's prolonged actions have etched psychological scars upon him. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the mad. Recently, the people of the homeland have come to realize that Deadpool embodies madness. He is merely reckless, still lacking a couple of layers of intensity. However, at that moment on the airplane, the people of the homeland were not yet aware of this. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of him would know that he would undoubtedly erupt in rage until his emotions found release. Much like children, who, in extreme incomprehension of their parents' actions, may find themselves choking on their own frustration, feeling as though a breath is caught in their throats. They may heedlessly smash everything in sight, disregarding parental admonitions. For instance, consider the chubby child undergoing a nucleic acid test. The character of the people of the homeland resembles that of a child, and a particularly strong one at that, a fact that cannot be changed. While young children can correct minor missteps, those whose characters have solidified can hardly be altered. The people of the homeland are already beyond redemption. Evidently, Maeve has grasped Deadpool's intent, and a sense of helplessness welled up within her, leading her to weep uncontrollably. The pressure upon her was immense. "It's all right. It's all right. Even in times of great stress, one must find a way to release it. Cry if you must," Deadpool said, gently lifting Maeve from her seated position on the table and cradling her in his arms, patting her back with tenderness. After weeping for a good 10 minutes, Maeve finally began to regain her composure. "You still seem burdened. Do you wish to find a place to unleash your frustrations?" Deadpool inquired. "Indeed, I do wish to unleash," Maeve responded, rising and effortlessly lifting Deadpool, carrying him towards the bedroom, and tossing him onto the bed. Deadpool, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, could only tremble and utter, "You appear quite strong. Could you be a tad gentler?" "No more chatter," Maeve retorted before leaping onto the bed. "Oh dear, you are far too strong. Might you allow me to ascend to the top?" The small vessel swayed gently. Chapter 53, Bring Me My Friends. After the ordeal, a cigarette in hand, one feels as blissful as a deity. Entering a sage-like state, Deadpool recounted to Maeve how he saved the children on the airplane. This revelation slightly alleviated her guilt, for her deepest remorse stemmed from her inability to save those innocent lives. The faces of those tender children frequently flickered through her mind. This was the primary source of her anguish. Having accomplished yet another task, albeit at a cost, Deadpool expressed his willingness to sacrifice more in the future. It must be reiterated, she is remarkably strong. Time flew by, and a week had swiftly passed. Wade had completed his task of gathering incriminating evidence, and once released, it would be sufficient to topple water. It would fundamentally alter the public perception of superhumans. Given the current technological capabilities, the world could not withstand a transformation of the entire populace into superhumans. Such a shift would escalate criminal activities by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Never underestimate the malevolence of human nature. Once endowed with superpowers, individuals will undoubtedly unleash their most primal instincts. In contemporary society, the existence of a relative sense of morality and discernment between good and evil is not solely attributed to education and literacy, but primarily to the enforcement of laws backed by undeniable force. Firearms. The mere possibility of being shot leaves one gravely wounded, compelling individuals to contemplate the repercussions of their malevolent intentions. The fear instilled by firearms serves to deter criminal inclinations. Imagine a future where individuals possess superpowers, rendering firearms impotent against human life. In such a scenario, without an absolute weapon to uphold the law, fear of legal consequences would dissipate, leading to chaos in the world. Thus, in the absence of a higher level of force, Compound 5 must remain a hidden card within the fabric of human civilization. Perhaps it is only in the face of an alien invasion that a limited application of Compound 5 could be entrusted to soldiers. Moreover, this power must not fall into the hands of individuals or singular factions. It should be collectively governed by several formidable figures, such as the prominent rogues of the world. The consequences of solitary control have already manifested, akin to the current situation with Watt. Wade, you must go to the bear immediately and release that individual discreetly. Accompanied by Frankie and Himiko, Deadpool was instructing Wade that it was time to act, and Frankie had already been discharged from the hospital. And what about you? Wade queried defiantly, questioning why Deadpool always assigned him tasks, despite being the leader of the Deadpool squad. I refuse to comply. I shall take legal action against you. Sighing, Deadpool patted his shoulder and replied, alas, no court would entertain such a case. Even if it did, you would discover that the judge is me. And I am certain Butcher would be more than willing to take a seat on the jury. Butcher won't do that. He has been missing for quite some time. What if he never returns? How frustrating. Why couldn't I persuade him to shave his head back then? We failed to capture that moment on video. It is truly regrettable. Perhaps we should visit Marvel, have Butcher's brother don a wig, and record an encouraging video. Surely, that would sway Butcher back, considering their striking resemblance. Apart from the hair and equally coarse beards, Deadpool struggled to keep pace with Wade's whimsical musings, finding himself entangled in nonsensical tangents while he had merely intended to urge him to depart. Was it my guiding of the conversation that led us here? I don't believe so. Suddenly, the door burst open, interrupting Deadpool's discourse. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wade rushed forward, exclaiming, Butcher, has a devil taken possession of your body? Did it force you to shave your head? Tell me, quickly. This was once your territory, and surely a demon has manipulated you. Wade anxiously shook Butcher's body. He was utterly taken aback. Butcher had shaved his head completely. All right, calm down. There is no such thing as a devil. Butcher pushed Wade aside, declaring it was his own decision, that he was ready to start anew. Wade hesitated, struggling to articulate what he wanted to say next. After a moment of contemplation, he finally asked, why haven't you shaved your beard? Is it only your head that needs a fresh start? What about the rest? May I have a glimpse? Just a peek? Get lost. Butcher exclaimed, feeling frustrated, realizing he truly couldn't adapt to these two miscreants. He glared at Deadpool, saying, friends, we need to eliminate those damned superhumans and rescue my comrades. Deadpool retorted, no, you must clarify that we are not the damned ones. Otherwise, the annihilation will not be entrusted to you. Chapter 54. The game intensifies after some banter. Deadpool handed the annihilation task over to Butcher. Well, since you're back, you should lead this mission. Wade seemed somewhat unreliable, and Deadpool felt uneasy about him. Why should I not lead? This is unjust. We should vote on it. You cannot monopolize every decision. Bang. Blowing on the gun's muzzle, Deadpool asked, is there anyone dissenting? If so, raise your hand. Excellent. No one objected. Ignoring Wade's execution once again, Butcher inquired about the mission at hand. We need to infiltrate Russia and rescue someone. The former leader of the Super 7, Soldier Boy. That bastard is still alive? Butcher had concocted a unified name for all superhumans. He is not dead. He was captured by the Russians. We'll extract him, and he'll assist us in eliminating Homelander, after which I'll dispose of him as well. It's that simple, eradicate them all. Huh, I like this proposal. Butcher paused slightly before adding, but I want to personally eliminate Homelander. Personally, Deadpool pondered for a moment, then devised a plan. All right, you can have the pleasure of killing him yourself. That's not feasible. He'll rip you apart. Wade interjected, rising to his feet once more. Damn it. Why do you have to use that term? Can't you come up with different lines? Butcher scolded. There are no new lines. Perhaps you can think of some? Wade replied. Get lost. Deadpool, do you have a solution? I can't even break his skin. Butcher expressed his concerns. There is a way. We can render him a normal human, and then you can face him one-on-one, beating him down until he is a fool, thus redeeming yourself. That is a solid plan. It appears you have a method in mind. Question. How do we turn the counterfeit Superman into an ordinary human? Wade raised his hand, asking, can I also be transformed into a normal human? I want to die. Don't be foolish, Wade. Even if you were turned into a normal human, you wouldn't die. You've been cursed by Thanos. If we make you normal, you'd simply shatter into pieces and still retain consciousness. Alas, why has the purple sweet potato spirit cursed me? He is exceedingly wicked. I shall inevitably exact my vengeance upon him. Was it not his own folly to meddle with death? As for the crab, did I pursue her? Clearly, it was she who took a fancy to me. What can I say? It is simply my fortune to possess an alluring visage and a delightful, humorous disposition. Wade suddenly regarded Deadpool with newfound confidence, asserting that from the age of 8 billion down to 8 months, and from mammals to insects, all females would be irresistibly drawn to my charm, unable to help but fall in love with me. 8 months, you say? Is that not a bit excessive? Nevertheless, it is merely standard practice. I concur. It troubles me greatly as well. Deadpool found this reasoning quite sensible. Butcher observed the two with a detached gaze, though he was unaware of their exact discourse. He grasped that they were engaging in a rather grandiose exchange. Very well, let us proceed. There is still ample time. Provide some information, and we shall set off at once. Butcher interjected, interrupting their banter. All right then, your former employer, Francie, go directly to her and extract the information you need. But do not offer her any money. She previously swindled me out of over $1 million. What did I receive in return? The mere thought infuriates me. Deadpool slammed his hand upon the table, rising to his feet. Let her face the consequences of her audacity to extort my funds. What? Over $1 million for a mere trinket? Wade exclaimed, thumping his chest. We are brothers. If she robbed you, she has robbed me as well. I shall ensure she returns every last cent. Wake up. That money belongs to me. Even if you reclaim it, it must all be returned to me. I have yet to settle the matter of you exhausting my salary. Oh dear, oh dear. Wade immediately wilted, leaning against Butcher. Lend me a hand. I can scarcely breathe. I am reminded of my girlfriend breaking up with me. Oh, how it pains me. Deadpool teleported behind him. Wade, was your previous display merely a ruse? Have you concealed some funds? Dare you hide my money? You think the skies have cleared and the rain has ceased. Do you believe you have regained your footing? Realizing the situation was amiss, Butcher quickly shoved Wade aside. Oh dear, my heart cannot take it. Wade collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest and wailing. Your heart cannot take it? Deadpool brandished his gun, squatting down to press it against Wade's heart. Shall I assist you in removing your heart for inspection? No, thank you. I can visit a hospital for that. Wade hastily got up, beckoning Butcher. Let us depart. We must first seek medical attention for my condition. Wade took a couple of hurried steps to escape, but soon sensed something was amiss and quickly turned back. Blast it. What are you doing, holding me like this? Put me down at once. Hand over the money. I have no money. You are the one forcing my hand. Wade retrieved his pistol from his pants leg, chambering around. Do not provoke me, or I shall show you what it means to die. You bang. Deadpool stared in bewilderment at Wade. Must you truly execute yourself before I even finish my sentence? Madness, pure madness. These two lunatics have escalated their antics to a disturbing degree, resorting even to self-inflicted harm. I often find myself feeling out of place with them due to my own lack of depravity. In Chapter 55, she has come to realize her mistakes. Frankie, your life seems to be flourishing more each day. Upon meeting, Butcher began to tease the younger brother. You're looking quite prosperous. Your head is positively gleaming. It's obvious you're still quite tender. Frankie, unwilling to back down, retorted with equal sarcasm. We have a new mission ahead. We're off to the land of the bears, and we must pay a visit to your former boss. Butcher cast a sidelong glance at Wade, who was preoccupied with picking his nose, and continued, Your former boss made us a tidy some last time. This time, however, she's in trouble. What kind of trouble? Are you going to deal with her? Frankie felt a rush of anxiety, as his previous employer had left him with lingering psychological scars. Indeed, let us get moving. With a call, Butcher jumped into the vehicle, and Frankie hurried to follow, with the nearby Kimmy also hastening to join them. Wade, still engaged in his futile nasal excavation, was struggling with a stubborn booger. Hey, get in already. Can't you save that for later? Butcher snapped, clapping his hands on the car door. Why didn't you call me sooner? Wade quickly maneuvered to the passenger seat and climbed in. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a modest food store. Is this the place? The one where the person who stole over $1 million from me resides? Wade questioned, glancing skeptically at the unassuming establishment. Surely someone who made that much wouldn't he live in such a place. At this moment, Wade had changed into a rather stylish black uniform. Given the directive for minimal noise on this mission, Deadpool was forcibly stripped of his costume. This is the place. Let us head inside, Butcher affirmed. Leave it to me. The audacity to rob me will not go unpunished. She is the first of her kind, and today she shall receive a proper lesson. With a disdainful huff, Wade unsheathed his knife and charged inside. What a foolish imbecile. Butcher observed the surroundings with exasperation. The crowd had come to a standstill, eyes glued to them. Many had already been watching since Wade's arrival, and once he brandished his weapon, they ceased all movement. "All right, everyone," Butcher called out. "We are here to apprehend a criminal, so please disperse. You might inadvertently get hurt." Frankie, ever compliant, drew his gun. As the crowd scattered, freedom rang in America, where gunfights were an everyday affair. The residents here had little interest in spectating. Had this occurred up north, the onlookers would have been far more excited, eager to follow along. Suddenly, screams and gunshots erupted from within. Butcher swiftly kicked the door open and rushed inside. A glance revealed several individuals sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Some were howling in agony with severed hands, others with mutilated legs. Clearly, the situation was dire. Frankie was aware that there was a cubicle at the far end of the grocery store, where the female bear was typically found. Wade's presence had already vanished from outside, indicating that he had rushed inside. "Quickly, go in. I fear he might take someone's life," Frankie urged as he hastily entered. A headache loomed over Butcher, genuinely anxious that Wade might indeed commit murder, leaving them without any leads. Wade had only entered a minute before them, so Butcher believed there was still time to intervene. Upon arriving at the cubicle's entrance, Butcher halted, observing Frankie's hesitation. "What's the matter? Why aren't you going in?" Suddenly, a scream emanated from within the cubicle. Butcher's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. "Ah, now I understand why you're not entering." Frankie stood frozen, bewildered by Butcher's rapid deduction. "How did you know?" "He has only been inside for mere seconds. What has transpired?" Butcher shrugged, equally perplexed. "I wish I knew how he pulled that off." Shimei approached Frankie, tugging at him and gesturing urgently. "Why aren't you going in? It sounds dreadful in there." Frankie gazed at her, at a loss for words. Seeing his inaction, Shimei grew increasingly anxious, gesturing frantically. "What if someone dies? What will we do then? Will Deadpool blame us?" "What did she say?" Butcher interjected. "She asked what happens if someone dies." Frankie replied despondently. Butcher wiped his face, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this could escalate to a fatality. The screams from within intensified, each wave more harrowing than the last. Frankie pulled Shimei out, finding a chair outside to sit down, while he made a call to request an ambulance. They had the authority to do so, thanks to the identities provided by Deadpool. Butcher glanced at the cubicle before spitting on the ground and joining them outside. Half an hour later, just as Butcher and the others were on the verge of intervening, Wade finally emerged. A belt hung around his neck, a cigar clamped between his teeth, and his disheveled appearance was accompanied by a cloud of smoke. "Let us consider this matter settled. My brother has made her confess everything, including not only revealing information to me, but also graciously arranging a private jet for our departure." Frankie, incredulous, questioned Wade. "How on earth did you manage that?" Wade cast a disdainful glance at Frankie. "Oh, you want to learn? That'll cost you." The condescension from someone of higher status was palpable, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 56. The Barilara energy on the plane. Frankie stealthily took a seat beside Wade. "Master, here's my $200 for tuition. Please share your teachings. I will regard them as sacred scripture," he whispered, surreptitiously slipping the money into Wade's pocket while keeping an eye on Shimei and Butcher's movements. $200 is enough to dismiss me? Is my teaching so undervalued?" Wade was immediately displeased, feeling that offering him a mere $200 was an attempt to dismiss him. "Lighten up, keep it down," he muttered. Frank swiftly covered Wade's mouth, anxious that he might raise his voice. With a rustle, Frank produced another $200 and stuffed it into Wade's pocket. "A teachable child," he mused. Wade was uncertain of the meaning behind this, yet Deadpool always wore a look of satisfaction when he spoke, leading Wade to believe this was the moment to shine. Throughout their journey, Wade imparted knowledge to Frank, who alternated between frowning and relaxing. He realized that his previous methods were flawed, mere trivial skills that could not facilitate a swift connection with a stranger. "Deadpool, you listen to him? He can use it. And you can too. For $100 for him. Can I teach you? Am I not as adept as he?" Upon disembarking the plane, the group arrived at a location reminiscent of a clandestine base, guided by the incoherent ramblings of an unknown individual they had encountered. With the night devoid of potential action, they opted to rest. The following day, they ventured out to gather intelligence. Although the individual had provided some leads, they still needed to undertake additional efforts themselves. By the third day, they had identified someone who knew the address. On the fourth day, a new plan had emerged, although it would take another 2 days before it could be executed. By the fifth day, they monitored the situation. On the sixth day, Frank and Wade went out for a diversion, only to return with bruised faces, causing great concern for Himiko. On the seventh day, Frank and Wade had a fierce argument, one demanding a refund while the other laughed heartily, refusing to comply. The eighth day brought new intelligence, indicating they could commence work the following day. On the ninth day, Butcher sought to enlist Himiko for a task, but both she and Frank opposed the idea. At that moment, Wade stepped forward, asserting his willingness to take on the role. Are you joking? Butcher incredulously gazed at Wade. You plan to disguise yourself as a woman? Wade struck a pose in front of the three, declaring, why not? I'm a sexy little angel. Just wait, I'll prepare my gear. Feeling underestimated, Wade was determined to make them see him in a new light. 30 minutes later, the group arrived at their destination. Are you sure you can manage this? While Wade had bravely stepped up to protect Himiko, Frank remained unconvinced. Himiko gestured to Frank, suggesting, perhaps I should go instead? What did she say? Butcher inquired. She believed it was still her place to proceed. That would be splendid, Butcher sighed in relief. The flamboyant Wade turned back, asserting, no, since my sexy little angel transformation is complete, I must take the lead. Wade donned an exceedingly revealing outfit, with 2 large padding pieces in his chest, giving him an exaggerated appearance, topped with a golden, wavy wig. Wade, this is a mission, not a game. And you can't even remove that blasted mask. Who would allow you entry while concealing your face? I don't care. I'm fully prepared. Await my good news. In a bizarre turn, Wade flung open the car door and dashed out, offering no chance for the others to dissuade him. Damn it. Butcher slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Wade was truly driving him to madness. Clack, clack, clack. With the confidence of a peacock, Wade strutted towards the entrance of the club, her heels clicking rhythmically. The guard, armed and vigilant, halted Wade, demanding, why the mask? Take it off. Hey, isn't today a masquerade ball? I specially prepared this. Wade retorted, adjusting her expertly crafted disguise. Masquerade? There's no mask event today. Remove it immediately. The guard advanced, intent on forcibly removing the mask. Damn it. Calling command, calling command. I've been compromised. I'm going in to eliminate them all. With a firm press on her earpiece, Wade charged inside, machine gun in hand. I knew it would unfold this way. Butcher hastily summoned the others to disembark and follow. Wade stormed in, firing indiscriminately, her vitriol spewing. You lot are impressive, managing to see through my angelic guise. Wow. You've ruined my costume. Now I'll shatter yours. Damn. She has gone completely berserk. By the time Butcher and the others rushed in, they were met with the sight of countless bodies sprawled on the ground. Upon arriving at the largest room, they found Wade amidst a pile of women, while a trembling bald man knelt nearby. Chapter 57. The Second Amendment empowers me that night, due to Wade's escalating ruckus. They received a lead and hurried to the next location without delay. Listen, this time we must infiltrate quietly. We cannot let this become common knowledge, or Walter will surely catch wind of it, Butcher cautioned, feeling helpless, for Wade's combat prowess was unmatched. Fear not, for I am Wade, a warrior of unparalleled strength, with a battle power of 8,000. Leave it to me. With a swift motion, they cut through the obstructing metal mesh. The operation was straightforward, divided into 3 phases. Wade would charge in as the first line, while Kimiko would await at the second phase to guide them, and Butcher and Francie would remain outside for extraction. Freedom, America. The Second Amendment empowers me. Infiltrate the bear. Wade howled, brandishing a knife as she charged in, clearly intent on causing harm. Damn it. What's wrong with that lunatic? Butcher lamented, watching Wade's reckless advance. He had endured enough turmoil lately. Stealthily, Wade rolled and slipped through openings, successfully infiltrating the research facility. Where am I? Examining the door labels, Wade sensed they were not quite right. According to the facility's fundamental principles, the finest treasures are invariably hidden in the most secluded depths. After muttering to herself, Wade felt she had discerned the answer. In films, it often unfolds this way. With a sudden thud, Wade stealthily maneuvered through several locations. Sensing footsteps approaching, he swiftly leaped, his legs extending into a split as he pressed against the wall, ascending to the highest point. 2 guards patrolled as usual, oblivious to Wade above them. Once they departed, he descended, contemplating the retreating figures and envisioning their promising futures. Although they remained unaware of the humiliation he had silently inflicted upon them, it would not hinder their eventual rise. Following the path the guards had taken, Wade advanced cautiously. The previous areas were devoid of sentinels, yet this section exhibited an unexpected presence. It was unnecessary to elaborate, according to the hidden protocols of the base. Areas with increased guard density invariably concealed treasures. Progress was obstructed. Pressing against the wall, Wade cautiously peered out and discerned 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the final location. It was evident this was the place. The dart-throwing prince was poised to re-emerge into action. Wade caressed his 2 swords, confirming their readiness. After ensuring his aim was true, he raised the blades, preparing to launch them. With a swift leap, he hurled the weapons into the air. Excellent. Wade raised his hands, anticipating applause, but quickly realized there was no audience, prompting him to stride over and retrieve the blades embedded in the guards' foreheads. The door bore a code, yet this posed no challenge for Wade. With 2 swift strikes, he dismantled the lock. The door creaked open, and he cautiously peered inside. Confirming the absence of individuals, Wade sauntered in with confidence. The space was evidently a laboratory, cluttered with an array of experimental apparatus and numerous vials. Oh, a charming little squirrel. After a brief inspection, Wade pressed his earpiece. Contacting the command center. The most formidable agent has successfully infiltrated, yet it appears there is no treasure to be found here. The earpiece crackled to life. Wade, describe your surroundings. Why don't you trust me? Am I somehow mistaken? Hurry up and describe. All right. There's a plethora of research equipment, along with some small cages containing adorable little mice. I also spotted a large cylindrical apparatus connected by numerous wires, which appears rather significant. I suspect it may contain various items, perhaps even a person inside. Wade, is your intellect in question? Isn't our objective to locate a person? Hurry and unlock it. Oh, right. We're searching for a person. Wade hastily set down the earpiece and approached the cylindrical device. The preceding moments of espionage had been so intense that he momentarily forgot his true mission. How embarrassing. Where to press? After some fumbling, Wade found himself unable to locate the activation button. What are you doing? Haven't you resolved it yet? Butcher's voice urged once more. Damn it. The multitude of wires and buttons was infuriating, rendering Wade utterly incapable of discerning which one to press. He pressed on with his search, cursing under his breath at the absurdity of why these brutish figures could not label their devices in English. After circling the area twice, Wade finally spotted a red button at the base of a cylindrical structure. This had to be it. With a surge of excitement, he pressed it eagerly. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it. What folly have you unleashed now? Chapter 58. The alarm blared, and chaos erupted throughout the facility. Hell, at this point, Wade could no longer afford to hesitate. He brandished his knife and struck at the object. His earlier restraint had been born of concern over triggering the alarm. Yet here he was, having set it off regardless. What a fruitless endeavor. With a harsh clang, Wade leaped to deliver a final blow. Thud. The severed metal panel crashed to the ground, releasing a cloud of white gas, obscuring the view within. Without a moment's hesitation, Wade thrust his head inside. Rise and shine. How long do you intend to sleep? Observing a figure within still with eyes closed, Wade threw a hefty punch at him. The occupant stirred to life, gasping as he emerged from the equipment. Your life seems rather dire. Your hair is in disarray. I possess a barber membership card. Would you care to borrow it? There were still some coins left inside, but for reasons unknown, I had not cut my hair in ages. Addressing the disheveled soldier boy, Wade kindly suggested a haircut. Wade, what nonsense are you spouting? Get him out of here immediately. Gunfire erupted from Butcher's direction. As the soldier boy stepped out, still dazed, he shook his head. His vision clouded. He could barely make out Wade's figure, and he had not comprehended Wade's words. Mate, I'm here to rescue you. Let us move. Wade grasped his arm, but the soldier boy violently wrenched it away. What is wrong with you? Do you want to be locked up again? Ignoring Wade's plea, the soldier boy suddenly erupted into a furious roar, a luminous orb coalescing before him. The intensity of the roar escalated. Oh no. Witnessing him prepare to unleash some force, Wade hastily ducked aside. Boom. The orb detonated, a deafening explosion resonating as the entire laboratory began to collapse. The subsequent shockwaves continued to rattle the space, and Wade cowered in a corner, trembling as debris fell around him. After several tense moments, the tremors finally subsided, prompting Wade to leap from the wreckage. Damn, what was his issue, unleashing such a devastating attack for no reason? What's the situation, Wade? Hurry up and get out. Meanwhile, Butcher pressed on, the earlier explosion instilling a sense of foreboding. He has escaped. I'll search for him now. Wade retrieved his knife and dashed toward the wall that appeared to have been breached. With utmost speed, Wade sprinted for 2 minutes, swiftly exiting the base and arriving at the road outside. Hurry out. I have located him on the road, he exclaimed, approaching the naked soldier boy. What on earth was that earlier? Were you trying to obliterate me, old man? The soldier boy squinted at Wade, seemingly at a loss for words, as if his speech system had not yet recovered. Are you mute? In that case, I cannot provide you with a barber membership card, lest the staff suspect that I am mute as well. Come on, let us get you to a decent bathhouse later. Wade placed his hand on the soldier boy's shoulder. The soldier boy grasped Wade's hand tightly. What are you doing? Are you planning to use my hand to strike your brother? The soldier boy began to breathe heavily, clinging to Wade's hand with an iron grip. What's with the sudden shortness of breath? Do you think holding my hand will give you strength? Is my hand truly that magical? The soldier boy erupted in anger. Let go of me. Sensing something amiss, Wade began to struggle. The soldier boy's chest glowed with a radiant orb. Wade looked to the sky, addressing the audience. It seems I am about to undergo another transformation. Will you chat with me afterward? I might feel lonely otherwise. Boom. Crackle. While driving, Butcher noticed the enormous light and the deafening explosion. Panic overtaking him as he slammed the brakes. No need to ask. I know where they are. Resuming acceleration, the vehicle surged towards the site of the explosion, with Frankie feeling the force of the sudden speed. The location was not far. With a firm press of the accelerator, they soon arrived at the scene. Wait, where are you? Despite the scattered remnants on the ground, Butcher cautiously inquired through his earpiece. Wait, he hasn't perished, has he? Frankie voiced his concerns, surveying the debris. You're the one who's going to perish. Hurry and come pick me up. Wade's voice echoed, though his figure remained unseen. Where are you? Butcher asked, perplexed. Over here, by the roadside. Hurry and come pick me up. Wade called out again. By the roadside? Frankie approached the edge of the road, where a height difference with the constructed pavement led him to believe Wade had fallen off. Upon closer inspection, Frankie's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god. Damn it. Shit. Chapter 59. Laser eyes in the vehicle. Butcher retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Frankie and Shime leaned forward to peer at the passenger seat, though Butcher remained fixated on the front seat while inputting the phone number. What is so captivating? It's merely a rebirth. Hurry and notify Nissan to come. I seek vengeance. Wade, what exactly are you? I am a person. Can you not see that? I truly cannot discern it. Frankie reached out and poked Wade's head. Damn. Just wait until I am 8 years old. I will surely take care of you. Wade grumbled from the passenger seat. Having just been blown up, he was left with only a head. His body, still developing, appeared to be merely 10 months old. Shimiko couldn't help but join in, poking him as well. Bullshit. Do you wish to experience little Wade at 10 months old? Frankie and Shimiko erupted into laughter. Wade's current appearance was indeed quite peculiar. Boukellier dialed Deadpool's number. We are in trouble. Wade has messed things up again, and the soldier boy has escaped. Why say again? Do I often mess things up? Wade interjected. Boukellier shot him a look, suggesting he ponder that himself. On the line. All right, give me the coordinates. After relaying the coordinates, Boukellier hung up just as Deadpool materialized on the street. Boukellier rolled down both windows. Deadpool approached the passenger window, glanced down, and said, Wade, you've reconceived. You're only 1 year old now. Should I find you a mother to nurse you? I don't need dairy. I seek vengeance, Wade replied, baring his teeth. You must avenge me. Use your light to extinguish him. Clang. Deadpool smacked Wade on the head, exclaiming, What the hell is light? This is called laser vision. It can only discern whether he is having a boy or a girl. How could it possibly kill him? Is he pregnant? Damn it. I truly admire your absurdity. Deadpool turned to Frankie and remarked, Seal his mouth. He is only 1 year old. When else would you bully him if not now? Have you not found this journey excruciating? Although Deadpool had not witnessed the ordeal, he possessed a vivid imagination to envision their struggles along the way. After all, he had once experienced it himself, gradually becoming influenced by Wade. He had come to this world to escape him, yet unexpectedly, he was found. As the saying goes, one must see things through to the end. Alas, Deadpool had no choice but to remain and finish the task at hand. Wah! Frankie produced a tattered cloth from somewhere, a maniacal expression on his face as he covered Wade's mouth. Shimiko assisted, and Boukellier was eager to join in as well. After 3 minutes, the group had successfully sealed Wade's mouth. All right, you all go find a place to rest. I will locate that wandering naked man. With that, Deadpool vanished. The soldier boy had barely been gone for 10 minutes. At his speed, he could not have traveled beyond 100 kilometers. Deadpool searched within a radius of 200 kilometers. Each teleportation covered 500 meters, and with Deadpool's keen eyesight, he could discern details within that distance. After approximately 10 minutes and several hundred teleports, Deadpool finally spotted the fleeing naked man over 100 kilometers away. A sudden appearance blocked his path, and Deadpool spoke. Barty, where do you think you're going? I'm here to fetch you. The soldier boy halted, nervously scrutinizing Deadpool, and inquired, Who are you? It seemed he had regained his ability to articulate. It was my people who freed you, so there is no need for trepidation. As for my identity, it's rather complex, and perhaps better unraveled at your own pace. Nonsense. Your people clearly intend to capture me. The soldier boy grew agitated once more. Then why wouldn't I just attack you directly? Your reasoning appears flawed. Perhaps you've been cooped up for too long and need a little something to lift your spirits? Rubbish. You're evidently afraid of me. Hence your attempt to lure me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Deadpool shook his head. You actually make a bit of sense. I'm left speechless. With that, Deadpool spread his arms wide and exclaimed, Taste my Are you a comedian? Why are you spitting while wearing a mask? Cough, cough. That was a mistake. I nearly flubbed my lines. Let us start over. Don't mind the details. Removing his mask to wipe his face, Deadpool again spread his arms and shouted, "Behold my laser eyes." Zing. A brilliant red beam sliced through the night sky, at the apex of which perched a naked man. Chapter 60. Humanity Deficient in America. At the farm base, Deadpool had successfully returned with them. He unceremoniously dropped the unconscious soldier boy onto the ground and took a seat on a nearby stool. Deadpool was now confident that he could easily dispatch the soldier boy. Behind him, several bound individuals stared wide-eyed, but they were unable to speak, as their restraints were too severe. Approximately 3 minutes later, the soldier boy, clutching his head, unsteadily rose to his feet. Shaking his head, he spotted Deadpool seated before him. "Awake, are we? I told you not to be overly agitated. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely came to rescue you, yet you refuse to listen to reason." Deadpool swiveled his chair to face him. "No ill intentions? You knocked me out and call that benign?" Although his words were charged with emotion, the soldier boy was gradually regaining his composure. If Deadpool had any designs to capture him for experimentation, he would surely be lying on an operating table rather than sitting there with his hands unbound. He felt a twinge of anxiety. It was evident that he had become outdated, as there were now those stronger than him. He could no longer win a one-on-one fight. In his heyday, he could take on 6 others single-handedly, an undeniable powerhouse. The soldier boy was a version of Captain America, yet he was far more formidable. "Oh, don't mind the details. I have prepared some gifts for you. Don't you intend to graciously receive them?" Deadpool gestured towards the items behind him. "Gifts?" The soldier boy turned his head, his expression suddenly brightening. "I like this gift." He strode towards his gear and promptly began donning it. After changing his gear, he touched his face and hair, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. He turned to Deadpool and expressed his need for a barber. "Barty, where am I supposed to find a barber at this hour?" Deadpool replied, flashing back and forth, tossing him a trimmer. "Just give it a go yourself." Taking the trimmer, the soldier boy examined it briefly before starting to groom his beard. A few minutes later, he finally managed to tidy up his facial hair, but looked at Deadpool and insisted, "Barty, I still believe I need a barber. I can't possibly manage my hair. And honestly, I'm quite exasperated with you. Perhaps you should just handle it tomorrow. Am I your servant now?" He glanced back at his gift and said, "Let us leave it for tomorrow. They can survive another night. After all, they're not going anywhere." Deadpool couldn't comprehend why he was so concerned with his appearance before seeking vengeance. He had been busy capturing all of Soldier Boy's enemies during this time, even retrieving his clothes and shield, yet here he was, prioritizing his looks. Deadpool had no intention of allowing him to roam freely. If he were to capture someone himself, the commotion would surely attract attention, and by then, Azu might just flee in terror. Azu had often watched Soldier Boy's films growing up and held great admiration for this predecessor. However, seeing him suddenly resurrected would undoubtedly be terrifying. He would likely suspect that Deadpool had summoned him, and what reason would he have to stay? To wait for death? He was unaware that this was, in fact, his father. Yet, even if he did know, it would serve no purpose, for he was a pitiful figure, prompting his father to seek his demise. In truth, Soldier Boy lacked the humanity found in his fellow compatriots, albeit in a different manner. The former did not weep for affection nor exhibited the childishness of his compatriots. However, they shared one similarity. When enraged, they would unleash their fury like a raging gorilla, determined to strike others with their fists. In such a state, rational thought eluded them. The following day, after having a barber tidy him up, he pointed at a nuclear missile and questioned, "What does it mean to place a missile here?" "That is an old-style nuclear weapon from the Bear, kept here just in case," Deadpool replied. "You're utterly insane for bringing a nuclear weapon to New York," Soldier Boy remarked in disbelief. "Who do you need to guard against? You are already so powerful." "Against your son." "My son? When did I ever have a son?" "Many years ago. You may have left a bit of your essence somewhere, and then Walter artificially created him to take your place." "Take my place? Allow my child to replace me? Walter is utterly disgusting. Is he strong? Can't you defeat him? Is that why you brought me back to kill him?" "I can defeat him, but I cannot kill him. Thus, I brought you back to do the deed, to use the cannon on your chest to obliterate him. You are indeed a despicable creature, allowing a father to slay his own child. However, considering the gifts you have bestowed upon me for my release, I shall assist you in this grim endeavor." Observe, even Deadpool has yet to utter a word of disparagement against Azu, while the Soldier Boy has already resolved to eliminate his son. Thus, it appears both father and son lack any semblance of humanity. Chapter 61. Those Who Dare to Defy. Stand up. The Soldier Boy accepted all the offerings. His enemies have been vanquished. "When shall I eliminate my replacement?" he inquired. There's no rush. For now, you may remain here. The act of killing your son is trivial. My true objective is to dismantle what, which requires meticulous preparation, Deadpool languidly replied from his reclined position. Regarding the adversaries who bound the soldier boy, Deadpool bore no moral burden, for they were destined for demise regardless of who dealt the fatal blow. To bring down what? I am intrigued, but why must I linger here? Questioned the soldier boy. Because should you venture out prematurely, the world will discover you are alive. Your son may suspect you are my accomplice. Though that is indeed the case, he must remain oblivious, lest he flee like a coward, weeping and lamenting, Deadpool elucidated. A coward? The soldier boy furrowed his brow. My child is but a sniveling weakling. We ought to eliminate him forthwith, for his existence is an affront to my dignity. After further discourse, Deadpool ultimately persuaded him to stay put. Frankie and the others had new tasks at hand. A superhuman terrorist had emerged, likely the brother of Kimiko. Thus Deadpool assigned Wade to accompany them in their mission. Wade had matured sufficiently, so he posed no issue. Recently, a surge of superhuman terrorists had arisen, all manipulated by the nation, Azu aimed to exploit them to eliminate Deadpool. He now yearned for a stronger adversary, preferably one possessing teleportation abilities, to ensnare Deadpool and crush him directly. Had Deadpool been privy to this intent, he would have responded with further mockery. His teleportation prowess was unparalleled. Even if Azu were to plunge his fingers into Deadpool's flesh, he could effortlessly teleport away. Indeed, teleportation was Deadpool's most formidable ability, surpassing even Cyclope's optic blasts, ensuring his escape whenever he wished. 2 days passed, and the situation regarding Kimiko's brother was resolved. He was temporarily confined to prevent any mischief. Today, Deadpool was to meet with Butcher and his former superior, the ex-director of the CIA, a pitiable old woman. So Butcher works for you? Deadpool languidly reclined on the sofa in Grace's domain. Indeed, that is one way to interpret it. What do you seek from me? Although Deadpool exhibited a distinct lack of respect for others, Grace remained silent. I need you to undertake a task, Deadpool declared, sitting upright and placing a disc upon the table. This disc contained all the incriminating evidence against the superhumans of the Vought International Corporation. We can use this to bring down the Vought Corporation, and your role is to liaise with Congress and prepare for their impending trial. Grace picked up the disc, her brow furrowing. Incriminating evidence against superhumans? Toppling the Vought Corporation? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble this could incite? Are you aware of how many felonious superhumans exist in this world? Can you assure me that none of them will wreak havoc once this information is leaked? Do you understand what the patriotic faction is capable of? Can you manage all these complications? If not, Congress will never consent to this endeavor. Even if you assert that you can, how will Congress trust your capability? There is nothing simple in this world. Only by engaging in the task can one truly grasp its complexities. Thus, one must not presume too readily, she admonished. Yet, it was clear that Deadpool was not one to operate under such presumptions. Since I am here, it signifies I possess a means to resolve this matter. First, I will personally deal with the patriotic faction. Secondly, you must ensure that Congress agrees to grant amnesty to those with minor transgressions. Following that, I will lead a specialized team to address superhuman-related incidents. We shall confront any unforeseen superhuman criminal activities. I will recruit some benevolent superhumans to join us. And with my strength surpassing that of the patriotic faction, they will tremble in fear. You are still underestimating the situation, Grace interjected relentlessly. What has numerous connections in high places? Once Congress begins deliberating this issue, they will be alerted immediately and will mobilize their network to thwart this endeavor. Nobody can obstruct this, Deadpool retorted, removing his mask and fixing a steely gaze upon Grace. Congress must comply with my demands. I am not negotiating with Congress. I am issuing a threat to the President and the members of Congress. Should this not come to fruition, I will detonate every nuclear weapon in the world, annihilating humanity itself. Consider this. If you are too fearful to confront a single patriotic faction member, I, who surpasses him in power, can effortlessly accomplish what I claim. Beside them, Butcher felt an urge to leap up and applaud. Some matters require a heavy-handed approach. Deadpool had no interest in engaging with those complacent politicians. If he were to remain ensnared in this world forever, he would gladly partake in their power games. However, so many vibrant worlds awaited him. He could not linger here indefinitely. Thus, this was not a game of politics, but a contest of strength. Those with courage, those who dare to defy, stand before me.